Ah, welcome to the sounds of the dryer. um, Christ. Why the fuck can't you get doors to stop all the noise? Somebody actually suggested something. If I got like a soundproofing thing and I put it in the door that like closes to my washer dryer, maybe that would help actually. But the door that closes to it has like slats or whatever, so it doesn't. It's not actually like a door that like is. I don't know if that makes sense what I just said. But. I was rewatching that video of the German-Israeli girl getting trucked around. I don't know if you can tell or whatever, but it kind of looks like something I didn't notice, or maybe people were saying this before. It kind of looks like if she got shot in the back of the head or whatever, it looks like she was already bleeding by the time she was in that truck. I don't know if anybody's mentioned that or not, but... Or I know, I mean, actually, people have mentioned it. That's why I went back and looked at it. I was, you know... She already looked pretty dead. Yeah, I mean, she did, but, yeah. Her mother said she was alive even after that night. Yeah, but, like, I wonder what her mother saw, or what... I wonder what her... I wonder why she said that, or I wonder what drove her to think that. Or if she was just hoping, or, yeah. They just told her that? She never actually saw her daughter? Oh, maybe. Okay. Remember Terry Schiavo? Yes. Okay, we'll do other stuff today, but I want to hold on. Destiny, why are you spending time researching this? You could be using the time to research debate topics, field debate. Ben Shapiro and Shapiro debate is the pinnacle moment of your career and for liberalism. The research that I want to do for Shapiro is probably going to be, it'll be similar to this, but it's going to be me taking notes and listing like every major piece of legislation that the Biden administration has passed, the impacts of said legislation, and then probably just going over a few like foreign policy issues or whatever. It should be significantly easier than this because I'm already like pretty familiar with most of that. The mother got an alert her credit card was used in Gaza, plus Hamas was lying for PR. Really? Are you gonna listen to what Shapiro said in the past? Yeah, maybe, yeah. But okay. I'm gonna before we get into other stuff, I'm just gonna start yeah, just gonna start reading, like right away. I'm gonna do like an hour of this, and then we'll see see how far I can get in this in an hour. It's probably too idealistic, but I wonder if I do like, if I can keep her kicked tonight with this Israel-Palestine shit. I have no idea how that's gonna go, but this is the last war. Let's just go. The Yom Kippur War, also known as the Ramadan War, the October War, the 1973 Arab-Israeli War, or the Fourth Arab-Israeli War, was an armed conflict fought from the 6th to the 25th of November of October 1973 between Israel and a coalition of Arab states led by Egypt and Syria. You ready to argue? People will be saying some wild shit. Yeah, maybe. I'm trying to think. First war was in 48. The first war was the Arab-Israeli War in 48. The second war was 56 with the Suez Crisis. The third war was 67 for the Six-Day War, and then this is the fourth one in 73. Okay, I think was an armed conflict fought between Israel and a coalition of Arab states led by Egypt and Syria. The majority of combat between the two sides took place in the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights, both of which had been occupied by Israel in 1967, with some fighting in African Egypt and northern Israel. African Egypt. None of the Sinai Peninsula counts as African Egypt, right? I'm guessing that means it crossed. I don't know what the name of the where you would go right after crossing the canal. I'm not sure. Whatever. Okay, but well, I love you, Rudy Mendoza. I love you too, buddy. Delore got unbanned. Surely D-Man too. What did Delore get banned for? I don't even remember. Oh, this guy follows me on Twitter. That's literally the Suez Canal. Yeah, does it once you cross the Suez Canal, that's like the dividing line between like Egypt, African Egypt, I guess. Be interested in Destiny reading a few paragraphs on the Arab entry. Of the Six-Day War. Oh shit. If I had more time. That's interesting, reading the intro to this. The war led to the death of 15 to 25,000 people in the Arab countries compared to 800 in Israel, and the destruction of 70-80% of the military equipment in the Arab countries compared to 2 to 5% in Israel, in addition to a similar disparity in the number of wounded and prisoners. The displacement of blah, blah, geez, yeah, nice. That's our perspective. What about it? Yeah. Okay. They found the German girl naked and beheaded. There are pictures of it online and all. They found pictures of her beheaded? I have not heard that yet. Don't think that's true, but... Who said that? Person in Kick Chat. Jesus, I'm sorry, man. Oof, who's right? What if we're the victims of propaganda? I'm sorry, this is very interesting. The Arabic Wikipedia. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood. The Al-Aqsa Flood operation, and in Israel, the Iron Swords operation, as some sources refer to it as the Third Intifada, and informally referred to as the Battle of October 7th. Is an extended military operation launched by the Palestinian resistance factions in the Gaza Strip, led by the Hamas movement through its military arm, the Martyr Is al-Din al-Qassam brigades, in the early morning hours of Saturday, October 7th, 2023 AD. corresponding to Rabi whatever, I don't know, as the commander-in-chief of the brigades, Muhammad al-Daif announced the start of the operation in response to Israeli violations in the courtyards of the Blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Israeli settlers' attacks on Palestinian citizens in Jerusalem, the West Bank, and the occupied interior. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood began with a large-scale missile attack launched by the resistance factions. Thousands of missiles were directed at various Israeli settlements, from Dimona to the south to Hasharon in the north and Jerusalem in the east. The launching of these missiles coincided with a ground incursion by the resistance factions using four-wheel drive vehicles, motorcycles, and aircraft. The sailors and other towns adjacent to the Strip, which are known as the Gaza Envelope, where they took control of a number of military sites, especially in Sderot, and they reached Akafem and stormed Netivot, and fought violent clashes in the three settlements and in other settlements. They also captured a number of soldiers and took them to Gaza, in addition to seizing a group of Israeli military vehicles. On October 9th, the Israeli occupation army announced that it had regained control of all the towns seized by the Palestinian resistance factions around the Gaza Strip, with the continuation of some scattered skirmishes. The Israeli Defense Ministry, Yoav Gallant, announced the start of a comprehensive siege of Gaza, including a ban on the entry of food and fuel. That's quite the summary. Yeah. One of us is very propagandized. Maybe it's us. Jesus. Interesting. Hold on one second. Lots of soldiers at that rave. Yeah, true. The combo you had yesterday with that girl who couldn't wrap her head around a hypothetical was prime content. Oh yeah, I wish I would have pointed this out at the end of the convo. I should have, but I didn't as much. I think that I feel like cry bullies are probably some of the most manipulative and toxic people. If you find yourself around people that, like, you always feel bad around a person, or they make you feel bad, but anytime you try to bring it up, it's always like your fault somehow. Cut these people out of your life. These are like the worst kinds of people. I should have pointed that out by the end of that conversation, but she's like somebody who's like incredibly emotionally abusive. Super obvious by dealing with her, like that she can do tons of insanely inappropriate and personal attacks, but then still try to like victimize herself by the end of it. That sort of mindset is an insanely abusive mindset. I don't care. Cry bullying doesn't work on me because I don't care if you cry. It doesn't, like, so if I don't care if you cry, then you're just a bully to me. But yeah, for people like that, just always be aware of that. Stay away from those types of people because they will destroy you if you have like a normal amount of human empathy or whatever. Yeah. Egypt's initial objective in the war was to seize a foothold on the eastern bank of the Suez Canal and subsequently leverage these gains to negotiate the return of the rest of the Israeli-occupied Sinai Peninsula. The war began on the 6th of October, 1973. Huge respect for our principal defending Elah. Wow, no problem, Brian, I guess. Launched a surprise attack against Israel on the Jewish holy day of Yom Kippur, which had occurred during the 10th day of the Islamic holy month of Ramadan in that year. Following the outbreak of hostilities, both the United States and the Soviet Union initiated massive resupply efforts to their allies, Israel and the Arab states, respectively, during the war, which led to a confrontation between the two nuclear-armed superpowers. Fighting commenced when Egyptian and Syrian forces crossed their corresponding ceasefire lines with Israel and entered the Sinai Peninsula and the Golan Heights. Egyptian forces crossed the Suez Canal in Operation Badr and advanced to the Sinai Peninsula. The Syrians launched a coordinated attack in the Golan Heights to coincide with the Egyptian offensive and initially made gains into Israeli-held territory. After 3 days of heavy fighting, Israel halted the Egyptian offensive, resulting in a military stalemate on that front, and pushed the Syrians back to the pre-war ceasefire lines. The Israeli military then launched a 4-day-long counteroffensive deep into Syria, and within a week, Israeli artillery began to shell the outskirts of the Syrian capital of Damascus. Oof. Damascus is quite a bit past the Golan Heights. Damascus. So if we are, I believe the Golan Heights are like this thing here. And if they got to Damascus, that means that they pushed, how many miles would this be? Fuck, there's a thing on the keyboard that you can do. Is it shift? Fuck. What? There's a shortcut that I can do to like measure. Does anybody know what it is? You're saying it wrong. Is it Damascus? 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 I thought it was Damascus. Is it shift right click? Oh no, wait, hold on. It's like directions from here? Measure distance. Oh, about 20 miles. I guess actually nothing is really that far in this region of the world. I keep forgetting that. This is like, I keep forgetting. I think it's like Miami to Orlando is like top to bottom of Israel. But I believe this would be the furthest that Israel's ever pushed into Syrian territory. I don't recall them ever getting to Damascus and any other conflict they've had here. So if this has been asked or answered. Are Israelis to blame for the lack of electricity, food, water in Gaza when Egypt is on the border? I don't know anything about that yet. We'll see. Cairo is pretty far and Israel pushed pretty close to it. Prior to this? I'm trying to think, did they get closer to Cairo in the 6-Day War? I don't remember. Or is that during this? We're still doing this. Okay. During the Yom Kippur. Okay, don't spoil. The Syrian girl is straight up delusional or just grifting? Yeah, I've seen her shit is insane. Yeah. Damascus. Oh, Damascus. It might be Damascus. Sorry. Or Damascus? Hold on. Have I ever heard somebody say the name of the city? Let's, 1 second.
Good morning from Damascus,
Damascus. Okay, fuck you. Damascus. Okay. Israeli artillery began to shell the outskirts of the Syrian capital of Damascus. Egyptian forces, meanwhile, pushed for 2 strategic mountain passes deeper within the Sinai Peninsula, but were repulsed, and Israeli forces counterattacked by crossing the Suez Canal into Egypt and advancing towards Suez City. On the 27th of October, an initial ceasefire brokered by the UN unraveled, with each side blaming the other for the breach. By the 24th of October, the Israelis had improved their positions considerably and completed their encirclement of the Egyptian Third Army and Suez City, bringing them within 100 kilometers of the Egyptian capital of Cairo. Okay, so they were kind of getting there. 62 miles from Cairo. That can't be that far from the Suez Canal, is it? Google Maps, Cairo. I feel like Cairo has to be within 100 miles from the Suez Canal, no? Wait, this is the Suez Canal, right? This thing? Right click, measure distance to here. It's about 64 miles. Okay, yeah. So, yeah. But maybe on like roads and shit, it's... I guess they just got to the other end of the canal and advanced a little bit. Search really quick, international recognition of Israel on Wikipedia real quick. It is an interesting table. Is it? International recognition of Israel. I don't know who currently does. I know what their stances were in the 60s, 70s, but we haven't gotten there yet. Countries that have recognized Israel. Countries that have never recognized Israel. Oh, did I see Egypt there? Egypt has? So Egypt has this guy here. Jordan has this guy here. Syria has not. Lebanon has not. Saudi Arabia 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 This is the UAE. Oh yeah, okay. UAE has, interesting. This is Bahrain has, yes, and then Qatar, or Qatar is, what does the red mean? Fuck you, I hate you. Countries that have suspended and cut bilateral ties with Israel, okay. Countries that have withdrawn their recognition of Israel is Iran. I wonder when that happened. We don't know, we're not there yet. Okay. All right. Egypt and Israel are pretty cool now. Oh, well that's that's impressive. Okay. Okay. The Yom Kippur, oh, pre-revolution possibly. Sure, okay, that might have changed things. Okay. Okay, stop. I just wanted to spend an hour reading this. Why are you getting me? Why are you baiting me with this shit? What do you think of the black pill belief that guys who are successful with women should stop being greedy and reject most of them to be fair to incels? Okay, this is a fundamental misunderstanding of like women's relationships with like high value or whatever the fuck guys or whatever. A guy, if there's like a really wealthy celeb guy and all he agrees to do is fuck a woman and not date her, I don't think women consider that to be like successful. Women don't consider that to be gains. It's not good for them. Like they're still getting screwed over. The idea that like a woman has a goal to just fuck high value guys isn't how that works. The goal for them would be to date them. It's just dumb, but okay. Bruh, it's 10 minutes. Watch this. It's really insightful. The name of the video is Israel is becoming a fascist state. I'm good. Destiny, do you get the point of all the fighting over the Sinai? The fighting over the Sinai, I imagine there's probably two big reasons. One is because the canal itself is like pretty strategic, right? It's a massive shortcut through, so you don't have to go all the way around Africa. So one is that it's strategic. And then the second thing is it's theoretically a massive buffer for Israel for, they would say, for security purposes, right? I have this huge piece of land that is basically giving me a ton of buffer between when I get invaded and when my like serious cities and shit are hit. Although supposedly now today, Egypt and Israel, I guess, are cool, but I imagine those have been the two big arguments in the past. There's like a buffer zone between them and Egypt, and then control over the Suez Canal, which is strategically and economically very important, right? XQC's newest watch. Good one. Okay. You remember the girl you debated yesterday and you asked about Israel-Jordan relations? The only answer she provided, she read off Wiki. I know, you could tell she was reading. That's why I started laughing. It was obvious she was just reading something. That girl is insane. Yeah, actually a crazy person. This development led to dangerously heightened tensions between the U.S. and the USSR. A second ceasefire was imposed cooperatively on the 25th of October, 1973, to officially end the war. The Yom Kippur War had far-reaching implications. The Arab world had experienced humiliation in the lopsided rout of the Egyptian-Syrian-Jordanian alliance in '67, but felt psychologically vindicated by early successes in the '73 conflict. The Israelis recognized that, despite impressive operational and tactical achievements on the battlefield, there was no guarantee that they would always dominate the Arab states militarily, as they had done consistently throughout the First, Second, and Third Arab-Israeli wars. The first being in '48, the War of Independence, the second being in 58, that Suez Crisis, or 56. Wait, 56 or 58? Wait, hold on. I repeat these a lot just so that I can remember it forever. 56, the Suez Crisis. And then the third one being in 67, the Six-Day War. Right, okay. These changes paved the way for the Israeli-Palestinian peace process. At the 1978 Camp David Accords that followed the war, Israel returned the entire Sinai Peninsula to Egypt, which led to the subsequent 1979 Egyptian-Israeli Peace Treaty, marking the first instance that an Arab country recognized Israel as a legitimate state. Following the achievement of peace with Israel, Egypt continued to drift away from the Soviet Union and eventually left the Soviet sphere of influence entirely. Oh, well, cute. That's nice. Okay. Oh, cool. Okay, so this one has almost a happy resolution with one of these states. Okay. But also, something I thought was interesting. Fuck. What was this article? Oh, was it this one? I guess this historian said as much, even if he's part of like the new four Israeli historians. The idea that Israel essentially had this idea. Who piloted this idea, or who was the first one? There was a name given. Was it this Jabotinsky guy? The idea that if Israel wants to establish itself and be recognized in the Middle East, the only way it can do so is with extreme military intimidation. That you have to be a massive military force, and then only once you've established that you are a force to be reckoned with and you will destroy your enemies, only then can stage 2 happen, where negotiations occur, because people realize, like, okay, well, fuck, we can't roll over Israel, so we're gonna have to negotiate with them. If this is the thing that finally gets Egypt to make a deal with Israel, saying, okay, fine, you're a real country, okay, we get it. It seems to reinforce that idea that the only way Jewish people can establish themselves in the Middle East or get respect from fellow Arab countries is to speak their language, which is war and conflict, right? That, like, only if we can show you that we are literally breathing down your neck about to capture your capital, will you finally say, like, okay, fine, fuck it, you guys are real, we'll bounce, you know? The Yom Kippur War, we already read this. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, thank God. We're finally going to get to some real memes. The Camp David Accords. Maybe today. First instance. Okay. See, also, the closure of the Suez Canal from 67 to 75. Did Israel try to close this? Or from 67 to 75? Because this would have been when Israel occupied it, right? Because... well, or they'd only been on one side of it, huh? On the 6th of June, 1967, the Suez Canal was closed by Egypt. Oh, okay. Shortly after the start of the Six-Day War, on the 5th of June, Israel bombed most of Egypt's airfields. Wait, was this after the Six-Day War? Did they try to close it right after they lost the entire Sinai Peninsula? No shot, right? April, May, June. Six-Day War, mobilize... okay, May, yeah, April, May... oh, so it would have been literally next month. Okay. The Suez Canal was closed by Egypt shortly after the start of the Six-Day War on the 5th of June. Israel bombed most of Egypt's airfields and then entered and occupied the Sinai Peninsula all the way to the Suez Canal for 15 years. Nasser, the leader of Egypt at the time, was aligning himself with the Soviet Union and had the Suez Canal closed earlier from 56 until March 57 during the Suez Crisis when he nationalized the Suez Canal. No. Oil embargo. Take back the Sinai, resulting in the oil, cutting oil production. Oh, I'm trying to figure out, wait, my assumption would be that after Israel captured the Sinai Peninsula, the Suez Canal reopens, right? The way that these dates read makes it sound like it was closed the entire time. Is it just, oh, I'm sorry. I should have said this. The canal opened again in June of 1975 after the 1974 Suez Canal clearance operation of mines and debris. So this canal was just closed for 7 years? Jeez. Okay. Seems like a huge pain in the ass to... I'm trying to think of which European countries would need... If, let's say that you're like in Sweden and you want to trade with like India or China, are you going through the Suez or are you like going up north? Or are there other passages through Asia that I'm not aware of? Like, what is the what's your route? Is everybody in Europe traveling through this canal to get to India or China? Suez or Cape? Wait, Cape Canal. Yeah, because I think the north, I think a lot of those waterways are frozen in, wait, what am I looking for? Wait, what is Cape? I don't know where Cape is. Everyone uses Suez. Going all the way around Africa, they TP the stuff. It's the shortest route. He means the Cape of Good Hope. Cape, oh, okay. Never mind. Yeah, when you said Cape, I'm thinking South Africa, but you mean South Africa. Okay, so literally going all the way around Africa. Yeah, fuck that. Okay, damn. Damn, for 7 years. Okay, well. Yellow Fleet. I'm not sure how many countries traded with India and China en masse in the 70s. That's probably good too. That's a good point as well. I don't know how much of like a blossoming like manufacturing base or trading partners India and China were at that point. That's true. I'm projecting modern day like trade deficits and shit. That's probably not as big a deal as I was thinking in my head actually. Yeah, but still probably annoying. From 67 to 75, 15 ships and their crews were trapped in the Suez Canal after the 6-day war between Israel and Egypt. The stranded ships, which belonged to 8 countries, were nicknamed the Yellow Fleet after the desert sand that coated them. During the war, Egypt blocked both ends of the canal to prevent its use by Israel. Scuttled ships, sea mines, and other debris continued to block transport through the canal until the wake of the Yom Kippur War after the blockade was lifted. 15 years. They didn't live on it. They must have like disembarked or were supplies brought to the ships, or not 15 years, I'm sorry, 8 years. There's no way they must have gotten off at some point, right? I can imagine. I have no idea, bro. 8 years of war legacy, stranded ships. Where would they have disembarked? I guess over into Israel or into Egypt? Wait, there's a really cool YouTube documentary about the Yellow Fleet, literally forced to stay in their ships? No shot. Can you really put mines in the canal to close it? I feel like mines striking and hitting civilian ships would be like a huge casus belli to have other nations like declare war on you. That seems wild. The Yellow Fleet trapped in the 67 Arab-Israeli War.
In Djibouti, Suezkanal. Aber wir hatten eine Wartezeit in Karachi von 3 Wochen. Von Karachi sind wir los, dann sollten wir nach Eden, Jemen, und wollten da Petroleum nehmen, also Brennstoff nehmen, Diesel, Fuel Oil. Und in Eden war Aufstand. 4 Tage bevor wir Eden erreichten, bekamen wir vom Agenten Bescheid. Eden ist geschlossen, können keinen Bunkern liefern, wir sollten weiterfahren nach Djibouti. Djibouti, aufgrund dessen, dass in Eden dicht war, dass es keinen Bunker gab, hat sich in Djibouti natürlich eine große Warteschlange aufgebaut. In Djibouti nach Port Suez, durch den Suezkanal rein, welches klare Anweisung hatte, nicht durch den Suezkanal zu fahren.
My name is Sean Dring. I was an able seaman on the MV Port Invercargill, which was a British cargo ship which predominantly sailed to Australia and New Zealand from the UK, taking general cargo there and bringing back vegetables, fruit, meat back to the UK. That was basically our run. On this particular journey, we had been out to Australia and had loaded cargoes back for the United Kingdom. We left Fremantle to cross the Indian Ocean and come in through Aden and the Suez Canal. When we arrived,
Aden is a city in, is this Oman or? Oh no, it's in Yemen. Fuck, I always mix up these 2 countries. Oman is the one on top. Is this country over here? I don't know anything about Oman history, Omanese history. I just know it's on maps. Does anything happen in this country ever? Like what is this country? Dude, is anything here? I don't think I've ever heard this referenced or heard anything about it or seen it as part of history or like there's nothing I've ever heard about this. I only know that it exists next to Yemen on the map. I have no idea like what anything happens here. It's the oldest continuously independent state in the Arab world. Oil reserves ranked 22nd globally. In 2010, the UN ranked Oman as the most improved nation in the world in terms of development during the preceding 40 years. It's recognized as a high-income economy, ranks as the 64th most peaceful country in the world. Is that a good rank? I'm not sure. Weird. Okay. Apparently their previous king was gay. I feel like you gotta be a little bit gay to be a king, right? You got all the jewelry, the crowns. You get to wear your capes and your fabulous outfits. They've got their own Islam, different from Sunni or Shia? Okay.
The vessels were moored outside, and a convoy of 14 ships would commence the next day, first night, through a little bit of lake, and then we would progress the journey through to Port Said, which is roughly a 24-hour journey.
Destiny, I'm from Oman and we have nothing going on. Okay. Well, you have like this like massive civil war right next door. I'm sure Oman's got some interest or some influence or something in it, right? I don't know. That would be my guess. I truly have no idea.
That morning, we upped anchor and the convoy began to move into the bitter lake.
The crown lies heavy on the gay.
Between the superpowers of East and West. Rumors, intelligence, and espionage were the currencies of the day. And on the 13th of May 1967, Soviet intelligence warned of an imminent attack by Israel. The attack, they said, might begin on the Syrian front, where Israel had assembled troops. Egypt, which at the time had a defense agreement with its Syrian allies, prepared for battle. These were extremely tense times in the region. A decade earlier, in 1956, the Suez Crisis had seen Israel invade the Sinai Peninsula, part of Egypt, in a conflict that drew in the world's major powers. A large number of Egyptian ground forces crossed the Suez Canal and dug into the Sinai Peninsula. Israel's response was to put its own army onto a state of alarm.
Oh, we know this guy, right? Moshe Dayan. Fuck, I'm trying to think. Was he... Fuck, I don't remember the exact position, but obviously like military-oriented commander of troops, all that shit. Yeah.
11
I'm
years later, on the 22nd,
I'm just assuming this because I see the eyepiece, actually. It might not be him. I could be totally fucking wrong. That would just be my assumption. We're talking about military, and there's a picture of a dude with a fucking iPad.
2nd of May 1967, Egypt closed to Israeli ships access to the Strait of Tiran, a strategic waterway leading to the port of Eilat in the south of Israel. The next day, Egypt also closed the entrance to the Gulf of Aqaba to all ships carrying the Israeli flag, as well as to international oil tankers bound for Eilat. The rhetoric between both sides ramped up, and war appeared to be imminent. But to crewmen on a brief supply stop in Aden, now part of Yemen, the geopolitics of the Middle East were not uppermost in their minds.
On the way home from the Far East, we stopped in Aden and bunkered there to pick up fresh water and oil, and we picked up some supplies there as well. During this time, the 6th engineer and I decided we asked the chief if we could go ashore just for a last-minute bit of shopping before we go into the Suez Canal and up the Red Sea. As a result of that, we were on shore and we met a couple of British soldiers, Marines, and they were on patrol and they said to us, I think you two had better get back to your ship because it's going to kick off around here. We didn't really know what that meant, so we went back to the ship. Anyway, we finished bunkering in Aden with the oil and water and supplies, and we headed up the Red Sea. I think it was before we went up the Red Sea or during this time, we had a meeting with the ship's officers.
It's no coincidence that the poster child for Israel's war campaign is a conventionally attractive white female, especially given the type of photos people choose to represent her. It's like her dancing at a party. I mean, she is pretty conventionally attractive, but I mean... yeah, people are going to identify probably with like pretty people or people that look like them or whatever. That's just like this isn't like Israel or about war, blah, blah, blah. That's just like normal. That's like a normal human thing. It's sad, but it's true. People tend to identify with like innocent, pretty women or whatever, or children over like other types of people. A really good example of this is, I spelled this wrong. Was, I believe, the Reagan administration, was it his wife too? They like denied that AIDS was a real thing. I think nobody in the United States, or the thing that drove most people in the US to care about AIDS, it wasn't evil, immoral gay people having sex and musicians and blah, blah, blah. It was when the little kid got HIV via a blood transfusion, right? This Ryan White kid. And it was only when that happened, I don't want to say only when it happened, but I'm pretty sure when that happened, I think there began to be a major shift in the United States. You could argue maybe this was coming anyways or whatever, but I think this was a huge push for when the U.S. started to take HIV more seriously, because it was like a sad little kid. You're like, oh, kid. Now, is that right? Is it okay? Like, probably not. It's not good, right? We should be empathetic towards more kinds of people. But it's not like this isn't a pretty girl. It's not like this isn't like exceptional. Like, oh my God, Israel's engaging in some crazy propaganda or whatever, right? But I mean, like, yeah, if you if you didn't want her to be a poster child for this, if you want her to be a poster child for this, you probably shouldn't have like shot her in the back of the head, thrown her in the back of a truck with her limbs all broken and fucked up, and had people spitting on her body while you drive her around a town where the innocent children of Gaza were all cheering and whooping and hollering in celebration of her body being paraded. Like, I mean, Jesus, if anybody made this person a poster child of this conflict, it was Hamas, not fucking Israel or the IDF. Like, Jesus, come on. Like, what? Like, Jesus. There's a reason why nobody knows where bin Laden's body is, okay? There's a reason why we scuttled that shit in the middle of the ocean or shipped it to some fucking U.S. cryo facility so that people couldn't turn it into some holy martyrdom site. Like, this is so stupid. But listen, that's mind waves for you. I'm getting a lot of waves from that mind. You're there. Sorry, okay.
And the captain, and they knew something was going wrong, but they said, should we carry on? They took a vote whether they should carry
Why
on.
don't you use Claude/ChatGPT/Bard to check or ask some questions that could be hard to find answers to by searching WP alone? Maybe in the future I will. I've argued with people and seen people using ChatGPT for like research-related questions, and I've looked at studies that ChatGPT has analyzed, and I've seen it give the exact opposite answer sometimes to what's in the actual study. So as long as I got the time, the desire to actually do some reading or research of my own, why would I ask a bot?
up to the Suez Canal or turn around and go back round the bottom end of Africa. However,
You can literally see the hole in her head while her body was on the truck. Yeah, or you definitely see it's like really
my
bloody.
personal
Yeah.
vote was carry on.
Für mich war das klar, es war auch interessant zu verfolgen, was in der Presse stand. Wir hatten ja jeden Tag eine Seite bekommen, Schreibmaschinenseite, die der Funke aufgenommen hat.
When I started back in 2009, 5 billion of goods went through the canal daily. Remember, you can get to Turkey through the Mediterranean. Oh yeah, that's true actually, right? Can you get up to and probably Ukraine as well, right? Hold on, Mediterranean. Mediterranean is an important thing of water, I think. Yeah, hold on, let's because you can cross through here, Istanbul, right? You can cross through here and you get up to and I guess. Yeah, because Ukraine, Crimea, Russia. The Suez is here. Man, the sea is OP, okay? We needed, they should have put more passages somewhere in this continent.
Was los war in der Welt, in Deutschland und in der Welt. Und da zeichnete sich das schon ab, dass es wohl zu Schwierigkeiten kommen würde zwischen Ägypten und Israel. Also
Bad map design,
Schiffe lagen an Anker, lagen fest also, getrennt, 14 Schiffe. Wir sind Seewache weiter durchgegangen. Wir waren, als ob wir auf See waren. Es wurde Wache weitergegangen. Die Schiffe waren alle im Dunkeln. Es ist keine Licht, wir durften kein Licht anmachen. Alles nichts zu sehen.
Is there any argument even for canals like these to not be internationally controlled? Well, you don't really want to give up sovereignty of your country to like international controls. I think the scary thing about having quote unquote internationally controlled things is that when international conflict happens, sometimes there's going to be a lot of pressure to politicize the use of these things. I'm sure there's a lot of examples throughout history. I just don't know any because that's just, I'm using an intuition here and I don't personally know any. I can think of other things that are supposed to be kind of internationally neutral that get weaponized. One would be the like the international connection of banks and banking systems, SWIFT. That's supposed to be a way for banks to like keep track of, I think, like money and transfers and all sorts of shit around the world. Russia getting kicked out of SWIFT in response to the Ukrainian war would be one such example of a thing that's supposed to be, I think, relatively neutral, relatively international, that could get weaponized politically, right? So countries probably don't want to give up any of their sovereignty to quote-unquote international bodies because there'd be a worry that there'd be like international pressure to change how you run things in your country, right? Destiny, America blocked usage of the Panama Canal during the World Wars. Okay, that might be true. I don't even know. It might be true, but I'm not aware of that, but sure.
sich sieht. Und am ersten Tag im Suezkanal fingen alle an, in ihre Nationalfarben auf die Luken des Schiffes zu malen und außen Bords auch die Nationalfarben raufzumalen. Nach dem Motto, wir sind neutral, wir haben nichts damit zu tun.
Less than a month after its shipping was barred from the Strait of Tiran, Israel launched a series of attacks on Egyptian positions, triggering the 1967 six-day Arab-Israeli war, which drew in not just Egypt, but also Syria and Jordan. It was Monday, the 5th of June, 1967.
I was on watch when all of a sudden we heard an amazing noise of a jet engine, and as we looked up, we seen a formation of 3 fighter planes coming across from the Sinai side, just above mast height, and flew between ourselves, the last 4 ships, the 3 planes crossed. They immediately climbed to a high altitude, and as we looked at them, they began to do what we now know was a means of blowing up the runway at the airport or the Air Force base. We could see it. It was less than a mile and a quarter away, our binoculars. We watched the jets bomb the runways first, and then the Israeli warplanes, which were parked out by the hangars, were then attacked. That formation of 3 Israeli jets, once they dropped their payload, they came back across towards Sinai again, very, very low, and mast height, and then across back over Sinai. No sooner had they gone
Then they
than
came
another
back?
wave of 3 came in and did exactly the same. And we watched these formations over the next couple of hours. Every 4 minutes, 5 minutes, they would be coming across, doing absolutely as much damage as they could to the Egyptian Air Force Base, which they literally obliterated.
Have you seen something as mask off as this before for the left? I'm used to 1 or 2 people being retarded, but this seems like genuinely unhinged and scary. It is genuinely unhinged and scary, but I will reiterate again, of anything I've ever looked at, and I mean, take everything I'm saying with a grain of salt, I haven't looked at too many historical conflicts. Israel-Palestine seems to be one where you could very, very, very easily write up why each side is the bad guy and have very compelling arguments for both, depending on which collection of facts you decide to talk about.
What was going on, we just saw everything that was going on because we was only a mile from the Ismailia airport. So we saw the planes, we saw everything. So, I mean, night times, we stayed out on deck and we was just watching the battle going on shoreside around Ismailia and the surrounding areas. We watched all the tracer bullets, all the red bullets. We could hear all the explosions going and all sorts. But the captain still said to us, please, be careful. So we still watched it. So we really didn't sleep much for those 6 days.
And you can justify either side, both from the right or the left. That's probably true too, maybe, yeah.
6 days after the war began, hostilities ceased. Israeli tanks and troops attacking Egypt's Sinai Peninsula reached the Suez Canal. Israeli troops stood on the eastern side of the waterway, while Egyptian forces were amassed on the western side in a standoff that gave both control of traffic on the canal. The Egyptians reacted by closing the Suez Canal. Their goal was to physically prevent Israel from having access to the canal, so old ships were scuttled to make the canal impassable. Passenger ships would be allowed to complete their journeys, but cargo vessels could go no further than the Great Bitter Lake. There, they were instructed to drop anchor and wait for further developments. This decision brought together 14 ships of different flags.
Jesus.
4 British, 2 West German, 2 Polish, 2 from Sweden, 1 French, 1 Czechoslovakian, 1 Bulgarian, and an American vessel. War and politics had unwittingly assembled the Yellow Fleet.
It turned out we became trapped because we noticed very soon afterwards, within a matter of days, that a dredger had been sunk, it seemed to us, training our binoculars on it, at the northern entrance, and as we understood it, they'd probably done the same thing to the south of us. So the idea of us making an escape, something like that, certainly to the south, seemed we're doomed. There was probably no possibility whatsoever.
Wait, hold on, I'm so sorry. Israel was established by international law. I suppose it boils down to whether or not someone thinks the concept of international law holds legitimate. I don't think you can say that. I don't think Israel was established by international law. No. The US and the USSR recognized it as a country, and I think they're part of the UN now, but like they established themselves via a war of independence, and I don't believe they have, I haven't gotten to current day, but I don't believe currently today, I don't know if Israel has like internationally recognized borders, or they would. They have internationally recognized borders and armistice lines, I guess. I'm not sure. We need to get to modern. I don't know like what everybody's stance is on that. Like when the whole world, when other people are recognizing Israel as a country, I don't know what that recognition looks like from country to country. But I don't know if it makes sense to say that like Israel was like an internationally established country or was established by international law. Like it was via a war of independence where they fought and pushed out like military boundaries, right? Like
There was no satellite navigation, there was no internet or no telephones or anything like that.
Fuck, I wonder if I should have been reading each of these Security Council resolutions. In the aftermath of the Six-Day War, the resolution calls for the British ambassador versus the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war and the need to work for blah, 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 withdrawal of Israel, consultations over the implementation of 242. Does this really establish official boundaries for Israel? Paragraph 1 affirms the fulfillment of the charter. Okay, number 1 is withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict. 2 is termination of all claims or states of belligerency and respect for the acknowledgement of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of every state in the area and their right to live in peace within secure and recognized boundaries, free from threats or acts of force. Oh, okay, maybe. Who were the, who signed on to this? Or like who agreed to this? You'll quickly learn that resolutions mean jack shit unless the country's directly involved to accept them. Yeah, I kind of noticed that. I noticed that that's happening where Syria and Egypt kind of do that, and even Israel will do that, where everybody will be chill. I think Israel's done this a few times, where everybody's chill, and then people get word of like, okay, there's a ceasefire coming. And then Israel will be like, okay, all right, well, the ceasefire's coming. We need to get like 10 more miles of land. We need to capture some important positions. Like, let's fucking go out there before the ceasefire is like official. Or if it is official, like, oh, let's capture a few more players. Like, yeah. I noticed that like people try like, it's like when you play, fuck, what am I thinking of? Like games you're doing like red light, green light or whatever, and people like moving a little bit after the time. It seems like people do that. Yeah. Destiny. Everyone agreed it was unanimous. It says it in the right-hand section. Right-hand section where? Are you talking about the voting summary? Because voting summary is just, it's a Security Council resolution. Oh, but does that even matter? Because it's not like any of the important countries are on the Security Council, right? These are like internationally important countries. But like Jordan, Egypt wasn't on the Security Council, were they? Like all of the surrounding Arab countries aren't on the Security Council, so I don't know how much it matters if it's like. Also, wait, hold on. Am I right or am I wrong? Doesn't every single Security Council resolution have to be unanimously voted for? Can't a single vote, or is it only the permanent members whose single votes can destroy a Security Council resolution? Like, maybe non-permanent vote downs don't destroy it? I thought Security Council has to be unanimous. Only the permanent members have veto rights. Oh, okay, gotcha, okay. So China, France, the UK, the US, and the Soviet Union are the only ones who can no veto. Gotcha. Destiny, what do you think of the Ukraine voting to abstain at the UN when a ceasefire in Israel was brought to the floor? I don't know. I'm gonna have to learn their reasons for doing it, right? But I imagine Ukraine probably is going to feel a certain way about Israel having a right to defend itself when they are obviously fighting for a right to defend themselves, right? Okay.
Like that on those days.
We don't need to watch this. I'm just curious. It just seems kind of crazy that you're trapped here for 8 years.
Israeli authorities allowed an air corridor from Athens through to Cairo. I was one of the skeleton crew. I was a young man, I was 20, I was a seaman, and all the captains wanted that in the event that the canal would open, we just needed sufficient crew to man the vessel and take it out to port side.
Oh, okay, so they rotated out skeleton crews just to keep the ship afloat, so that when they were ready to leave, they could...
Mediterranean side. I didn't really understand or appreciate what the dangers might have been at that point. I just thought, well, okay.
Thoughts on China being removed from the Security Council? Wait. Wait, what? I was worried that he's talking about the Republic of China before the CCP. Was Taiwan on the Security Council? They aren't removed. There's been talk of it. Oh, you can't remove China from the Security Council. The whole point of the Security Council is to have like the biggest and baddest people part of it as permanent members, with the idea that they have veto votes because you want to be able to avoid like massively escalating World War III tier international conflict. The Security Council doesn't really work if you kick off like China or Russia. That's the whole point of like the permanent members of the Security Council. The big problem more recently is the idea that the U.S. will veto any measure critical of Israel, thereby making it difficult for the UN to do much of anything. I understand that. Okay, I'm venturing into international political theory territory that I'm on shaky ground on. But the United States, okay, let's see if we can do this. Let's see if we can make this argument. The United States vetoing anything that's critical of Israel is a function that the Security Council was supposed to have. And it's probably a good thing that the United States is able to veto those things. Because my guess is going to be that if it was the case that the UN could critically sanction or affect Israel in these ways, if Israel, due to said sanctions or due to said UN Security Council resolutions, became under significant threat such that its collapse was imminent, then the United States' involvement in Israel becomes far more dramatic than it would otherwise. So I think the idea behind the Security Council being able to veto things, or the U.S. being able to say, like, no, we're not going to go for that, is that if that were to begin to happen, then the types of interventions the United States would take in Israeli affairs would become far more severe, rather than letting Israel have, I don't want to say free reign, but like the ability to like manage their own shit free of like UN. Now, that's not to say that Israel should never be criticized or that the United States should unambiguously always defend Israel, blah, 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 blah. But I think arguably this is the function of like the Security Council, the idea that you do have these single nations like Russia or China or the United States, like I say, fuck you, that's not going to happen because we're not okay with it. And then it prevents like further, yeah. I don't disagree, it's more giving context to the criticisms of the UN. Oh, sure. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that's why people criticize the UN, but I think people misunderstand sometimes the United Nations. Is that like, I think the UN in some cases is supposed to be a little bit bogged down or slow because you don't want to have the world's nuclear powers in disagreement over positive actions the UN takes, over things that they're doing. All these guys need to agree before anything happens. So even if you're like, oh, like, why the fuck can Russia veto shit from the UN? It's because, well, Russia has a ton of nuclear weapons, and all of us need to, if we're going to pass a UN resolution or something relating to the Security Council, everybody has to be in agreement. Like, at least the big nuclear powers need to be. That's like the point, right? Yeah. But, okay. Okay, I think we're done with this.
I'm not married, I haven't got children, or I'm not, you know, yeah, it should be me that stays here for whatever, or however long it takes for this conflict to end.
The United States vetoed aid in Gaza. Did we? My understanding was the United States was sending aid to the Palestinian people. United States, Palestine, aid, Biden. I thought that was a thing that we approved. Is that not the case? President Biden announced today in the United States that he's providing $100 million in humanitarian assistance for the Palestinian people in Gaza and the West Bank. This money will help support over 1 million displaced, conflict-affected people with clean water, food, hygiene support, medical care, and other essential needs. We provide humanitarian assistance through trusted partners, including UN agencies and international NGOs. Where do you get this idea that the UN or that the U.S. vetoed aid to Palestine? The U.S. vetoed a ceasefire. Oh, that might be true. I would believe that, but... Not saying that ChatGPT, Claude, Bard are always correct. Rather, sometimes there's a gap or complicated question without a clear answer. The AI can guide you where to dig. It helped me in the research. Oh, maybe. We'll see. Okay, sorry. Quick. Okay. We don't need to do this. We don't need to watch any more of this. Interesting. The yellow fleet.
He talked about our child and how she...
And then quick stream update for old friend of the stream, Mr. Batman.
is going to hell because we are her parents.
A Scottsburg man is being accused of harassing a lesbian couple while preaching in the town courtyard. You're watching Wave News at 11. I'm Noelle Friel. John Bull is off tonight. The couple who owns businesses in the area claims he shouts phrases condemning their lifestyle, pointing to religion. This is all happening on the Scottsburg courthouse lawn. Wave News reporter David Ochoa looked into the claims.
Yeah, the man has videos on his Facebook and YouTube showing him doing what he calls street preaching, but not just in Scottsburg, but sometimes he'll come down to Louisville to do it at Pride events. It's led to a group of counter-protesters meeting him in Scottsburg every Wednesday.
This is Mr. Batman, which is what he calls himself.
And since he hasn't been charged with a crime, we decided not to identify him.
So Mr. Batman and Darth Dawkins are probably the two most famous, I think, Discord presuppositionalist Christian debaters. Yeah. I wonder if my shit ever got uploaded. It's this guy.
Evolution.
Oh, okay. Well, let me ask you another question then, sir.
Is it going to be, what is your ultimate truth? What is your ultimate source of truth?
Would you agree that if we're going to actually study something and use what we call the scientific method, are you familiar with the scientific method?
I think so, yeah.
Right. Do you know what it is? Do you need me to explain it to you?
My understanding is you start with a problem, the patient is with a phenomenon.
Not quite, but close enough. It's basically repeated experimentation and observation of those experiments to gather data.
It's always a line of questioning that leads them to asking, what is your ultimate source of truth? Darth Dawkins does the same thing.
Data, and compare that data from your past data to your present data to make future predictions. And again, sir, would you agree that you'd have to actually use the laws of logic in order to perform science?
Hold on, let's get there.
Generally, I would say, yeah, that we would appeal to logic or rationalizations to formulate like statements, right?
Good
like
one.
if this, then this.
No one cares.
Yes.
Right. So that's the law of identity. It's the eternal.
I'm going to guess that's an axiomatic thing that we get. I'm saying that it's a fundamental
identity. Can you tell me, sir, where does that come from? Believe it just because you believe it?
I'm saying that it's a fundamental assumption of formal logic that is unjustified. I think that most of those things are.
Oh, no, sir. Actually, it's a requirement of the physical world for the physical world to be here. These laws of logic.
Okay, I'm not going back to this. But yeah, these guys are unhinged. Also, Mr. Batman says that he had a incident once with his house where black mold was growing for years, and some people on Discord theorize that he's like brain damaged from that. I don't know if that's true or not, or if that even leads to brain damage, but...
He's a pastor in Indiana, and in June, he started preaching on the corner of the Scottsburg courthouse lawn.
Destiny, why would a ceasefire be undesirable? Wouldn't it be a starting point for negotiations? I'm unclear on your position on this. Well, because Israel probably feels like they have a very good justification right now to go into the Gaza Strip and eliminate what they consider to be a terrorist group. So the idea that a ceasefire would be called after an attack by that group, Israel probably wouldn't be okay with it. The United States probably wouldn't force it on Israel, would be my guess.
I love being in homosexuals' pictures. Uh-oh, look, photo bomb. Okay, kids, avert your eyes. Sexual perverts at work.
Emily Deaton and Marv are married and have businesses right across the street. They say when he saw them, he targeted them with his words.
When we both came out onto the sidewalk, he turned it into a direct thing at us, and his comments were very directed and just really hateful.
This is one of his preaching videos he posted on his YouTube page. Some of it directed at gay people.
Unfortunately, homosexuals put their sexuality in the face of the living God. That's a problem.
The women say he told them their child doesn't have real parents because they're gay.
This was very direct comments.
But yeah, anyway, that guy's crazy. Wait, what is this?
People who are calling for a ceasefire.
Uh-oh, okay. Our opinions of my opinion of Hillary Clinton steadily increased over the years as I became a little bit more politically, there's a word I'm looking for. I became a little bit more politically aware, I guess. Let's see if she says something super retarded about this. All right, Hillary, Hill Dog, let's hear it.
People who are calling for a ceasefire now do not understand Hamas. That is not possible. It would be such a gift to Hamas because they would spend whatever time there was a ceasefire in effect rebuilding their armaments, creating stronger positions to be able to fend off an eventual assault by the Israelis. So we're in a very different...
This is true. And then, not to use this argument, but historically speaking, that's what every ceasefire in all of these Arab-Israeli wars have been for, both on the Israeli side and on the Arab side. Ceasefires have been, and we've read this, that during ceasefires, both sides basically use these opportunities to fortify their positions. Like, that just happens over and over and over again. I don't know if I actually wrote down when this was happening, but like, yeah, it's like everybody just like starts reinforcing their armies, moving more troops, like securing better positions. And then after the ceasefire is over, they're ready to fight even harder, basically. Sup, Destiny? Love listening to your work. I appreciate your live streaming research. Oh, thanks. Give me something to listen to pass time. I love you, buddy.
World. I don't think it had to be the world we're in, but that's where we are, and we've got to figure our way forward through it.
Huh. Okay. don't want to do more Hassan stuff. It actually is like watching these people is like infuriating me. I haven't been watching anything related to these guys. This is the only link I'm clicking on this. We're not doing any more of this.
Biden. Think the anti-Israel protesters in this country are extremists?
What I can say is what we've been very clear about this when it comes to...
Wait, what was this question exactly? This is important. Hold on. What changed your mind on Hillary? I always thought of her as kind of a snake. I think she's very intelligent. I give a lot of credit for intelligence. I just think... I don't want to sound like a Hillary simp, but she's been the victim of like conservative attacks for decades. And I think that's where most of the negative opinions come from. I don't know if I can think of like, these are things that Hillary Clinton's been involved in or done that are just like horrible, evil, terrible things, or she's fucked up a lot. I feel like she's pretty politically intelligent when I listen to her speak and I listen to things a little bit more. But my first introduction to really paying attention to Hillary would have been in 2016 when I was way more a fan of like Bernie Sanders. And I think my mind got spun a lot more negatively of her back then than it did when I had a little bit more political awareness developed, you know, especially 4 or 5 years later. A really good example of this would have been initially, because I remember, I think it was around 2016 is when that public-private position came out. And I remember thinking, along with like everybody that supported Bernie and everything, like, yeah, the public-private position shit, that's really shitty. Why would you lie to your constituents about what you want in private, which is probably to back like your major donors, and like in public you're lying and saying that's right. But then if you actually listen to the context of that speech, what she's talking about, I think she might even cite Lincoln as an example, but the idea that privately as a politician, you have goals in mind or things you want to affect to change the world or do things, but like the things you push for publicly have to be far more incremental than your grand, like what you would truly want for the world. Which made a lot more sense when I was this. And I started to realize that a lot of the hatred that I had for Hillary was just coming from kind of like sound bites and clips, and I wasn't actually getting the full context, like what she was talking about. And I was like, okay, fuck me, yeah. But yeah. That's not to say that I necessarily agree with all of her foreign policy positions and everything. I'll probably do more specifically reading into like Libya and Gaddafi. But everybody that defends or says the United States made a big mistake in Libya also seem to be like simps for people like Gaddafi or Hussein. I don't even know what the right answers are, but yeah, I don't know. Also, saying Pokemon go to the polls was dumb. True.
Doesn't Biden think the anti-Israel protesters in this country are extremists?
Does Biden think the anti-Israel protesters in this country are extremists? Okay.
What I can say is what we've been very clear about this when it comes to anti-Semitism, there's no place. We have to make sure that we speak against it very loud and be very clear about that. Been very clear about this when it comes to anti-Semitism, there's no place. We have to make sure that we speak against it very loud and be very clear about that. Remember.
Stop saying, hold on, you're doing this in chat. This is why, okay, I hate the word games you guys play and you pretend you don't do it. Here's what people will say. People will say 47 or 55% of Gaza are children, okay? And then I'll counter, well, hold up. When we say children, what do we mean by that, okay? Because a child could be a 17-year-old male with an AK-47. Okay, and then people say, okay, well, obviously, when we say children, we don't mean like they're all like 2-year-olds. Okay, obviously Destiny, but we're just saying like they are young. It's like, okay, fine, that's fair. But I feel like that's not what you mean when you say. You're trying to invoke something different, right? And now I see a guy in Kick Chat saying, killing 3,000 plus babies and then claiming because they were human shields. This is the goal, and I know that's what you're trying to do when you evoke that image and you say that. When you say half of Gaza are children, okay? They're young, I agree, and a loss of life at any age, even remotely near 25, 30-year-old people, that death is tragic. They're young people. Even when they're 30s, as a young person. That's sad when those people die, okay? But you're clearly trying to evoke a certain type of image when you say that. And I can see that come out when you people talk about it. When that guy in Kitchen Chat was like, oh, babies, they're all babies. Fuck you.
Remember, what the president decided when the president decided to run for president is what he saw in Charlottesville in 2017, when he saw neo-Nazis marching down the streets of Charlottesville with vile anti-Semitic just hatred. And he was very clear then, and he's very clear now. He's taken actions against this over the past 2 years, and he's continued to be clear. There is no place for this type of vile and despite this kind of rhetoric.
She kind of sidestepped the anti-Israel thing and went into anti-Semitism, but
rhetoric.
Did she just compare pro-Palestinian activists to Charlottesville?
And now Hassan is taking it even a step further. She didn't address the anti-Israeli protests. She talked about anti-Semitism. Now, if she goes into the anti-Israeli stuff afterwards, that's fine. But now Hassan is taking anti-Israeli and anti-Semitism to mean pro-Palestinian. Seeing like the whole propaganda pipeline right here in real time is so interesting. Okay, dude.
Like the Nazis that said Jews will not replace us? Am I misunderstanding? Yeah, I mean, dude, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I might not vote for Joe Biden. I don't know. I'm in California. It doesn't fucking matter all that much, but goddamn, and I voted in every fucking election. I don't know. You can yell at me all day, every day, but holy fuck, something's got to change and change dramatically and immediately, and an immediate reversal is a necessity. This is absolutely unimaginably disrespectful. It's fucking gross. This equivalence is completely mind-boggling to me. I don't.
It's not. Wait, when was this press conference? This clip was posted yesterday. Was this after the Dagestan stuff? Because if so, it isn't mind-boggling why somebody would say that. I'm trying to be more realistic about what leads to what. There is a very, very, very thin line between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. I think that anti-Zionism is an okay position to have. You can be an anti-Zionist, but you got to be so careful because these two things bleed into each other very fucking quickly. And I think we're kind of seeing that in different things that are happening around the world right now, that these things bleed into each other very quickly. To pretend like they don't, it makes you so naive and stupid. It's like when an old white guy is talking to me, he's like, I really don't like rap music. I don't like thug culture. I don't like the type of people that listen to that trash. I don't like the fact that they're all criminals. I don't like the fact that they don't do shit for society. They don't take care of their kids. When you say they, what do you mean by they? And they're like thugs. Like, what do you mean by that, right? Like, technically, it's all true. There's nothing wrong with that. But like, you understand that these things bleed into other things very, very quickly and easily. Bro, I can't believe STV Philly ate the genes, the warrior gene argument. Oh my God, my brain got destroyed. It was like when Leela Rose during that abortion debate was like, if you replace somebody's head with the same person, and she was like, yeah, I think so. And I'm like, oh, fuck me. I didn't actually pave this road of my argument. I don't know where to go from here. Fuck me.
Disrespectful. It's fucking gross. This equivalence is completely mind-boggling to me. I don't know how he has the audacity, the administration has the audacity to say such horrifying things.
That was yeah, what a horrifying statement that we have strong stance against anti-Semitism in the United States. Can you steelman Zionism? Maybe we'll go over Herzl's, the founder of Zionism, maybe his arguments. My understanding is the steelman for Zionism would literally be that in like the mid to late 1800s, Jewish people felt like they needed a home because they were being killed everywhere in the fucking world. Everybody was doing pogroms. Everybody was oppressing Jews. Like, it's just all sorts, especially throughout the Russian Empire, even pre-Soviet Union. There's a ton of anti-Semitism. And people were like, damn, it'd be nice if we had like a place to go chill where we weren't getting killed all the time. And then this was before the Holocaust, okay? Then after the Holocaust, people were like, we really want a place to go because holy fuck this shit. That'd be that's like the steelman. That's a very short steelman version of it. But okay, listen, we have not made it far in this article, okay? Mm. Destiny, would you accept the argument if it was on the other foot? Would you say there's a thin line between anti-Hamas and anti-Palestinian, that those things are closely related? My feeling right now is maybe this will change because we got 30, 40, 50 more years. I don't view the Palestinian people and the Israeli people in the same light so far in these 50, 60 years. But, we'll see. We'll see when we get there, okay? Destiny, I risk a permaban, but where does the history of anti-Semitism come from? Like, why have Jews been hated so much throughout history? I don't know. Maybe we'll look at that later, too. I don't know. People like Fuentes would say, well, look, there's a reason why everybody hates them, but... Okay. Boom, boom, boom. The war was part of the Arab-Israeli conflict, an ongoing dispute that included many battles and wars. Since the founding of the State of Israel in 1948. During the Six-Day War of 67, Israel had captured Egypt's Sinai Peninsula, roughly half of Syria's Golan Heights, and the territories of the West Bank, which had been held by Jordan since 1948 during the First Arab-Israeli War. During the Al Ankara. That was the name for what they called it, right? Was it? Am I correct on this, or did I fuck this up? No, the Nakba, not Ankara. Sorry, the Nakba, Al Nakba, which means catastrophe. On June 19th of 1967, shortly after the Six-Day War, the Israeli government voted to return, what part of this? Okay, this is in the lead up to the war, okay. We'll call this lead up. The Israeli government voted to return the Sinai to Egypt and the Golan Heights to Syria in exchange for a permanent peace settlement and a demilitarization of the returned territories. This decision was not made public at the time, nor was it conveyed to any Arab state. Israeli Foreign Minister Abba Eban had said that it had been conveyed, but there seems to be no solid evidence to corroborate his claim. No formal peace proposal was made either directly or indirectly by Israel. The Americans, who were briefed by the cabinet's decision by Eban, were not asked to convey it to Cairo and Damascus as official peace proposals, nor were they given indications that Israel expected a reply. Eban rejected the prospect of a mediated peace, insisting of the need for direct negotiations with the Arab governments. So who's claiming that the Israeli government voted to return captured territory to Syria and Egypt in exchange for peace and demilitarization, but these wishes, but this proposal, or these proposals, I should say, because it's to different states, these proposals were never transmitted to either Arab state. Doesn't seem to be the case. Or, if I'm being generous, but these proposals were never proven to have been transmitted to either Arab state. Are you going to patch this up with Catnip privately? Absolutely not. That is a massively abusive person. No, I have no desire for... Yeah, she has serious issues. Yeah. The Arab position, as it emerged in September of 1967 at the Khartoum Arab Summit, was to reject any peaceful settlement with the State of Israel. The 8 participating states passed a resolution that would become known as the 3 No's. We covered this up here. This was in 67. This is before. We kind of jumped around a little bit in time, but yeah, we can do this. You look up Gober Mate yet? No, but apparently there's like videos of that Gober person talking to, who is it? We've come full circle, boys. Oh, no, it was Miriam Wilson. I'm sorry, fuck. I thought it was Dr. Gotlin or whatever. Whatever.
Everybody. Our security.
Apparently he talks to this
with
person.
What happens on the realm of the machine, which is, we know, is just the realm of the symptom. It has nothing to do with root causes. And the 21st century is far more holistic, whole person. And one of the ways that my candidacy has been peripheralized, marginalized, is, oh, she's fringe. And as
okay, stop. Okay, in the Khartoum Arab Summit, Egypt, Syria, Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, Algeria, Kuwait, and Sudan all agreed to the 3 no's. Meaning, no peace, no recognition, and no, No, recognition, and no negotiation with Israel. Prior to that, King Hussein of Jordan had stated that he could not rule out a possibility of a real permanent peace between Israel and the Arab states. The cat person had that video on her background for hours while she was gossiping with her chat, and I guarantee if you ask her, she would say she was researching all day. Yeah. Whose name is that? Thanks for subbing, buddy. Armed hostilities continued on a limited scale after the Six-Day War and escalated into the War of Attrition. War of Attrition takes place from 1967 through 1970. An attempt to wear down the Israeli position through long-term pressure. And I believe the War of Attrition was across both borders between Egypt, Jordan, and the PLO, yes. Across the Egyptian and Jordanian borders, I believe is where most of it is, including both their militaries and the PLO under, I believe, Arafat is around this time, right? Yasser Arafat comes up around 1970 or a little bit before. Am I... in terms of PLO. In the latter part of the 1960s, Arafat's profile grew. In 67, he joined the PLO, and in 69, he was the chair. Okay, so, okay. He's a good person to know about. Okay, because he's pretty historically important, I think. Arafat coming to the head of the PLO in 1969, I think that was. Okay. Aren't you worried your violent thoughts about the left at the moment might develop into something worse? No, I'm not gonna go kill somebody. Also, you guys shouldn't kill anybody either. It becomes very relevant for the Oslo Accords. Yeah, okay. To recognize rights. Okay. December 1970, Egyptian President Anwar Sadat. If he's the new Egyptian president, and Egypt seems to have so much interest here, we should learn how to pronounce his name.
Anwar Sadat.
Anwar Sadat. Okay. The only way I pronounce Middle Eastern things, I just try to put the emphasis on the last part of the Anwar Sadat had signaled in an interview with the New York Times that, in return for a total withdrawal from the Sinai Peninsula, he was ready to recognize the rights of Israel as an independent state as defined by the Security Council of the United Nations. What do you think about chatters going to Catnip's chat yesterday and continuing the debate ended? I think continuing the debate is fine as long as you're not, like, harassing her or anything like that. Destiny has never promoted killing anyone. LOL. If you're so damn dumb, you go out and kill someone because a streamer told you that person killed themselves. You chose up. Maybe, kind of. If you're telling people you should go kill yourself, there's a legitimate argument that you're like signaling your fan base that like violence against this person is okay. That's the big reason. That's my main argument for like why I probably shouldn't tell people like, oh, I wish this person would kill themselves, right? Because you're kind of like, in a way, you're green lighting violence against that person, even if you're not directly saying it. That's the reason why you shouldn't, especially in like the political world, like be telling people like, oh, like you should go kill yourself in like a serious manner, right? That's the strongest argument against it, which I think I actually largely agree with. Okay. On the 4th of February, 1971, but goddamn, it's hard. The only reason I said this, the only reason I marked on this is because it's hard to listen to somebody talk about settler babies and justify the killing of actual babies in a terrorist attack. That's a wild statement. That's an unbelievable statement to hear somebody who's the largest online political streamer make that comment. That's unbelievable. But, Jesus. Okay, but anyway. On February 4th of 1971... actually, this is a pretty important statement. Hold on. In December 1970, Anwar Sadat agreed to recognize Israel as an independent state in an article to the New York Times. I'm kind of phrasing this weirdly. December of 1970. When I do our next conflict, I already have way better ideas of how to do notes on this, okay? What I should have done for this, for instance, I see this now. I should have created like a small timeline where I just link every conflict, and then every single conflict should have been a different note that I did in Obsidian. That would have been a way smoother way of arranging this. I see this now. I'll do this in the next time, but now I have experience at least with the program, so I understand better. So, 1970, article in the New York Times: Anwar Sadat agreed to recognize Israel as an independent state in exchange for, a full withdrawal from the Suez Canal or from the Sinai Peninsula. We don't need, obviously, from the Sinai Peninsula. Oh, along with other occupied Arab territories. Do you somewhere you have these notes stored? And if not, is there a chance you I'll make this public after, sure. But the my note taking is not very good. You can take way better notes than me. Destiny, what is your main defense when arguing against more politically zealous people? Even with others more like-minded, I can't get past some wild positions against somebody. I mean, it depends on the position. %8 interest on a mortgage. That's wild, dude. Swedish diplomat Gunnar Jarring coincidentally proposed a similar initiative 4 days later. On the 8th of February 1971, Egypt responded by accepting much of Jarring's proposals, though differing on several issues regarding the Gaza Strip. For example, and expressing its willingness to reach an accord if it also implemented the provisions of the United Nations Security Council Resolution 242. This was the first time an Arab government had gone public declaring its readiness to sign a peace agreement with Israel. These were called the Jarring Missions or something, or the Gunning Missions. What were these called? Oh, the Jarring Mission. But this was during the Six-Day War, I think, right? And these failed. I wonder what afterwards, what was the proposal? How can I say it? Before no results. Okay. Because it's important here, because thus far, so here's something I'm like trying to look for a lot. It seems like there's a pattern of Israel saying like, listen, we'll be peaceful, let's do this, blah, blah, blah. And the other Arab countries are like, no, fuck you, we're not doing this. So it would be interesting if I could find notes or put pins in history where Arab countries were like, actually, listen, we'll make peace, we'll do this shit, but like, can we just have this like a reasonable concession? And then Israel going like, nah, actually, fuck you, we're not gonna make peace. So I'm keenly interested in finding like examples of this through here. So I'm really interested in what like this stuff in particular is. It would be good to make notes of this. Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir reacted to the overture by forming a committee to examine the proposal and vet possible concessions. But the committee unanimously concluded that Israel's interests would be served by full withdrawal to the internationally recognized lines dividing Israel from Egypt and Syria, returning the Gaza Strip, and in a majority view, returning most of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Meir was angered and shelved the document. Okay, so it sounds like she put together a committee. They said it would probably be good for us to do this, and Meir was like, fuck you. The United States was infuriated by the cool Israel response to Egypt's proposal, and Assistant Secretary of State, Near Eastern Affairs Joseph Sisko informed Israeli Ambassador Yitzhak Rabin that Israel would be regarded responsible for rejecting the best opportunity to reach peace since the establishment of the state. Israel responded to Jarring's plan on the 26th of February by outlining its readiness to make some form of withdrawal while declaring it had no intention of returning to the pre-5th of June 1967 lines. Explicating the response, Iban told the Knesset that the pre-5th of June 1967 lines cannot assure Israel against aggression. Jarring was disappointed and blamed Israel for refusing to accept a complete pull-out from the Sinai Peninsula. Golda Meir put together a committee to examine the Egyptian peace proposal, but rejected said proposal, feeling as though it would not ensure Israel's security, despite the committee unanimously concluding that Israel's interests would be served. By fully withdrawing the international lines dividing Israel from Egypt and Syria, returning the Gaza Strip, and a majority of it returning most of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. They don't even talk about the Golan Heights here, and she shut it down. I'm so curious, what was her rationale for turning this down? 85. What is the source here? Pode, page 106. Nice. Is that a book? Is that an author? Missed opportunities. Peace in the Middle East. Is it a paper? It doesn't look like whatever the fuck this is. But it does. Chance for peace. Missed opportunities for the Arab. New second thought lore drop. I found a video that Second Thought deleted from his channel years ago because he didn't want people to see it. Oh, jeez. Okay. Cited by 272. The Arab-Israeli conflict in history textbooks. Fuck. Oh, wait, what is this? Hold on. Missed Opportunities for Peace by Ralph Silliger. This is not the same author. Huh. Okay. What is the... Okay, hold on. What the fuck does this reference mean? Is Pote an author and this is a page in a book? How am I supposed to know what the fuck book is this? Am I retarded? Am I not understanding this? Or... It's the book. They only wrote one book. It refers to an earlier source, I believe. Oh, Pote and Ellie. Oh, never mind. Okay. Chances for peace, missed opportunities, and the Arab-Israeli conflict. Oh, this is what it's referring to. Okay. Fuck. Do you think this book exists online anywhere? This might be a good link. I would just love to read like 2 pages of this book. I'm just so curious why Golda Meir would shut down. Like, what was her rationale? I'm just curious if that's written about in those 2 pages. Yeah, try to find that book. I'm so curious. I would love to see what the rationale is, because this seems like an absolute misstep for Israel, in terms of like securing a peace agreement with a hostile Arab country. I'm curious what her rationale would have been. I'm so curious, and that's the page that's cited to right there. But okay, does Amazon have sample pages? A sample page is usually only the beginning of the book, I think, right? People are linking. It says no ebook available. I don't think the sample page is going to let me read that deep in. What is this? Chance for peace? Oh, it's a torrent. Fuck me. Somebody download the torrent and upload the page, okay? And just let me read those 2 pages. Destiny doesn't read YouTube channel, unfortunately. True! Wait, hold on. You've either reached a page that is unavailable for viewing or reached your viewing limit for this book. Can I go down to page 106? Oh my god, wait, there's so much of this book here. Hold on, please, please, please. Awesome. Okay. All right. The first official response to Jarring's proposal came from Egypt on February 15th. Its document stated in Aliyah that Egypt will be ready to enter a peace agreement with Israel containing all of the aforementioned obligations provided for in Security Council Resolution 242. In return, Egypt demanded full Israeli withdrawal from Sinai and the Gaza Strip, the establishment of demilitarized zones of equal size on both sides of the border, the formation of a UN peacekeeping force. That's nice. Egypt wanted to bring back the UNEF that they kicked out, that Nasser had kicked out during the Suez crisis, so that's nice. On the UN peacekeeping force and the settlement of the refugee problem according to UN resolutions. Its tone made it clear that Egypt considers that the just and lasting peace cannot be realized without the full and scrupulous implementation of Resolution 242 and the withdrawal of the Israeli armed forces from all Arab territories occupied since the Six-Day War. So they did want Israel to leave the Golan Heights as well. Okay. The response deviated from the jarring framework in several respects, particularly regarding Gaza, the refugees, and the linkage to withdrawal on other fronts. Yet, historically speaking, as the Israeli senior diplomat Gideon Raphael asserted, it was a far-reaching development. For the first time, the government of an Arab state had publicly announced its readiness to sign a peace agreement with Israel in an official document. Israel was not caught unprepared. When news of the resumption of the jarring mission broke out, Prime Minister Mayer nominated a high-level committee to lay down possible concessions within a real peace process. The committee unanimously agreed on full withdrawal to the international line on the Egyptian and Syrian borders. Most members were willing to cede the Gaza Strip, most of the Western Bank, and East Jerusalem. When Mayer met the committee in early January 1971, she expressed vehement criticism of the document and decided to shelve it. When Mayer met... Fuck. And then this links another footnote. Fuck. Okay, but it sounds like most people in this committee weren't willing to give up the Golan Heights. Most of the West Bank and East Jerusalem. That's what it sounds like. The first formal Israeli reaction to the idea of the Suez interim settlement came on February 9th during a Knesset meeting at Sadat's initiative. There, Prime Minister Mayer expressed willingness to discuss the initiative under certain conditions, demanding the holding of direct talks and recognition of Israel's needs for secure and recognized boundaries, which meant, for all intents and purposes, a refusal to return to the pre-war lines. Her main opposition was to the idea that the interim settlement would not be part of a comprehensive agreement leading to peace. On the other hand, she was afraid that a partial agreement would bring more pressure to bear on Israel to withdraw without receiving the desired peace. Her speech attempted to emphasize all the negative aspects of Sadat's initiative, the absence of a time frame, the depth of withdrawal, the crossing of the canal by Egyptian forces, without attempting to see its potential stabilizing effects on Egyptian-Israeli relations. She censored Sadat for his inability to use the term Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty. Mayer did not encounter any serious resistance at the Knesset. Even the opposition party, Gahai, led by Menachem Begin, I hate these fucking names, which, as noted earlier, left the unity government as a result of the Rogers Initiative, largely supported her position. It was not only the parties on the extreme left that criticized the government for not responding positively to this historic initiative, which reflected, in their view, significant change in the Arab position, and one that was begging for a counter-initiative. The Israeli response did not reject the idea of a partial settlement, mainly because it did not want to antagonize the United States, which supported the idea, but anyone reading between the lines would have sensed that the conditions raised and the reservations expressed were tantamount to rejection of the initiative. Israel delivered to Jarring a response to the document following extensive consultation with the foreign ministry and the government, and in contrast to veteran diplomat Gideon Raphael's recommendation that Israel should present a draft peace treaty, the paper reiterated the main principle of Israeli policy. To the somewhat ambiguous text, withdrawal of Israeli armed forces on the ceasefire line with Egypt to secure so now withdraw to pre-June. Jarring did not hide his disappointment in the report of the Security Council in early March. He announced the mission's failure, laying the blame on Israel's refusal to fully withdraw from the Sinai. Okay. I understand a little bit better. I wonder what this footnote 3 is in this book. I wonder what she's sourcing here for. When it says Mayer expressed vehement criticism of the document, I wish that criticism was listed. Because in my mind now, I'm wondering, I feel like Israel has two legitimate criticisms of the Egyptian peace 3. One is that Egypt won't even really recognize it. They're not even saying the name Egypt-Israeli peace treaty, which, I mean, Israel has to protect their political interests. The Sadat guy probably doesn't want to throw himself under the bus with every other Arab nation. That's fair for Egypt, okay? It's also fair for Israel to be a little bit mad, but that's more fair for Egypt. But 2 would be making a unilateral peace agreement with Egypt while also losing security on the borders with Jordan and losing security on the borders with Syria. That I could see being a major concession. That is not fair. And then 2 is not having other countries being involved with this, which kind of goes along with the second one. If those were her vehement criticisms, I think that's probably fair. How do footnotes? Usually when I see historical books, usually footnotes are at the bottom of a page. Oh, I see, okay. Oh, but her footnote's at the end of the chapter, I see. Okay, hold on. I'm sorry, hold on, I'm almost done with this. Thank you for finding this book, whoever had this here. Let's see, footnote 3. This is called the Yakutan Plan. The story became known only in 1999. See Bavli 2002, page 82 to 83. I don't know if there's anything online about that. The Yakutan Plan. Is that even the correct reference? This is on page 106. When Mayer met the committee in early of January 1971, she expressed vehement criticism of the document and decided to shelve it. And then her footnote for that is the number 3. And then when I scroll down to the end of the chapter here, am I misunderstanding how these footnotes work? Notes 3 was, this is called the Yakutan Plan. The Yakutan Plan. The story became known only in 1990. Bavli, 2002, 82 to 83. Is her footnote incorrect? Or am I misreading this? Different edition, maybe? Huh. I'm not sure. Fuck. Whatever. Okay, we have a little more background. All right. The U.S. considered Israel an ally in the Cold War and had been supplying the Israeli military since the 60s. Just watched The Human Factor 2019 last night. It's tragic how close Israel and the PLO were to achieving peace. The Oslo Accords basically died after Rabin was assassinated. No spoiler alert, okay? The U.S. considered Israel an ally in the Cold War and began supplying the Israeli military since the 1960s. Let's have this here. U.S. was supplying Israel with military force since the 1960s. Please debate Lycan about this. We'll see. Okay, we'll want. Okay. Considered it an ally during the Cold War. UN National Security Advisor Henry Kissinger believed that the regional balance of power hinged on maintaining Israel's military dominance over Arab countries and that an Arab victory in the region would strengthen Soviet influence. Britain's position, on the other hand, was that the war between the Arabs and Israelis could only be prevented by the implementations of the United States Security Council Resolution 242 and a return to the pre-1967 boundaries. Ugh, okay, this is being brought up so much. I just need to know this. We need to know what this is. Okay. Resolution 242, the Security Council expressing its continuing concern with the grave situation in the Middle East, emphasizing the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war and the need to work for a just and lasting peace in which every state in the area can live in security, emphasizing further that all member states, in their acceptance of the Charter of the United Nations, have undertaken a commitment to act in accordance with Article 2 of the Charter, affirms that the fulfillment of Charter principles requires the establishment of a just and lasting peace in the Middle East, which should include the application of both the following principles. 1. Withdrawal of Israeli armed forces from territories occupied in the recent conflict, and 2, termination of all claims or states of belligerency and respect for and acknowledgement of the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence of every state in the area, and their right to live in peace within secure and recognized boundaries, free from threats or acts of force. Affirms further the necessity for guarantee. Okay, there is no way that the Arab states would have acknowledged this resolution, though, right? Let's just, Resolution 242 called for, I just want to make a note here, called for Israel to abandon all of its Six-Day War territorial gains and for every state in the region to have an official recognition of their boundaries. Boundaries and right to exist. My girlfriend's boyfriend loves you, Destiny. Cool. Boom. 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 Okay. Point of view, this guy just ate all the edibles in the dispensary. Hey, hold on, wait, real quick. Before you make fun of that other, the guy that girl was referencing, I'm not claiming that he's a bad source on stuff going on in the Middle East. He might be a good source. That might be the case, right? I wasn't trying to disparage him. I was disparaging her. Because one, she seemed to cite him as like a major scholar or somebody that would have influence on the Middle East, which as far as I'm aware is not true, number one. And number two, she wasn't familiar with anything he had said. That's why I was making fun of her. I'm not saying that particular guy is an idiot or doesn't know anything. I don't know anything about that guy. I can't make a statement on as far as like his knowledge or whatever. Okay, just saying, yeah. Okay. and return to the pre-67 boundaries. Sadat also had important domestic concerns in wanting war. The 3 years since Sadat had taken office were the most demoralized in Egyptian history. A desiccated economy added to the nation's despondency. War was a desperate option. Almost a full year before the war, in a meeting on the 24th of October, 1972, with the Supreme Council of the Armed Forces, Sadat declared his intention to go to war with Israel, even without proper Soviet support. It's probably good to know. October of 1972, facing mounting domestic pressure, Sadat declared his intention to go to war against Israel, even absent Soviet support. How did Anwar Sadat die? Who was the culprit? Oh, we haven't got it. Whoa, spoiler alert! I didn't know he was dead! Spoiler alert! In February of 1973, Sadat made a final peace overture that would have included Israeli withdrawal from the Sinai Peninsula that he relayed to Kissinger via his advisor Mohammed Hafez Ismail, which Kissinger made known to Meir. Meir rejected the peace proposal despite knowing that the only plausible alternative was going to war with Egypt. February of 1973, Sadat made a final peace overture towards Israel via Kissinger. I like that, like, they won't even talk to Israel directly because they won't even acknowledge. That's funny. Via Kissinger, which Meir rejected, most likely with the understanding that war was inevitable. Kissinger is Jewish. It's concerning the Gabor Mate quoted. What? Okay. Lead up to the war. 4 months before the war broke out, Kissinger made an offer to Ismail, Sadat's emissary. Yeah, they're basically like talking through LSF clips. Yeah. Kissinger proposed returning the Sinai Peninsula to Egyptian control. Okay, hold on. Ismail was the... was this like the ambassador? The UN fucking Israeli ambassador or whatever? Or what is... Hold on. Via his advisor. I'm sorry. Okay. No. Sadat's emissary. My bad. Okay. Ismail said he would return with Sadat's reply, but he never did. Sadat was already determined to go to war. Only an American guarantee that the United States would fulfill the entire Arab program in a brief time could have dissuaded Sadat. Okay. Boom, boom. Okay. Except for some strategic points, sorry. Ismail said he would return with Sadat's reply, but he never did. Sadat was already determined to go to war. Only an American guarantee from the United States that they would fulfill the entire Arab program in a brief time could have dissuaded Sadat. What does fulfill the entire Arab program mean? I don't know. I'm not sure what that means. Sadat declared that Egypt was prepared to sacrifice 1 million Egyptian soldiers to recover its lost territory. From the end of 1972, Egypt population. I wonder what Egypt's population, because now they're huge. What were they in the 70s? Okay. In the 35 million people. All right. Based. What is that? 3% of your population? That's what? Okay. Got it. Okay. Sacrificed 1 million Egyptian soldiers to recover its lost territory. From the end of 1972, Egypt began a concentrated effort to build up its forces, receiving MiG-21 jet fighters, SA-2, SA-3, SA-6, and SA-7 anti-aircraft missiles, T-55 and T-62 tanks, RBG-7 anti-tank weapons, the AT-3 Sagar anti-tank guided missile from the Soviet Union, and improving its military tactics based on Soviet battlefield doctrines. Political generals who had in large part been responsible for the rout in 67 were replaced with competent ones. Good job. Israel's taking a while, but they have learning from their mistakes. The Soviets thought little of Sadat's chances in any war. They warned that any attempt to cross the heavily fortified Suez Canal would incur massive losses. Both the Soviets and Americans were at that time pursuing detente. I don't know what the fuck this means. Is the relaxation of strained relations, especially political ones, through verbal communication. The diplomacy term originated around 1912 when France and Germany tried unsuccessfully to reduce tensions. Gotcha. Okay. Refers to a period of general easing of geopolitical tensions during the Soviet Union and the United States during the détente. Okay. Why is it that between the United States and the Soviets, why are we using fucking French terms? In June of 1973, meeting with American President Richard Nixon, Soviet leader Leonid Brezhnev had proposed Israel pull back to its 67 border. Brezhnev said that if Israel did not, we will have difficulty keeping the military situation from flaring up, an indication that the Soviet Union had been unable to restrain Sadat's plans. Between May and August of 1973, the Egyptian army conducted military exercises near the border, and Ashraf Marwan inaccurately warned that Egypt and Syria would launch a surprise attack in the middle of May. Who the fuck is this? Am I just supposed to know who this person is? This was an Egyptian billionaire who worked as a spy for both the General Intelligence Directorate of Egypt and the Israeli Mossad. Was he like both sidesing it, or? Egyptian officials claim he was a double agent who also worked for them. Was he actually, or were they getting played? Or was he actually a double agent, or? In 2002, it became known that Marwan had been recruited by Egyptian intelligence and may have provided misleading information to the Israeli Mossad during the period leading up to the 73 Arab-Israeli War. Marwan's name surfaced in the Suisse secrets revelations as he had been able to open a Credit Suisse, I don't know what the fuck this word is, bank account in 2000, even though he's a politically exposed person. He died under mysterious circumstances on the 27th of June, 2007, falling from the balcony of his house in London. His wife accused the Mossad of his assassination. Ooh, and keep in mind that, was the operation of the Mossad hunting PLO operatives around the world ongoing through 2007? Because the Mossad was doing international assassinations of people that they were holding responsible for things like the Munich massacre and stuff. It's just pronounced Swiss, so I don't know what evidence there is that the Mossad does it, but this is kind of part of what they've done internationally. At least in the years prior to this. Interesting. Okay. His wife was Nasser's daughter. Oh shit, wait, really? Wait, I didn't even read that. I'm sorry, hold on. Spouse is Mona Gamal Abdel Nasser. Oh, okay. Huh. Okay, so his wife, okay, well that doesn't mean that Mossad didn't do it, but makes a little bit more sense now. Why she would make that accusation, definitely. Okay, gotcha. Interesting. They assassinated somebody as recently as 2010. Big news because they used forged passports to get around. Gotcha. The Israeli army mobilized with their blue-white alert in response to both the warnings and exercises at considerable cost. These exercises led some Israelis to dismiss the actual war preparations, and Marwan's warning right before the attack was launched as another exercise. In the weeks leading up to Yom Kippur, the Egyptian army staged a week-long training exercise adjacent to the Suez Canal. Didn't Russia do something like this in the lead up to the Ukrainian invasion in 2022? Three. Wait, my sense of time is destroyed. 2022, not 2023. Has it already been over a year? Holy shit, a year and a half. Damn, okay. That's wild. Almost 2 years. Yeah, Jesus. Okay. The Egyptian army staged a week-long training exercise adjacent to the Suez Canal Israeli intelligence detecting large troop movements towards the canal dismissed it as a mere training exercise, or dismissed them as more training exercises. Movements of Syrian troops towards the border were also detected, as were the cancellation of leaves and a call-up of reserves in the Syrian army. These activities were considered puzzling, but not a threat, because Israeli intelligence suggested that they would not attack without Egypt, and Egypt would not attack until the weaponry they wanted arrived. Despite this belief, Israel sent reinforcements to the Golan Heights. These forces would have proved critical during the early days of the war. On the 27th to the 30th of September, 2 batches of reservists, right, were called up by the Egyptian army to participate in these exercises. 2 days before the outbreak of the war, on the 4th of October, the Egyptian command publicly announced the demobilization of part of the reservists called up during the 27th of September to lull Israeli suspicions. Around 20,000 troops were demobilized, and subsequently some of these men were given leave to perform the Umrah, a pilgrimage to Mecca. Okay, good job. Israel's finally, Egypt's catching up. Okay, they got the 150 IQ tactics going on here. According to Egyptian General El Ghamasi, on the initiatives of the operations staff, we reviewed the situation on the ground and developed a framework for the planned defensive operation. We studied the technical characteristics of the Suez Canal, the ebb and flow of the tides, the speed of the currents and their direction, hours of darkness and of moonlight, weather conditions, and related conditions in the Mediterranean and Red Sea. He explained further by saying on Saturday, on the 6th of October 1973, was the day chosen for the September-October option. Hey Destiny, you should check out this video, Why the Camp David Accords Matter, by Casual Historian. It's a pretty unbiased take on the Egyptian-Israeli peace negotiations. Okay, later. Okay. Conditions for a crossing were good. It was a fast day in Israel, and the moon on that day, a fast day, meaning a day of fasting, right, I think? The war coincided that year with the Muslim month of Ramadan, when many Muslim soldiers fast. On the other hand, the fact that the attack was launched on Yom Kippur may have helped Israel to more easily marshal reserves from their homes and synagogues because roads and communication lines were largely open, easing the mobilization and transportation of the military. Okay. 90 IQ part, I guess. Despite refusing to participate, King Hussein of Jordan had met with Sadat and Assad and Alexandria 2 weeks before. I feel I need to do, maybe at some point we'll do Jordanian history. I feel like Jordan is just like gets fucked in all of this. They're like, listen, I don't want to do these war. In the first one, they're like, just give us the West Bank and we'll chill. And then Egypt is constantly like, listen, we're going to get Israel this time, okay? They keep dragging Jordan into these wars that Jordan's getting crushed in, okay? At the beginning of the 6 Day War, Nasser literally lies to King Hussein. He's like, look at the planes flying back from Egypt. That's our shit. We're destroying them, okay? Meanwhile, the Egyptian airfields are a mess, okay? And Hussein's like, all right, fuck it. We're going to go in and attack. We're going to attack Israel. Israel's like, bro, come on. And he's like, we're going to get you this time. And they just keep getting, I feel like Jordan keeps getting fucked over and over and over and over again. The PLO is like taking over Jordanian territory, the Palestinian fucking terrorists. Jesus Christ. Jordan seems like there's a very tragic history. I mean, I say tragic, but I mean, it's not like they're making better decisions, but Jesus fuck. Everybody in the Arab world hates them because they're seen as like sellouts to like the Brits and I guess the United States, even though Britain and the US aren't really helping Jordan that much. Yeah, they're like the Team Rocket of like the Middle East. Given the mutual suspicions prevailing among the Arab leaders, it was unlikely that he'd been told any specific war plans. But it was probable that Sadat and Assad had raised the prospect of war against Israel in more general terms to feel out the likelihood of Jordan going in. I believe for the first few wars, I don't even think Jordan had its own military like commanders. It was like Egyptian commanders who already suck shit, like going over to like, you know, boss their troops around. In the 68 war, they participated only because they were afraid of backlash too. Sure. On the night of the 25th of September, Hussein secretly flew to Tel Aviv to warn Mayer of an impending Syrian attack. Are they going to war without the Egyptians? Asked Mrs. Mayer. The king said he didn't think so. I think Egypt, would cooperate. This warning was ignored, and Israeli intelligence indicated that Hussein had not said anything that was not already known. Like, the king is such a joke at this point, they don't even believe him. The actual king is flying to Tel Aviv, in a country, by the way, that none of these Arab states are recognizing, and the king's like, listen, I think some real shit is happening. And the prime minister's like nodding her head. It's like, all right, dude. I don't know. Jesus. Throughout September, Israel received 11 warnings of war from well-placed sources. However, Mossad Director General Zvi Zamir continued to insist that war was not an Arab option, even after Hussein's warning. Zamir would later remark that we simply didn't feel them capable of war. Israel did not think war was coming, despite multiple repeated credible warnings from because this is well-placed warnings, including a warning from King Hussein himself. In the Six-Day War, was it the Jordanians got a false alert from Egypt, or was it that they just saw Israeli air forces going back from Egypt and they interpreted it to mean Egypt is winning? I don't think Egypt themselves told them anything. I thought that Egypt themselves had transmitted that they were winning. I thought that they lied to bring Jordan into the fight. Am I wrong about that? Fuck, hold on. Let me check the their entrance into the war. Maybe it was a bad assumption that they, yeah. So he's already not controlling his army. He gives the control to Egyptian generals. Egyptian Field Marshal Amir used the confusion of the first hours of the conflict to send a cable to Amman, like their DC, that's the capital of Jordan, that he was victorious. He claimed as evidence a radar sighting of a squadron of Israeli aircraft returning from bombing raids in Egypt, which he said was an Egyptian aircraft en route to attack Israel. And this cable, sent shortly before 9 a.m., Riyadh was ordered to attack. So, yeah, no, Egyptians were literally lying, okay, as their fields were on fire and all of their air force was destroyed, okay? He sends they cable over to Amman, a total lie to bring them into the war, right? Yeah. Yeah, it's just, yeah. We do a little bit of trolling. Still lying. They also lied to Syria as well. Oh, they might have. I don't remember reading that part. Taiwan was removed from the UN resolution passed on the 20th of October 1971, recognized the People's Republic of China as the only legitimate representative of China in the United Nations. Okay, cute. Let's see, where are we? What do you rate the FNAF movie? I'm seeing it in a few days. I'll stop by Nebraska on my way to the Texas thing, and then we're gonna watch it with Nathan. Where are we at? Zamir's concerns grew on the 4th and 5th of October as additional signs of an impending attack were detected. Soviet advisors and their families left Egypt and Syria. Transport aircraft thought to be laden with military equipment landed in Cairo and Damascus, and aerial photographs revealed that Egyptian and Syrian concentrations of tanks, infantry, and surface-to-air missiles were at an unprecedented high. Hold on, I gotta tell Lycan. On the 4th, and I return. I leave on the 4th of the night, and I return on the 7th in the afternoon. Have you seen this thread? It's an absolute battleground. Oh, I think I saw this in the morning. I haven't read through it yet, but... How is this upvoted in the sub? What the fuck, guys? Okay, first of all, this is a 311 comment thread. It has 6 upvotes, so I don't think this is massively upvoted, but I just wish Europe would kick out all the Muslims at this point. The suffer little purpose other than just being disturbingly incompetent and evil. I only know one Muslim out of the hundreds that I've met that is sane, and the only reason this Muslim is sane is because he's barely religious, does tons of haram activities, and is so illiterate on the issues of Jews that he doesn't have any... This is a pretty unhinged comment, though. This should probably be downvoted, but Jesus. This is a pretty unhinged comment. Where is forethought at? You're on a subreddit of a debate streamer that pulls an audience from across the political spectrum, including the bigoted ones. Please stop doing the soy wojak, pointing at something whenever you see a single-digit upvoted shitty comment, reported, debated, or whatever. I half agree, but I think it is important to... I think it's important to point out when stuff like this happens, because you don't want to be like pointing this out when it's got like 500 upvotes. I don't think it's necessarily bad. I wish that the titles were like a little bit less soy, right? How is this upvoted, guys? What the fuck? Right? Like, chill. All right, it's got a few upvotes. It's a pretty bad comment. Like, yeah, your mod endorsed that. Yeah, I can see that this is my mod. I'm aware of that. But okay. Our Destiny's gone all right. Yeah, true. Nah, bro, this recent Palestine shit with the worldwide crazy protests kind of blackpilled me on Islam. Well, remember, this isn't... Okay. Here's an intuition that I've had for a long time about the Middle East. I felt this strongly when I studied the Iraqi, Syrian, so the Syrian civil war, ISIS, the Iraq war, and all of this, okay? This is an intuition that I had, okay, without having as much historical background. Now this intuition is being strengthened, right? Something I've said in the past is we oftentimes in the West view these conflicts in the Middle East through like a religious lens perspective. Notice how like in all of this history with Palestine and Israel, okay, which is literally the fucking Jews versus the fucking Muslims, okay? It's about as religiously conflicting as you can get. None of this conflict so far has been religiously driven. None of it. In fact, I would say that the conflict that we've studied so far between Israel and Palestine and the rest of Arab states, it's actually a contraindication of religious conflict, right? Because if this was purely religiously driven, Israel wouldn't exist. All of the Arab states would be like, yo, we're all fucking Muslim, right? Let's fucking kick these Jew rats out of the Middle East. We can do it. Let's group up and get the fuck out of here. Let's get rid of these motherfuckers, right? But they can't do it because the individual Arab leaders are more concerned with growing their own power of their own nation states and their own influence in the region than they are with coming together with some sort of like global Islamic jihad against the fucking Israeli people, right? It's not happening. Now, that's not to say that there aren't some people that are driven by extremist religious ties or that extremist religious groups can't recruit that way. I'm sure this happens in cases. I'm sure it is a part of this. But largely speaking, okay, a lot of these conflicts are driven geographically, okay, and the politics regarding the geography of these regions. Just keep that in mind, okay? Because, like, isn't this a bit reductionist considering the massive internal split in the Muslim world based on whether you are a Sunni, Shia, etc.? I mean, no, I don't think so. Yeah. Like, we haven't reached a part yet where it's like, oh, they were so close to a peace agreement, but then he realized that you're a Muslim and we can never coexist. Or, oh, they reached a part where, you know, all of the people in Egypt were like, we're going to kill them because they have the wrong God. Or like, it's not happening like that, right? All of this conversation is geographically and politically driven, right? Yeah, just keep that in mind. Like, none of what we've studied so far, at least in regards to this conflict, okay, none of what we studied so far is a religious conflict, you know? Destiny, I mean, the geography that they are fighting over is the Holy Land that they think both belongs to them. Yeah, but the Arab claim to the land is that they were already there, right? Again, I'm not saying that religion plays nothing here. Religion plays no conflict. I'm just saying that if you're framing this as a holy war, or if you're framing this as a largely religiously driven conflict, I feel like you're probably missing out on the majority of what's going on here, right? Like, keep in mind, where did the biggest mistreatment of Jews historically in Arab nations come from? It didn't coincide with Muhammad dictating something from the heavens. It didn't coincide with Jewish holidays. It coincided with Israeli military victories in the Middle East. That's where a lot of these pogroms, that's where a lot of the discrimination, that's where a lot of the massacres were inspired by. It was Israeli territorial expansion. I say that right. Okay, sorry, yeah. But Netanyahu quoted passages, Destiny, it's a holy war. Yeah, and George Bush told him that God told us to go to war in the Middle East. Like, I mean, like, that doesn't make it a holy war. Like, only idiots like you, like, that's religious propaganda, it literally for idiots like you, and it works, right? I see why it works. Obviously it does, because dumb folks like you are like, oh, you said war, blah, 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 right? There's more to it than that, okay? Okay. Picasso. I love you. You're so close to getting a week timeout from all of my chats. I see your comments. I'm reading them. I'm just not responding to every single one you do. You don't have to type the same comment over and over and over again in both of my chats. You're schizophrenic. Calm down. Take your medication. Stop seeing hallucinations, okay? Jesus. Okay. On the day before the war, General Ariel Sharon was shown aerial photographs. This guy's been a general for quite a while, right? I think he played a big part in the Six-Day War and everything as well, didn't he? Oh, and all the way from the 48 Palestine, or the first war, as a platoon commander. Ooh, and he was part of this Kibya massacre. This was the one where I don't remember what inspired this, but Israeli forces massacred more than 69 Palestinian villagers, 2/3 of which were women and children. Oh, it was a response to the Yehud attack in which an Israeli woman and her 2 children were killed. There have been a few of these where, especially into Jordanian territory, I don't know why Jordan gets fucked the hardest on all this. Maybe because that's where that huge Arab Palestinian population is, but where Israel does these reprisal attacks, and they're pretty disproportionate, but okay. Okay, Sharon. Wait, was he still alive? No, he died in 2014. Okay, Jesus, that's a long fucking life. Okay. Was shown aerial photographs and other intelligence by Yehoshua Sagui, his divisional intelligence officer. Sharon noticed that the concentration of Egyptian forces along the canal was far beyond anything observed during the training exercises, and that the Egyptians had amassed all of their crossing equipment along the canal. He then called General Shmuel Gonen, who had replaced him as head of the Southern Command, and expressed his certainty that war was imminent. Zamir's concerns grew on the 4th through 5th of October. Destiny, it wasn't in Jordan, it was in Transjordan West Bank. Sure, but Transjordan West Bank, after 48, that territory was controlled by Jordan. It was part of Transjordan, right? It was part of that kingdom. It was their territory. That massacre happened in 53, so that territory belonged to Jordan at the time. Okay, where were we? On the night of the 5th through 6th of October, Marwan incorrectly informed Zamir that a joint Syrian-Egyptian attack would take place at sunset. It was this warning in particular, combined with a large number of other warnings, that finally goaded the Israeli High Command into action. Just hours before the attack began, orders went out for a partial call-up of the Israeli reserves. Okay. Israeli preparation. Prime Minister Golda Meir, Minister of Defense Moshe Dayan, and Chief of General Staff David Eliezer met at 8:05 a.m. on the morning of Yom Kippur, 6 hours before the war began. Eliezer proposed a mobilization of the entire Air Force and 4 armored divisions, or 100,000 to 120,000 troops, while Dayan favored a mobilization of the Air Force and 2 armored divisions, or around 70,000 troops. Meir chose Eliezer's proposal. Eliezer argued in favor of a preemptive attack against Syrian airfields at noon, Syrian missiles at 3 p.m., and Syrian ground forces at 5 p.m. So trying to replay the, Meir? Trying to replay the start of the 6-Day War, essentially. When the presentations were done, the Prime Minister hemmed uncertainty for a few moments, but then came to a clear decision. There would be no preemptive strike. Israel might be needing American assistance soon, and it was imperative that it would not be blamed for starting the war. If we strike first, we won't get help from anybody, she said. Oof, okay. It's Meir? I thought it was Meir. Meir? Taiwan was removed from the Security Council in UN 1971 replaced by mainland China. Cool. Elazar, the chief of general staff, opted not to attack Syria hours before the war began because he recognized Elazar is a man's name, right? David? Oh, it's David. Yeah, it must be, yeah. Because he recognized the importance for not being blamed as the instigator, as starting conflict in order to recruit American or other international assistance. Prior to the war, Kissinger and Nixon consistently warned. Kissinger is what is his official position? Is it State Department guy or what is? Hold on. Yes. Okay. United States Secretary of State under Nixon, right? And who else? Nixon and General Ford. Okay. Prior to the war, Kissinger and Nixon consistently warned Meir that she must not be responsible for initiating a Middle East war. And on the 6th of October 1973, Kissinger sent a further dispatch discouraging a preemptive strike. Israel was totally dependent on the United States for military resupply and sensitive to anything that might endanger that relationship. Ouch. Began a preemptive war. At 10:15 a.m., Meir met with American Ambassador Kenneth Keating to inform him that Israel did not intend to preemptively start a war and asked that American efforts be directed at preventing war. Kissinger urged the Soviets to use their influence to prevent war, contacted Egypt with Israel's message of non-preemption, and sent messages to other Arab governments to enlist their help on the side of moderation. Yeah, right. These late efforts were futile. According to Kissinger, had Israel struck first, it would not have received so much as a nail. And then this will get into the actual battles and wars itself. They have ramifications on the Israel-Palestine war. Taiwan is a permanent member in the U.S. Okay. How do you pronounce? Okay.
Golda Meir.
What? Bro, give me an English pronunciation, please.
Welcome to my channel. Going to pronounce a new word.
Golda Meir.
Golda Meir?
Golda
Why are you using
Meir.
a robot to do this? Jesus, what is this all red? Hold on, I'm curious what this is.
And we've come back. We've been here before.
2,000 years
And we've
ago.
come back.
2,000 years ago.
Yes. What did we take away from the Arabs when we came back? We didn't want to live with them in peace. We asked them to leave. We didn't accept the partition of Mr. Churchill in 1922 and the partition of the UN in 1947. We didn't say yes. What difference is there between Arabs who were on this side of the Jordan and the other side of the Jordan? Arabs in the east.
Hold on, I'm sorry, wait. Golda Meir pointed out that she was a Palestinian from 1929 to 1948. She says, we asked them to leave and is upset that they didn't and don't like it. Wait, it sounds like in the beginning here, she's phrasing that as a rhetorical question because they did accept the partition plan. They did. Is the commenter here misunderstanding because they don't understand the history, I guess? Or am I... I'm sorry, hold on. I'm reading the comment here, but maybe I'm misunderstanding what she's saying. It sounds like she's remarking like incredulously, like, what? Are you saying that we didn't accept this? That we didn't want it? But that's what... She's being sarcastic. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
And we've come back. We've been here before.
2,000 years
And
ago.
we've come back.
2,000 years ago.
Yes. What did we take away from the Arabs when we came back? We didn't want to live with them in peace?
That's a question, right? Because the initial Jews, I think, were trying in the first few waves.
We asked them to leave. We didn't accept the partition of Mr. Churchill in 1922. And
They did accept it, right? She's remarking like sarcastically. The person who posted this video doesn't understand that. Oh, never mind. Nice. I'm sorry. The commenters heard this. We asked them to leave is a question she's giving the journalist, asking if she thinks the Jews asked Palestinian Arabs to leave, which they didn't. When the State of Israel was founded, Arabs living in the partition area designated by UN Security Council Resolution 181 were actually offered Israeli citizenship. Nobody was asked to leave. Okay, that's okay. The commenters got this. This guy tried to post like a propaganda video, I guess. Yeah.
Partition of the UN.
But I mean, the name of the YouTube channel is Hands Off Syria. So
1947. We didn't say yes. What difference is there between Arabs who were on this side of the Jordan and the other side of the Jordan? Arabs in the East Bank and the west of the border of the West Bank. I mean, when were Palestinians born? What was all this area before the First World War? When Britain got the mandate over Palestine, what was Palestine then? Palestine was then the area between the Mediterranean and the Iraqi border.
You say there is no such thing as
East
a Palestinian.
and West Bank.
that's true. There wasn't a nation of Palestine or anything like that. It was true. It was just area that was under Ottoman rule. I don't remember the Kayat or whatever or the Eilat or whatever the fuck it was called, like the particular.
No, East and West Bank was Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carried a Palestinian passport. There was no such thing in this area as Jews and Arabs and Palestinians. There were Jews and Arabs.
Don't you? I mean, you deny.
That's kind of true because there were Jews living in that area prior to the British mandate. There were Jewish Arabs, Jewish Arab Palestinians even, although they were a smaller percentage than the Muslim Arab Palestinians. But that is technically true. There were Jewish Arabs living there prior to any British mandate and people coming down.
That there was a Palestine Arab people before, but there is now a Palestine liberation movement. The history of liberation movements are that they grow. Won't this one grow and become in end, in fact, your...
If there's no such a nation as Palestine, how are there Palestinian passports? Who issue those? Well, probably once Britain had the mandate for the territory, they probably started administering to it that way. That's my guess.
I don't say there are no Palestinians, but I say there is no such thing as a distinct Palestinian people of all the Palestinians who live in Jordan. Why have the Palestinians in the West Bank become more Palestinians since the 5th of June 67 than they were before? Why didn't they set up a Palestinian country in addition to Jordan?
Sure. Hi, what's up, buddy?
Hey, man, what's up? Just jumped in another research stream today.
Yeah, I'm on meth-fueled knowledge acquisition.
A debate or something?
No, Palestine, Israel comes up all the fucking time, and so many people give so many bad takes on this. I've decided to just learn the whole fucking conflict because I'm just gonna fucking do it, and then I can fight against all the stupid historical takes that I hear for all this.
The amount of terrorism defense I've seen the last 2 weeks, I have to like sign off everything, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
The most insane shit.
But what's up?
Nothing much, dude. I just felt kind of bad because I missed your kick and keep stuff, so I just wanted to come in and just say hi. Yeah.
Oh. Well, hi. I love you, buddy.
No, I had a family emergency just crop up, so that got sorted out. But yeah, kind of missed the kick and keep. I had to like tell Carantos about it and everything. I was like, I felt bad.
Oh,
but
well,
you know.
Yeah, you're fine. It happens. It's all good.
Yeah. No, but this whole Israel-Palestine stuff is super duper wild. I've seen so many terrible takes being sent around by like Muslim content creators, like that one girl Frogan or whatever. I had to like unfollow her and everything because it was just annoying. Like I have family and friends. Like one of my closest friends, he's Canadian, but he's Israeli as well too. So like his family members, they just close friends, they just passed away in the IDF too.
Yeah.
And just seeing people like, I don't like what the IDF does as an administration, like obviously, but fucking the amount of people that didn't even know that Israel was like a mandatory conscription is so baffling. It's like these people have all this research like tools available, like the internet, Wikipedia, everything, sources, and they still can't confirm the most basic shit.
Yeah.
It's like Hamas has always been this terror organization, and it's like if we're gonna agree with a terror organization, it's like what the fuck? Like, what happened? It's like agreeing with the Taliban or agreeing with Al Qaeda or ISIS. It's like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, I think that it's just a really good conflict for you to project whatever your personal issues are, right? Like left versus right, capitalism versus socialism, second world versus first world during the Cold War, religious conflict, imperialism and colonialism versus native peoples, brown versus white. It's just a really good conflict that you can take any side on based on like how you view through your lens, you know, the world, and then you can project whatever truths you want based on that. Yeah. Like when you've got people marching as like fucking like queers for Hamas, that's like the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
Well, yeah, considering they'd be thrown over a
Yeah.
rooftop any day if they were there. No, it's just, it's wild because like the normal take should have been like, hey, we don't like fucking Hamas, or the idea of maybe civilians dying on both sides is just not a thing we should have. But
Yeah,
it
probably.
really feels like, it just feels like everyone that I like listen to on the internet, it's like either they have like this straight hatred of like brown skinned people, or it's just like, you know, fuck Jews or something, you know, it's like one or the other.
Sure.
And it's like so obvious that like this conflict is just a thinly veiled like vehicle to just drive, you know, that level of hate for one side or the other.
Mhm.
I don't know, but I don't know what the fix to this stuff is, man. This conflict has been going on, you know, fucking for longer than we've been alive and shit. Even our fucking parents. So
No.
who knows, man? Hopefully the best, but
Yeah.
yeah. Other than that, man, it's what else has been happening with you other than researching Israel Palestine?
This is it. Yeah, just this for days and days and days. So, yeah.
Fuck it. All right, man. I'll probably hit you up later. But yeah, next kick and keep him totally down. I just felt bad about it, so I wanted to come in and just say,
Yeah.
you know, hi.
You're good. No worries. I love you, buddy.
All right, man.
Be
Love
careful.
you, man. Take care.
Okay. Israeli friend sent me this. What? This is so quiet, you fucking retard. Golda Meir. I'm not doing this Golda Meir. Okay, Golda Meir. Okay, Golda Meir is what it is. Okay, fuck you. All right. Hold on. Give me a sec. 1 second. I wasn't even talking to you guys, okay? Why did you think I was talking to you, guys? Sorry, the TTS thing shut down. Their service is gone, so. Okay. At some point today, I need to order an iPhone and a Google Pixel. Okay, don't let me forget this. I need new phones, all right? 2 generations behind. NBC anchor saying Golda Meir. I thought I got a Pixel 7. I think I have a Pixel 6. I'm 1 generation, or I'm 2 generations behind now.
Golda Meir.
I can't believe you're getting an iPhone just to land more chicks. No, it's because it's nice to stream on one phone and have another for chat and everything.
54 years ago, Golda Meir, Israel's first and only
Golda Meir.
female prime minister, joined Meet the Press during the war of attrition which Israel fought against Egypt, Jordan, and Syria. She called herself skeptical that the world's superpowers could bring peace in the near term, but talked about the long-term prospects.
A general from Israel said to me recently that the present situation could easily go on for another 10 years unchanged. But you have grandchildren. They will live presumably into the next century. What do you see in the long term if we don't get a break in the present stalemate?
Mr. Fell, I am convinced, honestly, sincerely believe that my grandchildren will live in an area of peace in the Middle East. Because there are other grandmothers in Egypt and in Syria and in Jordan that have grandchildren, and they also want them to live, irrespective of what...
What is the... Admittedly, this is a Zionist quote, okay? Or it's like a pro-Zionism quote, obviously. But what is the quote where it's like, there will be peace in the Middle East when the Arabs love their children more than they hate ours, or something? It's some kind of quote like that, yeah.
Nasser thinks or Hussein thinks. The grandmothers and the mothers want their children to live. Now, if you say, when will that come? I don't know.
Those are haunting words.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about...
Oh, that's her quote? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, well, there you go. Makes sense. Jeez, okay. Okay. You missed out on a free pair of Buds or Pixel Watch a few weeks ago. I tried to remind you. I haven't been as impressed with Google's side things. Does anybody else have this issue? I'm starting to think I have sensitive ears. I'm very picky about what can go in my ear for more than like 35 minutes. Does anybody else have this issue? I bought these Marshall Buds when I was traveling because I was curious if they'd be good, and because I forgot my other ones at home. And I tried putting them, and I can't. If it's in my ear for 30 minutes, it hurts a lot. Like, it's prohibitively painful. The only thing, I hate to fucking say this, okay? I'm not trying to simp, okay? But the only things I've ever found that can sit in my ear for probably like 4+ hours and have no pain are the AirPod Pros, or probably the AirPod normal ones too. But yeah. Use smaller tips. I've adjusted and changed and done all of that, so. Also, fuck, I'm sorry. Now that I'm reading this again, it's triggering me even more. I'm sorry. Fuck, this tweet is triggering the fuck out of me. It's so stupid. Okay? Another reason why this girl is being used as quote-unquote propaganda or whatever, which she is, it's fine. It's fine to say that, right? It's kind of propaganda. It's not just because she's white and attractive. It's also because, 1, she's a dual citizen. I believe she was a citizen of Germany. 2, she's young, okay? And 3, she doesn't fit the mold for like classic colonial person. She seems like a hippie, like go lovey peace person. She has fucking, what are these fucking dreadlocks or dread ends or something, right? That, now her being white, which I think she's white, although actually now that I'm looking at her, now I'm not 100% sure, but I think she is. But like, she probably is. But like, yeah, I don't think it's just because she's a white. It's like, oh, modern white woman. It's probably the combination of everything that she is, right? Which seems to be like young, hippie, party person going to festivals and shit. Is a dual citizen, number 1. And number 2, the fact that, that I mentioned, this is what I mentioned before, the fact that Hamas made such a disgusting example out of her, right? those are the two things that are driving this, more than it just being a random pretty white woman. Yeah. But, okay. Destiny, kind of unrelated, but one current fight is Ethiopia building a massive dam on the Nile, and Egypt saying it's a casus belli. I'm never gonna get this phrase right. I never heard anybody say this outside of like Stellaris. I never actually hear these words, or people that play whatever HOI stands for. I keep forgetting that. If they fill it too fast, as it would destroy their economy. It's kind of like if other countries threaten war over Egypt closing the Suez. Not sure. Suez Canal. It's not sure if it's justified in this case. Okay, I don't know anything about that, but okay. Don't show on stream. Why? Wait, why can't I not show this on stream? Logistical. Okay. Oh, wait. Casus Belli is EU4 shit, bro. Not HOI, not HOI. Okay, I don't fucking know. Fuck you, okay? Suck my dick. Suck my dick! I don't know. Don't make people jerk off to hostages. Okay. UCLU student members vote in favor for a motion calling for intifada until victory, saying only a mass uprising can free the Palestinian people. Oh, we haven't gotten to any of the intifadas yet. Okay, stop. We gotta keep going. Okay. Kissinger. Okay, we already have this. Okay, we're on the Sinai front. The Egyptians had prepared for an assault across the canal and deployed 5 divisions totaling 100,000 soldiers, 1,350 tanks, and 2,000 guns and heavy mortars for the onslaught. Facing them were 450 soldiers of the Jerusalem Brigade, spread out in 16 forts along the length of the canal. There were 290 Israeli tanks in all the Sinai, divided into 3 armored brigades, only one which was deployed near the canal when hostilities commenced. Large bridgeheads. A bridgehead is a strategically important area of ground around the end of a bridge or other place of possible crossing over a body of water, at which time conflict is thought to be attempted. Okay, bridgehead. Makes sense, because narrow choke points are probably always going to be really vulnerable points of attack, I imagine, right? Will you be covering the USS Liberty? Oh no, we already went over all of the USS Liberty. That was the one where wasn't Soros the actual plane pilot, I think, that was flying I think it was an SR-71, because I think at this point, I think Jews had already developed time travel technology to bring back US tech that was funded by I think it was Hillary Clinton. And Nancy Pelosi, and then he had flown that mission to bomb the USS Liberty in order to bring the U.S. into the war. But yeah, we covered the USS Liberty. Don't worry, bro. We went over all the parts of that. No problems. Okay. Large bridgeheads were established on the east bank the 6th of October. Israeli armored forces launched counterattacks from the 6th to the 8th of October, but they were often piecemeal and inadequately supported and were beaten back principally by Egyptians using portable anti-tank missiles. Did you see that video of the pro-Palestinian protesters clashing with the black Hebrew Israelites? It's funny because neither group believes that Israel's a legitimate state. Oh, yeah, sure, maybe, yeah. The Egyptians, okay, hold on. Inadequately supported. They're often inadequately supported and were beaten back principally by Egyptians using portable anti-tank missiles. Between the 9th and the 12th of October, the American response was a call for a ceasefire in place. The Egyptian units generally would not advance beyond a shallow strip for fear of losing the protection of their SAM batteries, which were situated on the west bank of the canal. In the Six-Day War, the Israeli Air Force had pummeled the defenseless Arab armies. This time, Egypt had heavily fortified their side of the ceasefire lines with SAM batteries provided by the Soviet Union. On the 9th of October, the IDF chose to concentrate its reserves and build up its supplies while the Egyptians remained on the strategic defensive. Nixon and Kissinger held back on a full-scale resupply of arms to Israel. Short of supplies, the Israeli government reluctantly accepted a ceasefire in place on the 12th of October, but Sadat refused to do so. Interesting. Why do you link this? Shakya Suleiman's dipshit's tweets or whatever. This guy's a fucking moron. Would you at least agree that Israel is more of an ethnocracy than a demo? I don't know what an ethnocracy is. I've never heard that term before in my entire life, so I don't know what that means. You could just say cause war instead of casus or casus belli. No, we gotta use the fancy terms, okay? The Soviets started an airlift of arms to Syria and Egypt. The American global interest was to prove that Soviet arms could not dictate the outcome of the fighting by supplying Israel. After all this work, can you really shut off at night? I'd be wired to fuck. All the information just kind of like settles in my brain. I usually like ask myself questions. I try to ask myself like broad questions about what's going on. Like I might ask myself like, what was Syria thinking in like 1956? I'll just like to try to like make sure that I'm like connecting concepts in my head. But who knows? It'll come out during debates if I remember any of this or not. I feel like I'm remembering, broadly speaking, most of this because it fits together pretty well, like narratively. Like it all kind of makes sense. It's not like none of this is random, right? But who knows? We'll see. Short supplies, I'm sure there's going to be weak points in my knowledge when I start having debates or people bring up things I'm not aware of, and then we look up more, we plug the holes in our knowledge, we keep going from there. That's typically how it works, right? The Soviets started an airlift of arms to Syria and Egypt. The American global interest was to prove that Soviet arms could not dictate. Do you dream of the Middle East right now? No. Could not dictate the outcome of the fighting by supplying Israel. With an airlift in full swing, Washington was prepared to wait until Israeli success on the battlefield might persuade the Arabs and Soviets to bring the fighting to an end. The Israelis decided to counterattack once Egyptian armor attempted to expand the bridgehead beyond the protective SAM umbrella. The riposte, codenamed Operation Gazelle, was launched on the 15th of October. IDF forces spearheaded by Ariel Sharon's division broke through the Tassa corridor and crossed the Suez Canal to the north of the Great Bitter Lake. After intense fighting, the IDF progressed towards Cairo and advanced southwards on the east bank of the Great Bitter Lake and to the southern extent of the canal right up to Port Suez. Israeli progress towards Cairo was brought to a halt by a fresh ceasefire on the 24th of October. Citation needed. Egyptian attack. Anticipating a swift Israeli armored counterattack, the Egyptians had armed their assault force with large numbers of man-portable anti-tank weapons, rocket-propelled grenades, and less numerous but more advanced Sagger-guided missiles, which proved devastating to the first Israeli armored counterattack. Each of the 5 infantry divisions that were to cross the canal had been equipped with RPG-7 rockets and RPG-43 grenades and reinforced with an anti-tank guided missile battalion, as they would not have any armor support for nearly 12 hours. In addition, the Egyptians had built separate ramps at the crossing points, reaching as high as 21 meters to counter the Israeli sand wall, providing covering fire for the assaulting infantry and to counter the first Israeli armored counterattacks. The Egyptian army put great effort into finding a quick and effective way of breaching the Israeli defenses. The Israelis had built 49-foot-high sand walls with a 60-degree slope and reinforced with concrete at the waterline. Egyptian engineers initially experimented with explosive charges and bulldozers to clear the obstacles before a junior officer proposed using high-pressure water cannons. The idea was tested and found to be a sound one, and several high-pressure water cannons were imported from Britain and East Germany. The water cannons effectively breached the sand walls using water from the canal. I guess it's not like a full-on embargo, so they could probably buy like non-military equipment, huh? That's kind of cute. At 2 p.m. on the 6th of October, Operation Badr began with a large airstrike. More than 200 Egyptian aircraft conducted simultaneous strikes against 3 air bases, Hawk missile batteries, 3 command center, artillery positions, and several radar installations. Airfields at Rephidim and Bir Tamada were temporarily put out of service, and damage was inflicted on a Hawk battery in Ophir. Are all of these areas in the Sinai? Rephidim. It's an airfield in the Sinai, 90 kilometers east of the Suez Canal. Okay. Because all of these battles are probably taking place in the Sinai. The aerial assault was coupled with a barrage for more than 2,000 artillery pieces for a period of 53 minutes against the Bar-Lev line and rear area command posts and concentration bases. Author Andrew McGregor claimed that the success of the first strike negated the need for a second planned strike. Egypt acknowledged the loss of 5 aircraft during the attack. Kenneth Pollock wrote that 18 Egyptian aircraft were shot down, and that these losses prompted the cancellation of the second planned wave. What is it about the Pixel you like? I think the notifications on Google phones are infinitely better than Apple ones. That's just it's literally the notifications are the biggest selling point for me. In one notable engagement during this period, a pair of Israeli F-4E Phantoms challenged 28 Egyptian MiGs over Sharm el-Sheikh, and within half an hour shot down 7 or 8 MiGs with no losses. One of the Egyptian pilots killed was Captain Atif Sadat, President Saddam's half-brother. I don't believe this. No shot. F4E, Egypt, MiG, Yom Kippur, YouTube.
Entertaining and educational video subscription service where you can find the answer to everything you've ever wondered about and some things you've never imagined you would wonder about. A careful curated collection of short, engaging experts. Courses of greatest interest and offensive began. Wondrium are giving Operation Subscribe to Wondrium today. E-Phantom spur into life and race into the sky unaware of what is to come their way. The sky behind them rapidly fills with a swarm of Egyptian MiGs. As the 2 Israeli aircraft make their way out to sea, behind them, their airbase is consumed by explosions. For the Israelis at Ophir and these pilots of 107 Squadron, war has just begun. This day would mark the beginning of hostilities between Israel and a coalition of Arab states, including Egypt and Syria. The coalition launches an attack during Israel's holiest territories lost. Blunt the Israeli, strike their targets at jamming. The Egyptians successfully catch the Israelis off guard. Quick reaction. Across the entire front. And so, unbeknownst to the base personnel at Ophir, some 20 MiG-17s and 8 MiG-21s are racing across the Red Sea at low level towards Ophir airbase. Their objective is to render it inoperable. As the approaching aircraft close the distance towards Ophir, they appear on Israeli radar screens, smaller in number due to their tight formations. With the aircraft approaching, and with the ground interception controller maintaining that his Kornas fighters remain on the ground, the pilot of one aircraft, Amir Nahumi, brakes with procedure and begins to taxi towards the...
You forgot that Arab armies are promoted based on proximity to noble families, not based on ability. That's not true post-Six-Day War. I think the Egyptians started to reshuffle their commanders and the leaders of their military people to promote people based more on the skills rather than the proximity to families or other bullshit. I think that was one of the big lessons that they learned during the Six-Day War, and it's part of why they probably experienced more success at the beginning of this conflict, the Yom Kippur War versus prior ones. That's one of the things that they adjusted dramatically, supposedly.
The runway without authorization. His wingman does the same. Both aircraft taxi onto the runway and roar into the air with their afterburners.
But yeah, obviously you can't fix an entire military in 6 years, sure.
Just as the pair lift off the ground, Egyptian aircraft arrive overhead, beginning their strikes across the airbase. And
literally the next line in Wikipedia. What? Okay.
Runway. As Nahumi looks behind him, he witnesses the explosions, realizing that if he had hesitated, he, his aircraft, and his wingman would all be dead. Now in the air, with hostile aircraft to their rear, both cornices rapidly climb towards Napier Island. As they create distance between themselves and the attacking Egyptians, they mark out 7 4-ship formations of aircraft. It is here Nahumi...
Rage Pub is mistaking the Saudi Air Force with the Egyptian. Well, no, because the Egyptian military did have this issue prior to this conflict, right?
Realizes how outnumbered he is, yet without hesitation delivers his orders. Both cornices drop their external fuel tanks and break formation. They hope that if they act independently, their chances of survival and the amount of damage they can inflict on their enemy increase. Over Napier Island, both cornices turn around and race back towards the airbase to engage the mass of MiGs above. Nahumi orders his wingman to move to the west of Ophir, whilst he takes to the east. As Shuki nears the western end of the airbase, Nahumi watches as he dives onto the tail of the first MiG-17.
Wait, hold on. This was the Israeli Phantoms lifting off as the runway gets bombed behind them. I'm trying to avoid, a lot of people are recommending like Kings and Generals and all sorts of shit for the 6-Day War. I'm trying to avoid, don't even know what shows. I'm trying to avoid watching like war footage or war-related stuff relating to the actual fights themselves, because to be completely frank and honest, any actual like military accounting for stuff happening is pure Israeli like pornography propaganda, okay? Because these it's just too insane. Oh, Ukraine MiG-29 takes off from the runway a few seconds before the shelling. Yeah, okay. All right.
A close quarters dogfight draws them away from the airbase. Meanwhile, Naomi dives onto the tail of another MiG-17, struggling to keep his target within his sights. Naomi prepares to launch his first Sidewinder missile, but is quickly stopped by his navigator, Yossi Yavin, who reminds him that the missile requires a locking beep before it can be reliably fired. With the MiG,
At Destiny, what do you think of the Kalergi plan? The reason for open borders and pushing interracial couples everywhere. The Kalergi plan was like some random dude that had written a random article for the New York Times. There is no actual fucking Kalergi plan that was implemented in any country that represents anything. Trying to find where this stupid shit was written. I've done all this research for Nick Fuentes. I don't know why you're in my chat. If you're a Nazi, you're not going to get like any ground here. Like I'm not here to, I don't even know what you're asking me about this retarded shit. Fuck, I'm trying to remember which one. There are two plans that Nazis point to that like a couple people wrote about in like the 10s or 20s. And they're like, look, this is evidence that planned forced immigration and non-white people are being bred out of existence. One is the Kalergi plan. It was one of the one that Fuentes wrote. It's all retarded shit. If you actually look at like none of these things are like plans implemented on the government level. It's like people writing articles and shit for newspapers and stuff. You're fucking retarded. I don't know why you're in my channel.
flying a series of defensive maneuvers, Naomi wrestles with his controls until finally a shrill beep fills his cockpit. Naomi fires, and a second later, the missile hits its target, setting it alight and sending it spiraling towards the ground. Consumed by his success, Naomi is once again grounded by his navigator, who shouts, "Brake," as the downed MiG's wingman appears to their rear. Naomi breaks back towards Afir. As he does, he passes between two further MiG-17s lining up to strike the base. As Naomi closes in, the two MiGs notice the Cornas to their rear. They cut their dive short and climb to escape. Naomi is now directly over the airbase, and everywhere he looks there are MiGs. His wing...
Hi, hello?
Hey, how are you? Are you on now or whatever, or your show?
Oh yeah, we're just reading and watching videos and shit. Yeah, how's it going?
Man, Shuki.
Good. How are you, Destiny?
I'm doing great.
I was on your show years ago, and I've since harangued you to try to invite myself back on for some years. So that's our background, yeah.
Oh shit. Well, here you are. What's up? Do you wanna? What is your Do you wanna introduce yourself?
Sure. Yeah. So I'll just introduce myself. My name's Matt Cockerell. I'm a PhD student at the London School of Economics. In history, I have a modest internet profile called History Speaks, and yeah, that's essentially it. I'm very engaged in the crisis right now,
okay.
and have sympathy for the Palestinian side certainly more than the Israeli side.
Gotcha.
But I'm not pro Hamas like a lot of people online are for some reason. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, hit me up with because I'm cramming hard because I've got like limited time before a Ben Shapiro debate. That's probably not going to involve this at all. So give me your like few minute like Steelman.
What are you going to debate with Shapiro about?
Hopefully stuff related to Biden's presidency and what a Trump presidency might look like, basically.
Okay, so you're not going to debate on because I had assumed you were on the. So here is the argument I would make. The argument I would make is not that Hamas are good guys or they're not terrorists. They were justified in massacring people. This is a lot of far left argument. The argument I would make is that the hatred that led young men to produce Hamas, to join Hamas, so like the causality, right? Would not have happened but for decades of Israeli policy aimed at ethnic cleansing. That's the one, ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. That's the first point.
Sure.
And the second point, going back to the founding of the country and the founding ideology of the country, really. And the second point I'd make is that Israel, and I think this is a relevant point for you because you come at this from a liberal perspective, which actually I share. Unlike a lot of people on my side are like base North Korea, base Stalin, but I come from a liberal perspective, and I think a lot of liberals are siding with Israel and don't realize Israel's a deeply illiberal society. And just to make a couple points in this regard, in 2014, 2015, Pew surveyed the Israeli population and found that nearly half of all Israelis support a mass ethnic cleansing of the Arab population. This question was asked in general terms: do you support removal of the Arabs? Nearly half said yes, like 46, 48%. That's one expression of this. Another expression of this is the vast majority, according to the same polls, said that Jews should receive special treatment under the law. Another expression of this is nearly 90% of Israelis, 80, 90%, according again to Pew, said they'd never let their child, or they'd be deeply uncomfortable with their child marrying a Christian or a Jew. So I think that Israel has promoted a narrative in the West that it is a liberal society, it's in compliance with international Western norms, and this is a fairy tale that has been sold through propaganda. And I think that the hatred that people in Gaza feel is completely comprehensible. What we can't justify is cashing it out and massacring people, right? We have to condemn that. And they did it. Like, it's not the argument that this was all crossfire. They haven't produced evidence. So we have to, if we're being rational, we have to assume they massacred innocent people, right? And we have to condemn that. But what is the hatred? What is the source of the hatred? That's what I'm interested in. And here's another point I'd make. So the common argument given is, oh, these are just savages. They're Muslims. They hate Jews, blah, blah, blah. That's a very common meme on the pro-Israel side.
Okay.
Well, you have in Jordan a majority population that is Palestinian. The majority of Jordanians are Palestinian. You have a small Christian minority there. We have like a science experiment. If we're looking at Islam, Jews and Christians have the same standing in Islam. They're Ahad al-Kitab, people of the book, but they're lower than Muslim. Where are the massacres of Christian Jordanians by Palestinians? Zero. Where is even the social discrimination? It's virtually, unless you're talking about people who converted from Islam to Christianity, Christians are treated very well in Jordan. And this isn't me saying that. You can look up their socioeconomic standing. They're not subject to violence. You can look up polls of how Muslims view them. They're treated well by the Palestinians there. So what is the difference between the radical attitudes of Gazans versus the tolerant attitudes of Jordanian Palestinians to their Christian minority? It's clearly this brutal policy of occupation, and also.
Well, wait, can you? Here, let's go point by point, actually, because obviously I'm going to challenge you on all these points.
Sure.
On that last thing you said, so you're saying Christians are treated well, and we'll say countries like Jordan. Why do you think Jewish people?
In Jordan.
Huh?
In Jordan.
Yeah. Why do you think Jewish people were treated so poorly in every Arab country after 48?
They certainly were treated very poorly. There was ethnic cleansing. There was harassment. It's unjustified, and it's to be condemned.
Well, but what was the Arab justification for it?
The reason for it was the conflict.
Yes,
primarily.
But the conflict was in.
It was a sense of collective guilt.
Yep.
For the conflict.
Exactly.
No, look.
Well, yeah. Wait. I just want to be really, really, really clear. Okay. Because you made the claim that in Islam, Jews and Christians have the same standing, and then in Jordan, you're saying, well, look, Christians and all these people were massacred. Okay. The implication being that Jewish people somehow did something to be massacred in all these Arab countries, but Jewish people didn't. Israelis did in the Middle East, in Israel. So I'm asking you, what is the Arab justification for the pogroms, for the seizure of property, for the expelling of Jewish people in Arab states post 48? Because it wasn't Israelis they were expelling; it was Jewish people, right?
Justification. So I don't. Again, I'm a liberal Western. I do have connection to the Arab world through my maternal side, who's Egyptian, but so I do have some bias there. But I am a liberal Westerner who doesn't believe in massacre, expropriating property, and so on. If you want me to tell you why these people thought it was justified, it was because, which is not my position, it's because of the 1948 and 1950 ethnic cleansing project by Israel of the majority of the Palestinian population. So in the 1948 war, this is according to Benny Morris, who's a Zionist and very pro-Israel, although he's a serious historian. I recommend him to you the other day in point of fact.
Sure, Benny Morris, I believe, is part of the four new
right. Papa
Israeli
is
historians.
A little bit, even for me, who's very pro-Palestinian, Papa's a little bit tendentious, let's say. Sure. Morris is good.
That's fine.
But,
yeah, we've got a lot of Benny Morris stuff we read. Yeah, okay,
anyway,
go ahead.
Morris is my top guy here. Morris, his analysis was, there's this national myth, I'm sure you'll hear this on Israel Twitter, that the Arabs just left voluntarily because their armies were about to attack and so on. Benny Morris found that the vast majority of the people who left in 1948 were either war refugees or they were just physically removed, like ethnically cleansed by the Israelis. So So the vast majority of these 800,000 or so people were either war refugees or were physically removed, were ethnically cleansed. And then in 1950, Israel passed a law expropriating their property with no compensation. These are war refugees and ethnic cleansing victims. So in my view, they're all ethnic cleansing victims at that point. If Russia were to say we're taking all of the property and and you're not allowed to return to Ukrainian war refugees, that's ethnic cleansing.
Sure. What you just described is what most Arab states did in 48 to Jewish people, and they also did it in 56 after the Suez Crisis, and they did it again in 67 after the Six-Day War. So every Arab state seems to be doing it.
I agree. We'd have to look at individual cases, but if you want to talk about ethnic cleansing in general terms, I don't think that's an unreasonable characterization of what happened to the Jewish population.
No, I'm just the only reason. Okay, so in all the, I barely know anything about this conflict so far. I admit, okay, my knowledge is literally
it's good to read.
it's 4 or 5 days old. Okay, so I'm very okay.
I'm not disputing your premise. You understand? I'm talking about what preceded it.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm talking about too, because I think that it's very easy for this conflict to just say what preceded this particular thing, and then stop there. So, for instance, you keep bringing up the 800,000 Arab Palestinians that were expelled in 48, right? Which I think is closer to 700,000. But regardless, for those people that were for those people that were expelled, why were they expelled in 48?
Why were the Arabs expelled?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so the majority were war refugees. A large minority were physically removed. There was a plan called Plan Dalet.
I'm aware.
Which authorized
But what did Plan Dalet come after? What came before Plan Dalet? What came
Plan
before?
Plan Dalet was not a response to Arab policy against indigenous Jews. It was a security measure, essentially.
Yeah, but a security measure for what? Why did they need a security measure, though?
Well, because they're at war. They're at war.
Correct. Okay.
And they also had an ideological vision.
Well,
they did.
That's more contentious. That's more contentious. But
no, I don't think so. I mean, I don't think so. So, like, now, did they have a vision of actually physically removing them from the beginning? That is contentious. I actually wouldn't even agree with that. Did they have a vision of taking the land by some means? They did. Absolutely. You get this with Theodore Herzl, for example. Theodore Herzl said something to the effect of, we must expropriate the land.
Sure. I don't care about Herzl. I understand.
Let me clarify, because I don't want to, because some Palestinians exaggerate this quote. He said we have to abide by property rights and so on. But they had a vision and practice for decades of buying up land from absentee landowners, often Turks, and then expelling the propertyless peasants from it.
Sure.
So they were, now, that's different than what happened in 1950, which is just theft of land, really.
Sure.
I mean, they just said, you can come back. So it's within the bounds of property rights, but it is bound to antagonize the population. And in fact, in 1939, the British Empire turned against Zionism in the White Paper, in large part because first of all, there was an Arab revolt. There was an armed revolt.
Yeah, from 36 to 39. Yep.
Yeah, but the British did recognize that while they fought the revolt and lamented what they regarded as barbarism and so on, they understood that this situation is not sustainable, of allowing all this Jewish migration where they come in, they buy the land, and kick off these unlanded peasants, right? And that's a vision articulated by Herzl. That's essentially what the practice and a vision. So, I mean, I see a continuity between that, even though I wouldn't call that ethnic cleansing. It's in the neighbor because it's lawful, right? They're not like taking arms or buying it, but I see that as kind of part of a spectrum, and I understand why people who aren't, in many cases, weren't literate back then and are just tied to land, seeing them and labor, seeing themselves get kicked off the land. These Palestinian Arabs, that there was resentment and anger, right? So
I don't disagree, but again, like, what precipitated the 48 expulsions? What precipitated the inaction of Plan Dalet?
They had so they had. This was not, look, they wanted, for ideological reasons, as much land as possible with a Jewish majority.
That might be the case, but unfortunately, historically, we don't have that counterfactual, right? We don't know if that's true.
We have statements from them. We have statements from Ben Gurion. Ben Gurion was clearly happy to see the backs of any Arab who left in 48.
Yeah, Ben Gurion also included in a statement of Israeli independence that he would happily live side by side with Arabs. And Ben Gurion and the Yishuv, the pre-Israeli government, also accepted the 47 partition plan that would have had like 55% of the population of Israel being Jewish Arabs and the other 45% being Palestinian Arabs. So we have those things on writing as well, right? It's not I understand that we have that one statement from Ben Gurion, but if we look at the actions that they took prior to the 48 independence, right, there are other statements too, right?
You're talking about, so you're talking about the origins of the war, where the Palestinians, where the Arab population does not accept the partition plan. That certainly is true.
Yep.
But I mean, there were two reasons for that. I mean, essentially,
Mm-hmm.
the first was that it violated, in their view, the premise of the UN Charter, which accords self-determination to indigenous peoples.
Okay.
And the second of all is that the land given to Israel was wildly out of accord with their percentage in the population. So they got more land despite having, they got the majority of the land despite the Arabs having more than twice the population. So, look. You can say war is unjust. I'm not defending the decision to go to war. Obviously, it was
well, sure.
mistake,
I'm not trying to defend any decisions.
There were no rational
wait. Hold on.
motivating.
I understand. Hold on. I just want to be super clear, okay? I haven't even taken a hard stance. I'm leaning in one direction. I haven't taken a hard stance one way or another yet, okay? I'm just saying that my issue is I notice that when people speak about this conflict, a lot of stuff will be brought up, but people choose the stopping point of history in a very peculiar way. For instance, saying that Arab-Palestinian hostility has been fostered by the Israeli state since the ethnic cleansing of 48 ignores what precipitated the ethnic cleansing of 48, which was the Brits leaving and all the Arab countries saying, well, we're going to try to eliminate all the Jewish people here because fuck this, right? And that precipitates
What's the evidence that they wanted to exterminate the Jews? This sounds like a national myth to me. I mean, this isn't well supported. They wanted war. Yeah, they did not want the partition plan because they viewed it. Look, they viewed this.
Okay. It might not have been the fact that they would have killed all the Jewish people. That could be the case. I don't have a counterfactual. I can't prove that. Okay. But it is strange that when Israel won their war of independence, it was just Jewish people that were punished in every single Arab state, right? It wasn't Israeli supporters or Zionists. It was Jewish people that were punished in every state. It could be the fact that all of these surrounding Arab nations that went to war with the newly declared Israel, maybe they would have just like conquered the territory and like made Jews live as whatever citizens there.
Here's what
it's possible, but
so there's two responses I'd make to this. First of all, I agree with you that this is unjustified. Second of all, I don't understand how Palestinians are responsible for what Egyptians did or what Yemenis did and so on in response to the Nakba. And then the third point I'd make is that
wait. Give me the points.
Jews. So you may ask, why would you talk more about the victims of the Nakba versus these Jews who were chased out of Yemen or Egypt? The answer is that the victims of the Nakba and their ancestors are still in fucking Gaza, or they're in Lebanon with no nationality, or they're stateless in Syria in a refugee camp. Whereas the Mizrahim who were kicked out are in a first world country, Israel, and they're happy there. And I'm glad I don't want them to be removed from the land. But do you understand that they don't want to go back to Yemen? And why would they, right? They don't want to go back to Egypt. They're happy to be in Israel. So it's like their situation, the consequences of their victimization are no longer being felt.
Yeah, because the Jewish people in Israel fought war after war after war to establish their right to exist. That's the only reason why they have a place to live, right?
Okay, but I don't understand why that's okay. So we can talk about the origins of the '67 war, the Yom Kippur War, and so on. Who's to blame? But let's do it. Let's do it. We can talk about the origins of any of those because now I know everything about all of these. Okay, so the Suez Crisis was Egypt, okay, nationalizing all parts of the Suez Canal and then cutting off shipment to Israel, which was not only a violation of the 1888 international agreements to not control traffic through that, but it was also most likely a declaration of war because it probably violated the previous armistice lines that had been established in the 48 war, right? So that was the beginning of the Suez Crisis. Which part of that was Israel's fault? Okay, in '67, the core fact of the matter is that Israel attacked Egypt, Jordan, and Syria.
Why did Israel? Okay, well so we'll skip. Okay, we'll go to the 60 war. Why did Israel attack?
Given that Israel attacked, you have to justify to me that they had no alternative moves and that war was imminent.
War was imminent, and that's why they did attack. Let's see. What was the lead up to the 6-Day War? The lead up to the 6-Day War was, it was Nasser closing the Suez Canal again, which Israel said would be a cause for war if they try to close off those shipment lanes again. This is exactly what we did with the Suez Crisis like almost 10 years earlier.
Okay, so that in your view justified the Suez matter justified war?
Yeah, of course it does. Closing waterways and shipments? Yeah, of course that justifies war. I think that's internationally recognized as a cause for war.
Look.
And like Egypt literally expelled all the UNEF forces there. They got rid of all the UN peacekeepers. They closed the canal and they started establishing tiered, layered military lines. So of course, what do you think is going to happen, right? They were building up troops. They were getting ready to invade, obviously, because it's not stupid. 10 years earlier, they literally fought a war over exactly this thing, right? So of course, he knows by closing it again, there's going to be another conflict. That's why he's preparing for it.
Yeah, I don't regard the disputes over the rights of Israeli shipping to pass through Suez and the Red Sea to justify a preemptive war. And I think you're very naive if you don't look at the ideological interest. So do you accept that Israel had an ideological interest in expansion to the territory they call... No, I want to answer this.
Wait, you made one claim, just as a real quick thing. If you said that you don't consider the closing of shipping lanes as a cause for war, that's fine. You're alone there. Your answer there is ahistorical, and throughout all of history, the closing and fighting over shipping lanes has been absolutely huge parts about why we go to war with people and why people go to war. So this is a very big deal, is closing free travel to certain countries. So I just want to establish that. Now, if you think it's not a cause for war, that's fine. Even though you said it yourself, you brought up in 56, there was the Suez Crisis. It was literally fought over this, right? But okay, so 10 years later, the same thing happens. Okay, now go ahead to your point. I just want to establish that. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, the moral question of whether the 67 war is justified or not, we disagree on. It's not of great interest to me.
Wait. How is that not a great interest? That's a really important war. That's where Israel expanded their territory in 3 directions, right? That's a really, yeah. So I think the starting of the 67 wars, I think, is pretty important, right?
Well, we have an ethical disagreement on whether this dispute over this blockade over access to international waters justifies starting a war. I do not agree on this.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you don't think that Egypt had an interest in going to war again with Israel? You don't think they had it there?
Of course they did. They hated Israel.
Okay, so they blockaded their straits.
But there's no evidence. Look, Israel did not. Israel. Here's my position.
Okay.
First of all, we have a normative disagreement that we just talked about. I don't think, since normative disagreements are often insoluble, I don't think it's very interesting to go back and forth on that.
Okay.
Here's my perception of the 67 war.
Okay.
Israel wanted to expand. They were provoked by the Suez issue. They had a deep ideological commitment to expansion. They think the land is theirs. They think God gave them the land and so on.
No, they think God gave them the Sinai Peninsula?
Yes, they do.
Okay.
No, not the Sinai Peninsula, but like the West Bank and the Golan Heights, for example.
Wait, but the West Bank and the Golan Heights have nothing to do with Egypt
closing... Yeah, but they
closing...
didn't just attack Egypt. They didn't just attack Egypt. Their preemptive war was in multiple directions.
That was only because those other countries had signed defensive pacts with Egypt. They told Jordan, they literally explicitly told Hussein, they said, please don't attack us in Jerusalem. And Hussein said, fuck it, I'm going to. And that's why Egypt invaded the West Bank afterwards and took that land. Now, we might say, well, Egypt or Israel would have taken that land anyway. They would have went invaded anyway. We don't know that, though, because unfortunately, we can never know because Jordan decided to attack with Egypt.
Here's how we know better than the origins of the Six-Day War, whether you think they're morally justified or not, which we disagreed on that.
Sure.
I don't think Israel showed an interest in negotiation. I don't think Israel wanted to involve the international community. I think they rushed to war for expansionist reasons. We have a disagreement on that.
Sure, but to be clear, you have no proof of any of that, and I can show you tons of proof on the other side.
Of course I do. No, I have massive proof of this. That Israel had a vision, that Israeli leaders for decades had a vision of expansion to Judea, what they call Judea and Samaria, and the Golan Heights. Of course I have proof of this.
Okay, well, you know what would have been really good then for Arab strategy?
You did not. Okay.
Wait. This is so easy. This is such an easy thing, okay? This is what the Arabs should have done then, okay, for their geopolitical strategy. And the whole world, including the United States and Britain, by the way, would have been on their side. If they think that Israel has territorial conquest on the mind, they should have waited for them to do territorial conquest.
Do you deny that okay, so even today, what would you make of you've talked about international norms and so on to try to justify the 67 war. Mm-hmm. Surely you'd agree that the fourth, if you've been reading up on this, and this is the United States position for decades before Trump, that Israel's settlement in the occupied territories, in breach of UN 242, which they had agreed to, you would surely agree that this is a war crime under and that's not a moralistic term. That's just a violation of the Fourth Geneva Convention. Civilian settlements in occupied territory are a war crime. 1 and 2, this is obviously revanchist and ideological in nature. They call the West Bank Judea and Samaria. That's
Sure.
an evocation of
We can
ancient
say
history.
whether-
So that's not Western values.
Wait, am I going
say,
to
let's
answer this
extend
question, or
land,
wait, you
let's-
asked me a
let's
question?
commit war. No, I want to make a rhetorical point. Then I'll shut up for a bit.
Okay.
That's not. It is not Western values to say we need to commit war crimes and expand to occupied territory, which we agreed to leave because of God or ancient history. But go ahead.
Okay, I don't know when they agreed to leave the occupied territories. Maybe I haven't gotten up to that. I haven't done a thorough reading of the Camp David stuff or the Oslo Accords yet. So maybe they agreed to leave there and they haven't. So I haven't gotten up to that point yet.
They agreed to UN 242.
Okay.
And also, yeah, and also in 68.
Wait a second. Hold on. You said UN Resolution 242. Was that the same UN resolution that also called for every Arab surrounding state to recognize Israel's existence and their borders?
Correct, and Egypt has done so.
Egypt has and Jordan has, and any other Arab countries? Do you see the problem? Okay, so so I understand. So yes, okay. So now you asked me.
The West Bank was Jordanian. How does the West Bank justify though? The West Bank was Jordanian.
It was Jordanian. Why did they lose
Jordan
it?
has normalized ties with Israel. They are now obliged to get out of the West Bank.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay. That they have normalized ties. I don't know what the agreement is going to look like on giving that territory back, but historically, during the Six-Day War, the West Bank was used to stage war against Israel, okay? Not just during the Six-Day War, but in the decades prior to that, with Palestinian attacks back and forth coming from that territory. Right? Number one. So that's Israel's justification of the Six-Day War for capturing it, for quote unquote security concerns. Okay. Number two, all of this territory from the western part of Jordan has been used to attack Israel, right? That's where the PLO started. The PLO got so big and violent there, led by Arafat, they literally tried to assassinate Hussein twice, and they tried to
What has the PLO done since 2005 in terms of violence?
I don't know what they've done since 2005, but I'm just telling you that...
So why is it? So settlements for 18 years, the last 18 years are justified because of this history from half a century ago?
Okay, maybe listen, I'm being honest, okay? I haven't gotten to the last 20 or 30 years of history yet. Okay, I'm still working my way up there. But I do know that from the Six-Day War before and onward, the West Bank was a very good staging area for lots of attacks into Israel, right? I'm going to guess that if I keep reading, that probably continues to be the case to some extent. Maybe it's not. Okay, maybe it's not. My guess is going to be it's probably going to be...
Do you think civilian? No. But why are this is a big fallacy that you're falling for?
Okay.
Why are civilian? There would be some argument they could have under international law for a military presence if they could articulate that. Why are civilian settlements, which is just like some white girl from Brooklyn coming there and getting a house and kicking the people off by buying it or by some kind of fake government thing saying, oh, the indigenous people have committed some kind of offense. So
are you asking me like why
are civilian settlements in the West Bank good for Israel's security? It seems to me obviously about taking the land. I'm not current
on this, but my huge intuition, uneducated or educated guess, I guess, is that my guess that Israel probably wants to annex the West Bank officially. That's my guess. I don't know if that's 100%. That's my guess.
No, but civilian settlements are also a war crime.
That's fine. I don't care. Hold on. I don't care. None of my calculus in this area has to do with what we consider to be a war crime.
You mentioned closing waterways has been a historical norm for war, and now international law doesn't matter.
It's no. I'm just saying that when I'm looking at justifications for either side, what I'm thinking of is like a war crime or not is not I'm just trying to look at the reality of the situation on the ground. Like for instance, it might be the case that if Israel stops committing everything that you would consider a war crime, that the next day Israel is eliminated from the face of the earth because the entire Arab League decides we're going to come back and destroy them as a country, right? In which case Israel's probably not very motivated to think what we're doing in this terms of this military occupation of these controlled territories and setting up settlers, that's a war crime. They're probably not thinking of it that way.
We're talking about civilians, military occupation. They'd have an argument to make. But what they have done is systematically state-sponsored civilian settlements of occupied territory, which is a war crime and breaches what they agreed to do. So they're breaching treaties and committing war crimes.
Okay, sure. But they're doing it on the assumption that all of the surrounding Arabs want to destroy their country, right?
Why would they? Okay, if they want to, if they're all evil, and they want to destroy you. Why would you build civilian settlements there? Maybe you build more bases. Why?
Because building the civilian settlements probably gives you a stronger claim to eventually annex the territory. Is my guess.
Clearly, the people there are going to be in more danger.
Probably, yeah. And I assume settlers know that when they go out there, right? That they are at more risk of attack, and yeah.
So your position is that the civilian settlements in occupied territory are just fine with you. In the West
I never said they were just fine. I think that
that's why I'm asking. I'm trying to clarify this.
Okay. Well, you haven't asked me at all. You're just like making a bunch of statements and then trying to like run around this. I think that the West Bank settlements are probably the worst thing that Israel does in terms of its relations to the rest of the world, right? It loses them more moral credit than probably any other thing. But what Israel probably feels like is because they've been abandoned so much in the past, because they've been essentially on their own fighting against a sea of enemies, most of which to this day don't even recognize that it's a real country, them making territorial concessions to other people isn't going to serve their interests whatsoever, so they might as well just continue to do what they're doing because nobody else is going to actually help them. That's probably like what Israel's thinking thoughts are on this issue. That'd be my guess.
Okay, but is it? I mean, we can talk about the Arabs thinking and why they mistreated the Jews after the Nakba. I don't think it's that. It's deeply relevant when we're thinking about bad, provocative war crimes, systematic. I mean, this is not.
Wait, what do you think is not relevant?
Position.
Wait, what do you think is not relevant?
I want to make one point here. So I want to make one point here.
Okay.
So the idea that these civilian settlements are illegal is not some Palestinian leftist meme. This was a position of every American administration until Trump. So George W. Bush, he wouldn't have said war crime the way I'm saying it, but impliedly he's saying that, right? Because he's saying it violates international humanitarian law of the Geneva Convention. So by implication, he said it's a war crime. The Germans have said this, again, by implication for diplomatic reasons, but
if your whole argument is just going to be saying it's a war crime, it's a war, I don't care. That argument means nothing to any of the people there. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. It was also a war crime. It was also a war crime when Palestinians were hijacking planes all over the world. It was a war crime when they went to Germany and they killed 11 Israeli athletes. It's war crimes when they cross territory to go in Israeli territory and try to bomb and kill civilians. It's war crimes when they try to coup all of the countries that the Palestinian organizations end up in. It's the Lebanese Civil War were war crimes when the PLO went up there. They were war crimes when they were in Jordan trying to do it there. They were war crimes when they were in Egypt trying to kill their king. Like, yeah, I mean, what are you talking about? Yeah, there's war crimes all over this place. I'm not going to be holding Israel to some unique standard in a sea of people who have outwardly pledged. It is a unique standard because
who else? So, okay, people say that there's this Alan Dershowitz meme about Israel's unique. So first of all, a couple of points. First, the founding of Israel was not colonial. It is unprecedented in the history of the world to say we're going to go back because we have ancient ancestry to some place and establish a country. That has never happened in the history of the world. So it's not as if it's a novel. Zionism is a novel project, historically unprecedented. So it's not like double standard to condemn it. We have to engage in independent moral reasoning because it's completely novel.
Yeah, sure, but wait, it's too late. We can't go back 100 years and say that
but I'm just rejecting the Dershowitz meme and then secondly, there are not many countries
rejecting what Dershowitz meme? Wait, what are we talking about?
Systematically attempt to colonize occupied territory because they believe it's theirs, which they clearly do. They call it Judea and Samaria. They don't call it the West Bank.
Hold on. Okay. If you want to make a historical argument, okay, we can make historical and policy and government arguments. I can't debate quotes from people or Israel calls it these things, okay? Now, that might be my lack of education speaking, but I found that when I argue with people, when they tend to throw a quote at me or something, I don't know how to make sense of it. Now,
it's not a quote, it's how the land is referred to in Israel.
That's great, okay? But when I look historically how Israel acquired that land, Israel didn't acquire it through territorial, expansionist, militaristic aims. They did it in defense from 10 plus other countries trying to invade and destroy them. So it hurts your argument to say, well, look, Israel's territorial conquest, aren't they? It's like, well, I don't know. Every bit of territory they seem to gain has happened on the backs of every other Arab country trying to destroy them, right?
We disagree on Israel defending itself in the 67 war. We already discussed that, which is when they got the West Bank. So
you disagree?
I mean, we're not talking about
Hold on,
47,
wait. Can I ask a question? Okay. In 56, the Suez Crisis happened. Yes. Okay, and in that crisis, okay, Britain, France, and Israel were going to work to free up the Suez Canal. Yes, there was a war over that. Yeah,
correct.
Yes. Okay. After that happened, and the canal was opened up. Okay, Egypt's president Nasser, the same leader, about 10 years later, closes the same strait and starts building military fortifications and mobilizing his entire military back in the Sinai Peninsula. Okay. What you don't think that sounds like a preparation for war?
I do not. I think, look, we disagree on this. I disagree that is that war was inevitable, and I think Israel wanted war for territorial expansion. They viewed themselves as vastly superior to the Arabs militarily. One of these famous Israeli generals, well, you don't like quotes, but he called Arabs monkeys and so on. They did not think highly of the fighting capacity of the Arabs.
Okay, but hold on.
The
Arabs thought highly. Egypt thought highly of their fighting capacity. Okay, Egypt thought that they could destroy Israel. They saw themselves as militarily superior, right? And then the prior crisis, for the Suez Crisis, that conflict ended in 3 days because of U.S. foreign pressure on Israel, Britain, and France to fuck off, okay? And Britain, France, and Israel, after 3 days, essentially fucked off. Egypt took credit for that militarily victory. They thought they beat all 3 nations, and they carried themselves forward with that. And that's why they had the gall to close it and start the Six-Day War, essentially, by doing that 10 years later. So Egypt also thought themselves superior to the Israeli military forces. That's the only reason he was so cocky and confident in trying to start conflict later on. So you can't just say it was like Israel thinking they were monkeys and blah, 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 when Nasser is guilty of the exact same complex.
Okay, there were Israeli officials who denied this narrative, by the way.
Wait, deny what narrative?
Mordechai Bentov, that there was some urgent risk of preemptive war and annihilation and so on.
I would be. I don't even know if the. I haven't heard that.
He was in the government at the time, so I just do not agree with this narrative of the war. Look, I think Nasser, Nasser was making assurances he wasn't going to attack Israel. Israel's foreign minister during the war later wrote that Nasser wanted victory without war. I don't agree with you.
Wait, Nasser made assurances at the same time that he was entering defensive pacts with Jordan? At the same time he was mobilizing
obviously, it was obviously closing the Straits of Tiran was a provocative action, right? It's funny, though, that you're citing customary international law for this, but then it doesn't matter for settlements.
Because I'm not really appealing to quote unquote international law.
You think it's morally justified based on the closing of the straits?
Yes, if people start controlling your ability to.
We disagree. I think Israel was the aggressor in 1967. Now, 1947-48, the Arabs were the aggressors based on what they regarded as I think rightly, as an unfair partition agreement. I wouldn't have gone to war over it, but no one's talking about the land Israel acquired in 1947.
Why did Egypt? Seriously. Wait, hold on. I can't get over this. Why did Egypt kick out like all the UNEF peacekeepers if they weren't going to war? Why did they kick them all out? Why didn't they just keep them there?
You're drawing an inference from that.
I'm drawing an inference for
to go to war because war was likely. War was likely. Obviously, they're not stupid. If you're closing international waterways, that's a provocative action.
Okay, so they were provoking them to war. They kicked out the UNEF forces there because they thought war was likely, and they began mobilizing troops to get ready for war. How is this not a provocation of war?
By the way, the troop movements by an Israeli historian and former diplomat, Michael Oren, the troop movements of the Egyptian military leading up to the so-called preemptive action were defensive in nature. Incidentally, I actually had family in the military at the time, on my mother's side and the Egyptian side. But that's anecdotal. I don't think that's very relevant. But I will say that I don't think that. I think that the case you're making is weak here. I think the better argument you have is the War of Independence, so-called.
Sure, that's fine. But I mean, like, the reality is that for the Six-Day War, military fortifications were being built up in Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, and they were getting other assistance from every other Arab country. Iraq, I think, was sending tanks. Pakistan was sending pilots. I think Saudi Arabia, was sending military supplies.
The Saudis, look.
Sure. I'm just saying that every other country in the region seemed to think that there was about to be a war, and all of them didn't recognize Israel's right to exist. And there were 3 huge invading forces that Israel fought up. So the idea that no, Israel just did the preemptive war, and somehow everybody else was ready to invade them immediately after, that's pretty wild.
Well, there's no evidence of troop movements and logistics that would make any sense of a plan for invasion, because you have to have logistics and communications and so on and maps. We just haven't found the evidence of this. Again, I quoted for you or referred you to a pro-Israel American-Israeli historian who was former Israeli ambassador to the United States, Michael Oren, who rejects this. He's not a shill. He worked for the Israeli government in 2009 under Netanyahu. So
Michael Oren, Six-Day War. You're telling me that this guy thinks that the prior to the Six-Day War that He thinks that the Middle East, that the Arab nations weren't gearing up for war against Israel.
No, sorry, that is not Oren. That is not Oren. Let me get this correct. No, sorry, I'm talking about. I did not mean Oren. I'm talking about Abba Iban, who is also an Israeli diplomat, but he was not. This is not the same individual.
Okay, hold on. Why would I care about what a diplomat is saying
He was
about
the
this?
foreign minister during the war.
Yeah, but he's not working in the military intelligence of the prime minister.
No,
Why would I
he
care
was
about
the
what
foreign
one...
minister. So Abba Iban, I'm sorry, I made I misstated. I don't know
Sure.
why I got the names confused.
That's fine. Okay.
Abba Iban was he was also a diplomat, but he was the Israeli foreign minister during the war, not some guy in 2009 that wouldn't have been relevant. He was the Israeli foreign minister during the war, and he wrote that Nasser did not want war.
Okay, that's interesting because that seems to contradict every single other thing that that I've read.
Oren argues. So sorry, Oren argues. Oren's relevant too. Oren argues that there was some ideological project. The Arabs wanted to destroy Israel, so Israel had to act. So he argues that, but he's supportive of my point insofar as he concedes, contrary to his thesis, that the deployments and the infrastructure and logistics that Israeli intelligence found regarding Egypt showed that the Egyptian preparations were defensive.
Gotcha. Okay, so if you can, real quick.
So Oren is relevant.
Okay,
his conclusion is agreeing with yours,
Gotcha.
but he's relevant. The guy who was the foreign minister of Israel during the war.
Yes.
Aban.
Gotcha.
Aban. I can't pronounce these people's names.
That's fine. Iban.
Yeah.
Okay, so
those
I'm
are
just.
the two
I
people who are
understand.
relevant.
Yes, I
Oren
understand.
and Aban. Oren
Okay.
agrees with your thesis.
Yes, I understand.
But I believe the data he finds is supportive of my thesis, and Iban agrees with my thesis that Nasser did not want war.
Iban might. Wait. This is important.
I think they rushed to war.
Sure. Let's just. Maybe they rushed to war. Okay. This was Iban on the third day of the 6-day war, okay? This was an address that he made to the world via the United Nations. I'm just going to read 3 paragraphs of this, okay? I've just come from Jerusalem to tell the Security Council that Israel, by her independent effort and sacrifice, has passed from serious danger to successful resistance. 2 days ago, her condition caused much concern across the humane and friendly world. Israel has reached a somber hour. Let me try to evoke the point at which our fortunes stood. An army greater than any force ever assembled in the history in Sinai had massed against Israel's southern frontier. Egypt had dismissed the United Nations forces, which symbolized the international interest in the maintenance of peace in our region. Egyptian leader Gamal Abdel Nasser had provocatively brought 5 infantry divisions and 2 armored divisions up to our very gates. 80,000 men and 900 tanks were poised to move. A special striking force comprising an armored division with at least 200 tanks was concentrated against Eilat at the Negev's southern tip. Eilat being the southern port town that goes into that Strait of Tiran eventually, right? Here was a clear design to cut the southern Negev off from the main body of our state. For Egypt had openly proclaimed that Eilat did not form part of Israel and had predicted that Israel itself would soon expire. The proclamation was empty. The prediction now lies in ruins. So this was Iban's statement 3 days in. So I'm curious, did he say afterwards?
Statement. Let me describe what Oren says about Iban. I'm sorry for getting these 2 guys' names confused. If I need to clarify again. Okay, this was Iban's reaction to the Israeli policy. Iban was livid, unconvinced that Nasser was either determined or even able to attack. He now saw Israelis inflating the Egyptian threat and flaunting their weakness in order to extract a pledge that the president, Congress-bound, could never make. So basically, they're telling the president on 26 May that the Arabs are about to attack us, and Iban is enraged. He says this is an act of momentous irresponsibility, eccentric, telling the president that the Arabs are about to attack us. So he is a patriot. He's not going to say publicly my country's lying, right? But he privately thought they're full of shit. He thought they were lying. That's according to this cable cited by Michael Oren, who disagrees with Iban, but I think the data Oren provides is supportive of Iban's thesis, frankly. So the foreign minister thought this was fake. That the Arabs are not about to attack. Yeah, he may have made this speech publicly because what is he going to do? He's like a patriotic Israeli.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, no, look it up. I bet there's some of that online. And the U.S. didn't support Israel in the war, right?
Correct.
The U.S. was neutral. The U.S. didn't. We stand for liberalism and so on. Now, what we're doing in Vietnam at the time is
okay. So hold on, I just want to be clear here. Okay, so just as because I'm just in this paragraph. So Iban didn't believe when a message was sent to him saying that war was imminent. He thought that that wasn't the case. He wasn't convinced that Nasser was determined or even able to attack. That was his position. That was his position as a foreign minister. That's it. But there's nothing here
but
that
he wrote later. No, that's not correct. That's his correct position as foreign minister. But he also, later wrote in his autobiography that he didn't believe Nasser was about to attack. That's what he says in his autobiography.
Okay, well, that's interesting for him. I'd be curious if somebody that was more
foreign minister of the country. That's a pretty good counterexample.
No, it's not. It's not a good. It's a diplomat. I'm not convinced when I look at the military actions that Egypt was taking preceding the Six-Day War.
So you don't think the Secretary of State is apprised of military intelligence and situation at a high level? Of course he is. He knows everything. He knows much more than some general does about the political intentions of the Arabs. Yeah, he knows everything.
Okay. Well, the historical reality is that Nasser was incredibly aggressive. Nasser was incredibly anti-Zionist. Nasser did see himself as the potential leader of a new pan-Arab world, and that Nasser thought that destroying Israel or making military advances into that country would strengthen his position as the head of the new pan-Arab league that he wanted to be a part of. So these are things that I know are all true.
The historic reality is that Israel, and you just have to read more if you don't believe me on this, is that Israel had and has an expansionist ideology and believes they're entitled to what they regard as the ancient land of Israel.
Then why did they pull back in 56 after the Suez Crisis? Why did they get back the Sinai Peninsula after 67?
Why did Jordan make peace with Israel? People play politics too. You operate in the real world. But they have an ideological vision.
So on one end, Israel is incredibly territorially expansionist, but then when they're not, we're saying that's just because they're being politically efficacious?
Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, Jordan would Nasser would have loved to destroy Israel, right? But as the foreign minister of Israel at the time said, he wasn't actually going to attack in 67. People can have visions, but they have to operate within the confines of geopolitical reality, right? I mean, we'd love for the regime to be changed, right? Everyone in the U.S. government would like that. Everyone in the Saudi government would like that. It doesn't mean we're going to invade Iran, right? So, yeah, some level of pragmatism and restraint just attests to realpolitik. It doesn't attest to a lack of expansionist aim. I mean, I just find it very hard to believe you don't see Israel as an expansionist state. That's very hard.
Israel might be an expansionist state. I'm agnostic on that. The problem with the claims that Israel's here's the issue, okay? This is what it's like saying Israel's an expansionist state, okay? Imagine I've got a friend who's murdered 4 people, all right, or killed 4 people, and everybody claims your friend is a murderer. He's just looking for people to kill, okay? But let's say that when we go and look at his past of killing 4 people, every single time was a person came up to him with a knife and they said, I'm gonna cut your fucking throat. And then they get into a scuffle and then my friends end up killing all 4 of those people in self-defense, right? That's the issue that you run into right now. So when you're telling me Israel is an expansionist colonial state, they're trying to take over more territory. What you're saying, that it might be true. I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's absolutely not true. But what I'm telling you is that you can't support that with history because every Israeli expansion has come off the back of Arab conflict trying to destroy it as a country. So you can't make the counterfactual to me. It doesn't exist. That's the issue.
Okay. There are 2 points here. So first, we've talked extensively about this. I side with the Israeli foreign minister during the war. You apparently don't.
Well, no, I side with the rest of the world, okay? I don't know why the Israeli foreign minister... What?
What's the rest of the world? The United States did not actively support Israel during the war.
No, it's not about supporting. It's that thought that Egypt would invade. When UN forces are expelled from an area, usually you think some real shit is going to happen. The Soviet Union was literally feeding intelligence to Egypt, saying that Israel was mobilizing their fucking army, which ended up not being true, which also caused Egypt to take an aggressive stance. And Egypt also had aims and drives and desires to destroy Israel as a country, as did every other surrounding Arab state. All of these things feed into a pretty logical conclusion.
The desire to do something is like an 80th of the story in politics. I mean, Kim Jong-un has many desires to do things, right? ISIS has had desires to do things that they couldn't accomplish. The Hutus have desires in Yemen.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, but just to be clear, then, if you want to side with the foreign, if you want to side with the foreign minister, that's fine. I'm siding with what is the historian consensus. Okay, if you want to side with one foreign minister, that's fine. I'm going to side with the historian.
I'm not siding with one foreign minister. This is a hotly contested issue. This is not a consensus issue.
Okay.
But anyway, and it wasn't at the time either in the world, which is why the United States didn't actively support Israel. But regardless, the issue here is not if. So let's assume you're right, which I absolutely do not. Let's pretend you're right that Israel was acting defensively in some sense in the preemption of an imminent Arab attack in the Six-Day War. So, nevertheless, in order to establish a peace, they consent to UN Resolution 242. And 242 says they have to give up this occupied territory in exchange for the recognition of their right to exist in other states. Okay, they do part of that. They give up Sinai to Egypt, right? Egypt recognizes them. That's fulfilled there. Both sides fulfill it. With respect to the West Bank, Jordan controlled the West Bank before the Six-Day War, and Jordan recognized Israel in the 1990s. So why then didn't Israel at least cease? You can make your argument about military installations. At least cease their civilian settlements in the West Bank.
So here's
Instead,
a
it's
question.
increased.
Here's a question. Okay, I'll ask you this. I don't know the answer. Is it possible that Jordan didn't want the West Bank back?
No, it's not a matter of Jordan not wanting the West Bank. It's a matter of this was you made the argument that okay.
Hold on, wait. I thought didn't you? I'm sorry. I thought you just asked why they didn't give the West Bank back to Jordan, or am I?
No, they don't have to give it back to Jordan. They have to they can either give it back to Jordan, or they can give it to Palestine. They can't, but they have no right to be there under 242 because the premise was we took land that belonged to Jordan. Jordan has to make peace with us. Jordan
Hold on,
made
wait.
peace with them.
You can't.
No leaving.
We can't cite 242. I don't think it's relevant here. Okay, because Resolution 242 literally demands the recognition of Israel by all of the other surrounding Arab
Jordan
countries.
recognized Israel. And you know who else recognizes Israel? The PLO in the West Bank. The Fatah recognizes Israel.
That's first of all, I'm not actually even sure if that's true.
But
But
or Jordan.
okay, that's fine. But I'm just saying. I'm just
saying
saying that 242 only works with all of the other Arab countries coming on board. It's not a bilateral thing.
That's not how it worked. You could argue that with respect to Golan, but you cannot argue that with respect to the West Bank. Because the West Bank has nothing to do with Syria. So why Syria doesn't have anything to do with that? I mean, even they wouldn't argue that. They would just say the civilian settlements are for security. That's how they. I mean, no one takes it seriously.
No one takes what seriously?
The Israeli argument that they're not committing war crimes in the West Bank, no one takes seriously.
No one is taught, because war crimes are the most boring way to bring up any of this thing, because Israel is the only one we talk about when we talk about war crimes. So war crimes don't matter here, okay? War crimes are...
Israel is not the only one we talk about when we talk about war crimes.
Yeah,
Israel
that's the only one that I ever hear about brought up when we talk about war crimes here.
Well, has any Western nation been accused, as Israel was in the Goldstone report, of literally intent? I'm not talking about indiscriminate or poorly sourced attacks that kill civilians or collateral damage. I'm talking about literally deliberately murdering civilians. Israel was so indiscriminate. Let me describe the history of the Goldstone report, because I'll be called I'm misrepresenting it if I don't give all the history. So in the Operation Cast Lead, in the aftermath of that, the United Nations fact-finding mission found that 90%.
Wait, what year are we talking about? When is this conflict? Can you?
Cast Lead is 2008, 2009, so we're way ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So the UN found that 90% of cases where civilians were killed, no militarily justifiable objective could be articulated by Israel. And in point of fact, they concluded that Israel was intentionally murdering civilians. That was the first investigation. That was the fact-finding mission released in 2009. Now, after that, there were Israel said this is a blood libel, this is the worst thing ever. There are a bunch of scholars who tried to rebuke this. And 2 years later, the chief author of the report, Goldstone, retracted this charge. He had been harassed and defamed for 2 years. Other jurists complained about it. And his 3 co-authors stood by it. So I don't know whether they deliberately murdered civilians. That's what the UN initially concluded. 3 of the 4 co-authors say that. 1 withdrew it after 2 years of harassment. I don't know. The point is, this inference was supported by the fact that Israel was so radically indiscriminate in its attacks, in its bombings. Look, they're going to kill more people than we killed in the whole Iraq war, like probably in a couple weeks. I mean, yeah, if you look at the total Iraq deaths, they're much higher, but that's mostly they were killed by insurgents, not by us. So this country does not abide by Western norms of waging war. And have you seen I refer to
none of the other countries around Israel also abide by any of the standards of waging war.
But sure, agreed. Saudi Arabia doesn't. But
no. Why do you say Saudi Arabia? No, none of them. None of them in the past did either.
No, I agree with you.
Okay.
I agree with you.
Okay.
But I'm not disputing that. But what I object to is this characterization that Israel is some kind of Western democracy. When
we're not talking about whether Israel is a Western democracy. I don't think they're.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying that is a very common meme, that they share our values.
That's fine.
And it's
Well,
bullshit.
they probably do share our values, but
They
they're
don't.
okay.
Do half of Americans support ethnically cleansing African Americans or whatever?
Careful.
Like, no.
Careful. Hold on. I'm sorry. How was the United States founded?
Nearly half. Nearly half.
Who was
See,
here
I'm not
before
making
us?
this
We
shit
literally
up.
ethnically cleansed from sea. What do you think Manifest Destiny was? It was an explicit
No,
statement to
we're
ethnically
talking about
cleanse.
today. No, we're talking about the 21st century.
That's fine.
Come on, that's
I understand. No, I
cheap
agree.
point.
That's great. And
That's
this,
a cheap point.
Hold on.
Come on, I'm not talking about we didn't support that in the 19th century. I'm saying today,
Sure,
in the
I'm-
21st
sure.
century.
Okay, in the 21st.
No,
okay.
trust me, it doesn't bother you that nearly half of the
I
people
can't
in
speak.
Israel.
You're not speaking because you know you're wrong. Okay, that's why you.
What?
If you cut me off like that,
I
it's
know
because
I'm
you you're wrong.
right.
No, then let me finish this point without cutting me off immediately. Okay. The foundation of the United States was far more genocidal, ethnically cleansing, whatever, than the foundation of Israel, okay? Now, are there different standards hundreds of years later? Sure. Should the standard applied to Israel or the creation of Israel in 1948 be the same standard that was applied in 1776, the foundation of standards? Probably not. But I'm just saying that the question of, would we support that as Americans? I mean, our Constitution declared that we were all like equally created under God and all that bullshit, and women couldn't vote and black people were slaves, okay?
This is totally irrelevant because I agree with everything you're saying, and it's just an irrelevancy. Yeah, of course, Israel. Look, frankly, like Lebanon and Jordan have much more civilized standards than the United States did in the 18th century. Like in the late 18th century, you could like rape a slave and you're going to get a slap on the wrist. Like, of course, Israel is much more civilized by liberal standards of morality, and than the United States was. That's never been my claim. My claim is today, do they share our values, being Matthew and Stephen?
Sure.
No, absolutely
Okay,
not.
who do you
Americans
think is-
would not
Gotcha,
support.
I agree.
No, let me finish this point. You made your whole history thing, which I agree with and is irrelevant. But Americans would not support. 50% of Americans would not support ethnically cleansing. And this was all Arabs. This was also Arab Israelis. So we're talking about people with citizenship, right? There have been
Also,
polls suggesting that Arabs who are anti.
Yeah, we got to do this point by point. Hold on, we got to do this point by point. It can't be like you dish galloping 27 different points. Okay.
This is the second point I want to make, though. At the beginning, I said Israel does not share our values.
Okay.
Right? They are.
The United States, you said Americans will not support ethnically cleansing. I disagree with you. I think Americans would support ethnically cleansing. I think a great example of that is 9/11. That was one terrorist attack whose echoes we still feel, okay, reverberating through American society today. When Trump was elected, he pledged to ban all Muslim immigration to this country. And after 9/11, we wouldn't let people build mosques in New York City, okay? Because we were so threatened by Arabs. That was after one terrorist attack. If the United States had been terror attacked by Arab citizens for decades, I do think that the US people would support ethnic cleansing. I do believe that. We can disagree there, and I can't give you a counterfactual, but I do think that would happen based on how strong a response we had to 9/11.
Yeah, I don't think you can find analogies after 9/11 to support for physically removing entire populations. And by the way, again, this was for ethnically cleansing all Arabs. That would include Druze and Christians. So the Israelis in this poll, nearly half of them wanted to ethnically cleanse the Arabs. We're talking about ethnically cleansing Druze and Christians as well. So that kind of takes
Hold on,
away
I'm sorry, real quick. You can link me a poll showing that Israelis want to mass expel Christians from the country of Israel?
They said Arabs. It was not qualified. They said Arabs. I'll send you the poll right now.
Sure. Well, no, hold on. Arabs make sense.
Arabs includes Christians, Destiny. Like, I think my interpretation is not tendentious. They didn't say Muslim Arabs. They didn't say terrorist Arabs. They said Arabs. And
Yeah, because Israel's problem is with Arabs. Yes.
Okay, but that's my point, that is not a value that we share. Also, like, nearly 80% want special treatment under the law for Jews. Is that a Western value? That sounds like it contradicts notions of individualism, personal rights, and so on.
Are you asking me like today in this country? Because obviously, if we go back historically,
obviously, I'm not talking about
when women couldn't vote, when black people couldn't vote.
Like,
okay,
that is a silly.
No, the idea that we have different
That is beneath
standards,
you.
the idea that we have different standards for different types of people in the United States is not a value that we share with Israel.
Right.
But
okay,
Israel has this because they view it as an existential threat to their country. It's not an existential threat to us.
But again, you have Christians in Israel. Why do Jews get special treatment over Christians?
I don't
they're
know.
a liberal
I'm sorry.
democracy.
Do Jews get special treatment over Christians in Israel?
No, they want it. Wait,
what are you talking about? They want it. Wait. So you're telling me that? Hold on. You're telling me that? Okay. What kind of special treatment exactly were you talking about?
this was a general question. Should the law discriminate in favor of Jews relative to other citizens? It wasn't specified. I need to just send you this poll.
Wait. Discriminate against Jews or in favor of Jews against other citizens is different than specifically calling out Christians. Those are two different statements.
No, but because Christians are a significant percent of the population, by implication, it does that. So if you're saying in the United States, but we're going to discriminate in favor of whites, by implication, you're going to be discriminating against blacks. If you're saying,
So I'm just curious. I don't know the answer to this, but if I Google, if I Google the Christian population of Israel, is that higher than like the Arab population of Israel?
Most of the Christians in Israel are Arabs. Like there could be somebody who's
then it has probably more to do with them being Arab than them being Christian.
Okay, but why is that okay? Okay.
Why is it okay? Wait, you asked me a great question. I gotta explain. Don't ask me a rhetorical question if you don't want me to answer it, because that question is a very obvious answer. I think that's why you don't want me to answer that question, okay? So you can keep going. We both understand you don't want me to answer because the answer is incredibly obvious, okay? But go ahead.
Answer it. Go ahead.
The answer is because there's been at least at least 4 Arab-Israeli wars where 10 plus Arab countries have explicitly stated that their goal is to destroy the nation of Israel. That's probably why they're a little bit dicey about Arabs gaining a significant voting hold in their country. That's probably why.
My God, you are really into this Israel narrative. I mean, I'm surprised.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Did I just say something that's factually incorrect?
Yeah, you didn't. But the United States was attacked on 9/11. There wasn't a movement there wasn't big support to take away voting rights.
Because the United States is the strongest country militarily that has ever existed in the history of all of the world, and we're surrounded by the 2 largest oceans on the planet, defending us from all foreign attacks. Do you think that our position is the same as Israel?
Israel, I think before 7th October, it was fairly comparable because Israel, if you look at the amount of casualties they had since the Yom Kippur War, and especially since the Second Intifada, they were quite low. Yeah.
The casualties are quite...
Destiny. You have to let me finish. You're really emotional about this. I'm a little surprised.
Wait. I'm not emotional. The issue that I'm having is that... No. Hold on. Let me just be clear, and I'll say this, and you're going to continue to do this, okay? When people argue against me and they don't fully understand what they're talking about, they do this thing where they lay 4, 5, 6, 7 really shitty points on top of one another instead of just going point by point for a discussion, okay? If you want to have like a back and forth, we can, but you keep laying out 3, 4, 5 really shitty premises that you know that I know are really bad, and then you want to ramble past that point. If you want to go point by point, we can. But for instance, when I said that there have been 4 Arab-Israeli wars, where on the Arab side, I believe that over 5 to 10 Arab countries have been involved in every single one of these conflicts with the explicit goal of destroying Israel. For your response to that to be like, wow, you really buy into the Israeli propaganda, nothing I said there was false. So I don't know how I'm supposed to engage with that statement.
It was false. So you think the Yom Kippur War was about annihilating Israel, for example?
That's the one that I'm halfway through right now, but my guess would be...
You don't know that.
Okay, I haven't finished the Yom Kippur War, but my guess
would be... You don't know the Yom Kippur War. Then 47, 48, sure, that's 80 years ago. We can talk about... That's almost as far away as World War II. We can talk about whether we should be freaked out of Germany because of 80 years ago.
The 6-Day War was in 67. Wait, so you're telling me that as I go through the Yom... You're telling me
the aggressor was. The international community at the time didn't agree. The United States didn't support Israel, so we do not agree.
Hold on, us not supporting Israel wasn't because we didn't agree with them. It's just because we didn't have strong military presence in the Middle East. We didn't want to fuck up the balance of power.
No, we absolutely were skeptical of the lines they were giving us. We absolutely were.
No, the United States just didn't want to escalate conflict in this region of the world.
No. The United States was deeply skeptical of they were skeptical of the Arab side.
I'm sorry, you're just wrong. The Cuban Missile Crisis was in 62. Tensions were huge. There was literally, I read this stupid French word. What is it called? Like détente? There was literally a period following the Cuban Missile Crisis of the United States explicitly trying to chill relations with the Soviet Union following all of this because the world was on like the brink of nuclear fucking extinction, okay? So when conflict is starting in the Middle East, the United States is explicitly trying to settle things diplomatically, trying to chill things out. The Soviet Union is still shipping weapons to fucking Egypt. They were still trying to provide intelligence for it. But trying to say that, well, the U.S. didn't involve themselves means that the U.S. knew Israel was wrong. That is an incorrect assumption based on all the facts present, unless you have a point there where you can point to me, some U.S. diplomat, some president, somebody saying like, oh, we didn't actually think they were going to attack.
Johnson was skeptical that Israel was about to be attacked, and Johnson thought that if Israel's attacked, Israel will annihilate the United Arab Republic, namely Egypt and Syria military. So that's what Johnson's opinion was. Like you're with Hasbar on this and against the United States, basically.
Okay, I would be curious to see that quote or that statement or his assessment of that.
Find this.
Okay.
President's conclusions. Okay, here's the first part of this. The intelligence was absolutely flat in the fact that the Israelis could wipe out the Arabs in no time at all. That's the first thing. That's what Nicholas Katzenbach, the Secretary of State, Undersecretary of State at the time, said. Okay, yes. Here we go. So, again, Destiny, I don't know why you were so hardcore on this. The Secretary of State at the time, under Johnson, wrote, so Israel said an Egyptian-Syrian attack is imminent on 26 May, right? That's when Iban wrote with Johnson, the foreign minister of Israel. Rusk's response in a memo to Johnson was that our intelligence does not confirm this Israeli estimate, right? So, and U.S. intelligence, in point of fact, characterized, as the other gentleman I mentioned earlier said, that the Egyptian deployments had been defensive in nature, and that Israel was inflating the estimates. Like, the National Security Advisor Walt Rostow at the time called Israeli estimates of 100,000 Egyptian troops.
What was the
political gambit?
What was the year this was published?
This is in '68. Sorry, these are contemporaneous original sources.
Okay,
like
first of all, so
like a memo.
I know, and I'm asking because the timeline on this is very important. You just said it was in '68. That's after the 6 Day War is concluded.
No, sorry,
so.
I misspoke. It was obviously in '67.
Well, you say obviously. Yeah. I don't know what's obvious because I've never seen this before. Okay, so why not show me?
Destiny.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Yeah, here's like a Salon article that summarizes some of this stuff. I'll just DM it to you. Okay. No, look, Destiny, my two main points here are that I'm not trying, you're just in debate mode. And I wish you wouldn't be, because I don't think you're a stupid person. But, and we can disagree, but my two premises here, which I'm trying to argue for, are that one, Israel's policy is primarily responsible for the hatred against it, although people who commit massacres are responsible for that, because that's completely unacceptable, right? So that's the big qualifier I have that a lot of people don't. But the second part is that Israel doesn't share our values, which I think I've articulated many reasons why that's the case.
Who do you think? Do you think that if we compare Israel to any of the surrounding countries, which of those countries in that area share our values?
No, they don't. They don't.
No, I'm just asking. Who's the closest?
They do not share our values.
Who's the closest in that region of the world? Between all the Arab, Lebanon. Hold on. Lebanon, the country that's hosting Hezbollah, the terrorist militant group funded by Iran, whose explicit goal is to eradicate all Jewish people. That's the country that shares our values more.
No, look, most Lebanese. Look, if I'm talking about the population, not Hezbollah. The situation with Hezbollah is almost like a hostage situation at this point there. They're a very powerful militia. The Christians and the Shia used to support them because Hezbollah fought ISIS. That's why the Christians and the Shia liked them. But now Hezbollah is widely disliked except by the Sunnis in Lebanon. So like 29% of the population supports them, basically. Yeah, I mean, I don't like Hezbollah. I'm not condoning that, obviously. I'm talking about the values of the Lebanese people.
So if I look for, okay, so this is current. So by the way, this is an area that I don't know as much about. Okay, I can only go by what I've read in news articles. I haven't studied this. But if I look up
now, the people don't like Hezbollah.
If I look up Hezbollah support in Lebanon, okay,
among Shia and Christians is going to be
why? I don't care among Shia and Christians. I'm just looking at overall.
No, the majority of the people. The majority of the people, because most aren't Sunnis. Sorry. I misspoke. Among Sunnis and Christians, Hezbollah is very unpopular. Shia will like them. But again, the vast majority of Lebanese aren't going to like them anymore. If you look up 2006, they'll like them. If you look up during ISIS, they'll like them. But not now, no. I really don't understand this hostility. It's very strange. Like, why?
Because I feel like people are giving very one-sided, like ahistorical takes on all of this.
Let's go point by point. What has been what? We had a disagreement about the 6 Day War, and I provided evidence from.
Well, just the initial stating of like
American officials about that disagrees with your.
Hold on, I haven't even finished reading those things. I don't even know if I agree with that yet. Because the other source, for instance, you provided me of that foreign minister didn't seem to agree at all, based on the statements that I was reading.
The Israeli foreign minister did agree. You're talking about the.
You're talking about You're talking about the same day when he got that same day message. He didn't agree, and he might not have at that particular point in time.
Well, in his autobiography, it's what the balance of evidence is. Like it's like
The
Hitler
balance
on
of
religion.
evidence is all
Hitler
as most
publicly-
historians agree.
listen,
Then you've got one foreign minister that agrees with you, maybe.
Where do you get the claim that this is a very contested issue among historians? Where do you get the claim that that there's a consensus of historians that agree that the Arabs started the Six-Day War? What is that source to? Because this is a contentious.
The only part that I've seen is contentious
No.
is that a preemptive strike is okay.
I'm going to push you on this because I think you might be bullshitting here, to be honest.
Sure, I might be bullshitting. These are just the facts that I've read. The collection of facts.
You can have your take, Destiny, but what is one thing you are doing to feed your audience credibility on this narrative is that there is a consensus that in 67, we're not talking about the War of Independence or whatever you want to call it, that in 67 the Arabs were the aggressors. What is your citation for that? Because,
whichever historians end up getting cited, which I think Ben Morris, I think one of the guys you brought up, has said it pretty often in most of the reads I've been doing. That seems to have been just the general consensus of everyone in the area. I can't give you a specific historian. If you want to go through specific, what?
Because that's an empirical claim. That's an empirical claim. Like if I'm talking about Holocaust denial.
Oh, okay. Then go on. Okay, then fine. I could be wrong. Give me a historian and give me a passage, and we can read it.
I mean, I already gave you multiple people.
No, you didn't. You gave me one statement by a foreign minister. That's not a historical analysis. It's a singular statement. I want you to give me one statement by a historian that tells you that the Egyptians, Nasser, okay, was not hoping to invade and destroy Israel. That wasn't the plan of the Arab states. So I'll wait for you to give me one historian.
Sure, Tom Segev.
Okay, give me the passage. Give me the passage.
I'm not going to quote you a passage, chapter and verse. I haven't read this book for a while.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Wait, then give me the name and I'll look it up right now.
Israel, the war, and the year that transformed the Middle East.
Okay, so give me the name of the guy again, and I'll Google. And I'll try to find out. Go ahead.
Yeah.
What was the name of the guy? What was the name of the guy again? What was the name of the guy again?
T-O-M-S-E-G-E-V.
T-O-M.
By the way, there are not T-O-M. Tom Segev.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Here's a quotation I found. A quotation from him. There was no justification. There was indeed no justification for the panic that preceded the war, nor for the euphoria that took hold of it. And the other guy I mentioned to you earlier, Michael Oren, critiques Segev and provides, even though he goes through the evidence Segev provides and disagrees with it. And also, you have people like Noam Chomsky and Norman Finkelstein. Generally speaking, there are fewer historians that write about Israel just because of not many people speak Hebrew. It's a small country and so on. So like there isn't dozens and dozens you can name like Germany, or the Holocaust or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean, like you have like the new historians who are who are these seminal influences. They're like what, 4 people? I mean. But there is not a consensus among historians that the Six-Day War was started by the Palestinians. Sorry, by the Arabs. Destiny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm just trying to read. I'm curious what Segev's arguments are. So, because I want to read this. If it's true, I'm just trying to find evidence for what you're saying.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I haven't read about the Six-Day War for to be frank, like for since maybe my master's program. I need to reread it. The stuff I know the most about is the War of Independence, the Nakba, and the aftermath, and so on. But I think you're in agreement it was ethnic cleansing, so there's not really much to discuss. I mean, you do agree that the absentee property law, you emphasize the Mizrahim who were ethnically cleansed, and I understand that point. But you do agree that the 1950 absentee property law, where it says war refugees and people who were forcibly removed can't come back and we're taking their property without compensation. You agree that amounts to ethnic cleansing, correct?
Sure, but I'm largely uninterested in those claims.
Well, I mean, that's what the Palestinians are interested in.
You just told You just told me that wars 50 years ago don't matter. Now you're telling me that claims of ethnic cleansing 100 years ago do? Okay.
No, here's why it matters, because they're still stateless, and they're in Gaza and Lebanon and the West Bank and Syria, and in Jordan they got citizenship. The reason it matters is because they're still stateless. They're the largest refugee community in the world. So there's a specific reason why it matters. If there had been a Palestinian state since 2000, if Arafat had accepted the Clinton parameters, then I don't think obsessing over this would be.
Wait, that's fine, but historically they haven't wanted a state because having a state would mean they'd have to acknowledge the existence of Israel.
But come on, so if Israel hasn't wanted two states either for the most part. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't.
Okay.
The Likud party platform rejects two
That's
states.
fine. You might say that, but historically you can't support that. It's because the Arab country, because if we go all the way back to the
I
beginning,
cannot support that Israel hasn't wanted two states.
the Yishuv accepted the UN partition plan, which would have been two states.
That's 47.
Okay.
I'm talking about 2009 to now, for example. Like when Netanyahu has been in the government all but 1 year. The Likud party platform does not favor two states.
Okay.
Netanyahu has said, he said in his 2014, it was either 14 or 15, I can't remember the exact year, election campaign, that no two states will happen as long as I'm prime minister. So if we're talking about contemporary
when
times,
he
the last
says
14 years,
but when he says two states,
Begin didn't want two states. Yeah, in 47, 48, you're correct. They accepted a partition plan. That is correct. But Golda Meir didn't want two states, for God's sake. Menachem Begin, who denied Deir Yassin massacre, didn't want two states. Generally speaking, there have been a couple exceptions. Generally speaking, Israeli leaders have not favored two states.
when they don't favor two states, why are they not favoring two states?
Because read the Likud platform. They believe they have a right to Golan, to Gaza, and to the West Bank, which they call Judea and Samaria, because of the Hebrew Bible and because of like LARPing about ancient genetics. Like there's two sides that are very deranged by revanchist and religious ideology here. I mean, the meme is it's just the Palestinians, but it's just false.
You know what? If that was all true, the Arabs would have such a moral authority to command this region, but unfortunately they forfeited all of it. They forfeit all of it by never giving Israel an ability or the opportunity to showcase their territorially horrible fucking expansionist desires, because they've constantly been aggressing against them for literally since the inception of the country. So it's hard for me to say like, oh yeah, like Israel definitely wants to do this, when it's arguably been defensive actions and some reprisal actions for almost their entire history. It's hard to give much credence to the Arab side of the argument there.
So here's my problem with that. I view the civilian settlements in the West Bank. You don't like the word war crimes because I guess it's too sensitive or something for you.
It just doesn't mean anything. It's worthless here, right?
The Geneva Conventions don't. This is not like some PC.
It is some PC bullshit, yeah. Because do you think
Geneva Conventions, Destiny?
Do you think Iran? Do you think? Yeah. Does Iran care about war crimes?
Again, my argument is not that
you can't
Iran
even answer
good.
that question. Does Iran care about war crimes?
Don't.
Okay. Does Hezbollah care about war crimes?
No.
Okay.
And
historically,
Hamas
doesn't. Does the PLO? Does the PA?
No, Israel doesn't either. That's my point.
Okay, and none of the other. Yeah. So if nobody in this area cares about war crimes and it's 20 against 1, I'm not going to go to Israel and go like, you guys need to be like super 100% up to date on all of your fucking shit. It's hard for me to levy that charge. Should they act in a more moral way? I mean, I would say probably, but damn, far be it from me to criticize them for not living up to like the Jesus standards, right?
Well, okay, so we're talking about Jesus standards, and I mentioned the Goldstone report earlier. Where Israel was found 90% of deadly attacks on Palestinian civilians have had no justifiable military objective, and in fact, in the initial report, which was withdrawn by one of the authors, not 3 of the 4, they said they were actually literally murdering civilians intentionally. Like, Destiny, let's go kill that guy over there.
I haven't read that report, so I don't know.
Yeah,
my understanding
does that disturb you?
Yeah, it's not good. My understanding is there have been times historically where the UN, through third-party verification, has actually declared that the IDF have murdered civilians for no compelling military reason. And even the IDF at the time knew it. That's not good. When they do that, that's bad. Yes.
One premise, so I think maybe we're talking at crossroads, because you seem to think I am arguing that Israel is not living up to the moral standards of Saudi Arabia or Iran, right? I'm not arguing this. Syria has, for example, is a much worse record than Israel with Al-Assad. We agree on that. That's easy, right? So that is not the argument. The argument is that Israel has sold us a meme in the West that they act in war, that they have attitudes as a society and values like the West. And that's a big part of why I believe people in America support Israel, and it is a fraud.
But it's not.
It's not that Hamas is better. This is not the argument.
Israel more closely mirrors U.S. liberal principles or U.S. democracy than any other country in that region. Like, it's not even close.
Such a radical departure from it that it's not even worth talking about who's further away.
Okay.
It's such a I mean, that's my view. We disagree on that. And okay, even if you make that assertion, I understand that's your position, what you just said. I believe you believe that. However, I want to press you on this. Do you think that the extent to which, even if you think they're number one in the Middle East, that the extent to which Israel shares our values is heavily exaggerated by pro-Israel advocates, by the Israel lobby, and by sympathetic media coverage of Israel in the United States.
Heavily exaggerated by like pro-Zionist factions in the United States? Almost certainly, of course. Yeah, these people run around doing an ungodly amount of PR for Israel any way they can. So anybody that's like explicitly like pro-Zionist, these sorts of figures, of course, that's where Israel even came from, with these types of people running around the world, right, and building support. The whole attempting to get Britain to sign off on the Balfour Declaration, all that shit, right? Yeah, of course, I would agree with that. Yes.
Okay. Well, that's actually my second main point. I mean, it isn't. We can debate
about
whether the
when I say like all
people,
of the media is complicit in that, I don't think so. And I think the reporting on this most recent conflict has shown what.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, the hospital and everything else that's being talked about, yeah, in terms of these, how many statements of Israel's indiscriminately bombing the Gaza Strip and blah, 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 blah is obviously bullshit.
Look,
but
no, so the hospital thing, I mean, it's okay if you don't follow me on Twitter, I'm a nobody, but I was one of the few pro-Palestinian accounts that when that happened, I said, we need to wait for more evidence. That's still my position, by the way, although the balance of evidence, I think, has shifted toward the Israel side, right? But I never, if you think I'm so biased, I did not fall for this, right? I said we need to wait and see. So there's some.
I'm just saying that it seems like a lot of mainstream media is jumping on heavily critical anti-Israeli narratives. So it's hard for me to say. So it's hard for me to say, oh yeah, all the media is super pro-Israel. Right now, I don't know if that's true. Yeah.
I disagree with you. Here's how I combat that. I mean, the hospital thing, the mistake people made in that certainly gave them an argument that they didn't have before. But I think it's fallacious because the hospital matter. There are two reasons I think some press very briefly reported this as if it were fact. The first is that they had a mistaken premise that the size of the crater and the damage was such that that if you believed that premise, it was inconceivable that Hamas could have done it, given their armaments. So I think they were simply making an inference from a mistaken premise, and that mistaken premise of fact, if believed, made it look impossible that Israel was telling the truth. So that's the first thing. Now, if you're talking about the casualties, the reason people are trusting the Hamas, the Ministry of Health, which Hamas does have authority over, there's no denying that, is because they provided accurate estimates in the past for the most part. That's the reason. The Washington Post explained this. So they're not pro. Do you really believe that the media like these people who murdered these people at a concert? Come on, they don't.
I think the media. Don't like them. I think a lot of like far left cringe, like oppressor-oppressee dynamic analysis has crept in to a lot of like the left-leaning and to some extent the mainstream media, and that has become the singular point of focus that they analyze this conflict through. That Israel is the big bad bullies.
I have to say, I just see much. I understand people like that exist, and they're silly because, like, you know, they're fair-skinned Palestinians, they're Jews from the Middle East or Yemen. So it isn't like a serious analysis of the situation. But I agree with you that there are people who think like the white people are the Israelis and the Palestinians are the POC, and then we have to support the Palestinians for that reason. I think that if you think that dynamic is where the real power lies, as opposed to like the entire consensus of Congress, other than like the squad or whatever, and the cancel culture, which has been directed at Palestinians, including like just people or pro-Palestinians who've just done cartoons. There was a guy fired from his journal editorship for tweeting an Onion article. There are people, university students, some of whom were pro-Hamas, which is terrible. They shouldn't be. People massacred people. But there are some that weren't, that were just pro-Palestine, that are being smeared by association. And by the way, it is a completely coherent. It isn't just some Western LARP view. There are lots of Palestinians who don't like Hamas. There are lots of Arabs who don't like Hamas. Just look at the polling. I'm talking about the Arab world, not like some diaspora LARPer. No, this is a completely coherent position to be pro-Palestine and anti-Hamas. Simply, and that's based on the fact that tons of Palestinians are in the region, according to contemporaneous polling. Most Palestinians did not, in Gaza even, where the population is definitely radicalized, and that would never deny that.
And the West Bank as well. I don't know why we only say the Gaza Strip.
No, sure, they are. They are. Yeah, I'm sure. They didn't support breaking the ceasefire, according to the polling I saw from I don't remember the organization's name, Washington. They're really good polling. I don't know why I don't remember their name. Washington Institute or something. Yeah, that must be it for nearest policy. Yeah, so most of them didn't oppose breaking the ceasefire. I can send you this now on Discord. You can share it with your viewers. And Hamas unpopular with key Arab public. So it isn't. My point is twofold. One, it isn't just a LARP position to say I'm against Hamas and for Palestine. A lot of Arabs agree with that in the Arab world. And two, the people who are pro-Palestine are being just indiscriminately smeared as pro-Hamas. And one, that shows poor ethics on the Israeli side of this. And two, it shows they have the power. The people who are advocating for Israel have the power, not people advocating for Palestinians. And that makes me skeptical of your narrative of like a biased media.
Yeah,
it seems like
I've already said a million times that we might get fed different types of stories based on the social media we consume. But it feels like to me around the world right now, the pro-Palestinian supporters and marches seem to carry way more power on social media and the media proper than the pro-Israeli one. Now,
what about the cancel culture, though? I mean,
what about the cancel culture?
There was a labor. You think this is? I'm making this up. People aren't being canceled for being pro-Palestine.
I think that there have been some people that have been trying to cancel people for pro-Palestinian. That probably has happened, yes. But I also think that there were multiple student unions that were releasing statements in explicit support of Palestine post the Hamas attacks. That's insane. I have never in my life. Now, I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Wait. I could be wrong, but I have not seen any school ever release a support for the IDF massacring a village of civilians. Has that happened in the last 20 years?
Okay, you're talking about radicalized students who have a strange ideology that has come out of like Black Lives Matter and weird leftist stuff, which I have no sympathy for at all.
Okay, and that narrative seems to be carrying very far on social media. Okay.
Again, I have to, with my shitty little social media platform, on 7 October, I condemned Hamas.
That's great. I'm not asking about your condemnations. I'm saying that there are whole student unions that are releasing these statements that are...
I agree, these people are weird.
Okay, and there are whole... It's not... Hold on, but it's not just these people. There are marches where it's like from the river to the sea, like all of these people protesting.
That is not an advocacy of genocide. That's silly.
Wait, what do you mean? Hold on. From the river to the sea? What do you think that means?
It's advocacy for a one-state solution.
What does a one-state solution look like for Israel?
A one-state solution would look like, if you look at the people who advocate this on the Palestinian side, I don't think it's viable at this point. It's what I favored.
Wait, what does a one-state solution look like for the Jewish people in Israel? Yes.
I'm telling you what people favor. And you can say, oh, they're lying, but this is what people articulate, like Edward Said and so on. A one-state solution would not be the Jews are removed or killed. A one-state solution would be that the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, the Gazans are let out of their internment camp. They are given passports, Israeli passports. They can vote in elections, and as can the people in the West Bank, under the condition that no Islamic law is imposed on the Israelis. That would be part of the constitution, like Turkey's constitution says secularism, or Lebanon doesn't have Islamic law imposed on Christians. It would be a state where everyone has equal rights and the people are let out of their cages, right? I mean, that's what it would be. It's not going to happen because the Israelis hate them and the Palestinians hate them. So, but the river to the sea is a reference to a one-state solution. It's not genocide. And the fact that you're saying that
I understand that it's a...
No, it is not. It is not. I have a buddy who he's a master's in history, denying history. You should have on too. He does not support massacring civilians. He condemned Hamas. He uses this.
No one is talking about Matt. You're giving the most strawman version of like.
No. You're trying to associate. No. You're trying to associate all the advocacy for Palestine with.
I'm saying that first of all, from the river to the sea is a dual position, because people that advocate for the abolition of Israel will say that as well. Number one, okay. Number two, if you do want to, they
do advocate for the abolition of Israel, because if Israel is a Jewish state, so a one-state solution where everyone has equal rights, where all communities have their law, but none is imposed on the other, would be the end of Israel. But it wouldn't be ethnic cleansing or killing of the people.
But okay, you can say that, and that's fine. But all of the history of the region doesn't seem to point to that. It seems like the desire for the pan-Arab states, for all of the Arabs, Arab League, everybody to come together, seems like it's always been the expulsion of Jewish people from the Middle East. That seems to be certain. Now, maybe in the last 20 years, maybe that's changed a lot. I haven't read as much about that. And I don't see as much about that. But that has definitely been the goal historically, is the expulsion of all the Israeli people.
The PLO, who is in charge in corrupt group, to be sure, they have a history of violent resistance and terrorism against civilians and so on. First of all, the history is not as brutal as we saw. You have to differentiate. So the IRA has killed civilians, right, in Ireland. They're not as brutal as what we saw from Hamas. They've killed even kids, right? So they've targeted civilians for the Irish national cause. So the PLO was a terrorist group, no question about it. They kill innocent people. They did not have the same level of brutality that we saw in this 7 October. That's one thing. The second thing is...
Wait, what do you mean they don't have the same level of brutality? What do you mean by that?
They didn't massacre a bunch of civilians in a concert. At
Hold
this,
on.
At
The
this
PLO
scale,
was literally like hijacking planes all over the fucking world. We didn't even have the same level. They were blowing up planes in front of
the IRA. Scale matters. Scale matters.
Oh, so the number of people killed. Okay, well, the PLO just wasn't as big or it had as much power as Hamas. Probably because they weren't getting as much of the insane funding that Hamas got from people like
they're the
Iran.
same. This is a pedantic point. Maybe you're. Maybe
Okay,
I
sorry,
would.
my
Maybe
bad. Okay.
you're right on this. The point is, since 2005, surely you'd regard it as relevant that since 2005, they have not. The PLO as an institution has not practiced terrorists. They've collaborated with the Israeli government. They've met with the United States. Like Biden's
They
met
might,
with
but I'm pretty sure they
Abbas.
also still have that fund going where they pay money to the families of martyrs that try to kill Israeli citizens.
I mean, you seem very unwilling to draw moral distinctions here.
I'm sorry, what is the moral does the IDF pay?
You don't think there's a moral distinction between the PLO in the West Bank and Hamas? You don't think it would be better if Hamas if
the more that I
the
learn
PLO
about
had
them,
wanted-
the more that I learn about them, the smaller the sliver of light between the two vanishes. Okay, so initially I thought they were quite different because I've heard this propaganda point a lot. Hamas is so much different. Gaza, those Palestinians are crazy. The ones in the West Bank are super chill and cool. But the more that I learn about all these people in the history, and again, I'm not even current yet, the more that doesn't actually seem to be the case.
Okay, they have not engaged in militant activities since 2005. So I don't understand how there's no difference with that. But
Nobody. For instance, why is it that after Hamas was elected, why doesn't the West Bank have elections anymore?
Look, the government is deeply corrupt and unpopular with the public there. I'm not condoning it. I'm saying Fatah is is preferable to Hamas. I mean, if we can't agree on that, we're in trouble.
Okay.
Like, it's just also the level of commitment to Islamism. Like the West Bank, for example, there isn't, I'm not saying homosexuality is socially tolerated, but there's no law against it. Is that not preferable to what's going on in Gaza?
It might be slightly preferable, but it's like such a non-thing that I don't think I care that much. I don't think it's a meaningful difference right now in terms of if you're an Israeli person worried about your country getting deleted. I don't know if you're like, well, I would definitely way prefer the PLO or the PRA. I would way prefer these people to Hamas. I don't know if that's the case. I'm not sure.
Do you think slowly pushing out? Do you think that we're talking about the West Bank now? Do you think that the civilian settlements? We're not talking about military basing rights. We're talking about civilian settlements. You don't like it in violation of the Geneva Conventions. You don't think that is which are slowly pushing out the Palestinians from their homes and land, have made a two-state solution almost impossible because just if you look at the composition of communities, you have all
Said
these
this again, and I've said it
Jewish
before. Hold on, I've said this before. I'll say it again. Israel expanding settlements in the West Bank is not good. It's hurting their moral authority on any issue. I think it's hurting them. I don't think
really
it's
also provokes hatred from West Bank people.
Yeah, that's
Right,
that's like a following what I just said. That's one of the reasons why you lose more authority because you're provoking the Palestinians. Yes.
Nevertheless, they've renounced and do not practice terrorism and other violence against Israel. They don't anymore. They did in the past, no question.
Okay. I don't know how true that is, or what. I haven't gotten that current, but we'll see.
Look it up. Do you really think Biden would meet with Abbas if he hadn't renounced terrorism? Of course he wouldn't. We wouldn't meet with somebody who's endorsed terrorism against Israel.
I mean, weren't we sending Pence and the Secretary of State to go meet with Kim Jong-un? And weren't we, I don't know. I don't know. I'm just not sure. I don't know. I can't speak to this. And after all the history of me so far, I don't really trust, like, you're just, I don't want to read this. I got to read this.
If the PLO had, okay, so let's see, you don't know this, that's fine. If, since the second Intifada ended in 2005.
Oh yeah, Clinton literally met with Arafat. Good point. True. Okay.
Right.
So then your answer when you said, wait, so hold on, wait. You just asked me the question: would a president meet with somebody that endorses terrorism, whatever? So the answer is historically yes. Okay. So go ahead. You can make the next point.
Arafat denounced terrorism in '88, and the second Intifada happened after the breakdown in the talks in 2000. So. At the time Clinton met with Arafat had denounced terrorism.
That's fine that he did, but you asked me, this guy might have been pro-terrorism 10 or 15 years earlier. I don't know. That might be the case. I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but the second Intifada came after the breakdown in the Camp David talks. So it wasn't like Clinton was meeting with Arafat during the second Intifada, if that makes sense.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. So you agree on the settlement. At least I have you on that.
You don't have me on that. That's always been my position on that. Yes, I think the settlements in the West Bank are bad for Israel. I think they're bad for their foreign relations. They're bad for their security.
So intense. I didn't say I have you as if I won something. I said I have you we have an agreement there.
Yes, we agree there. Yes.
Why do you think they do the civilian? Do you believe the line about security, or do you think that it's? Have you watched documentaries about like what motivates these settlers? I mean, they believe it's their land. They're not talking about we're protecting the homeland. They're talking about this is our land because of God or whatever.
That's good for them. I'm more interested in like what, because the issue isn't the settlers or them believing that they have God-given whatever bullshit to the land. The issue is the Israeli government providing support to them. That's the thing that I think is more
important. And the Israeli
important.
government supporting them is a Likud government that has in its longstanding program a rejection of a two-state solution. Netanyahu briefly pretended to be in 4-1. Obama didn't think he was genuine. And in fact, he proved he wasn't genuine because he told the public in 2014 when he was up for election that it'll never happen if I'm leader. But the Likud platform says we're entitled to the land because of we're entitled to this land, the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, and we support civilian settlements for this reason. So I think at some point you have to just go with what is like the screamingly obvious conclusion, which is this is like a long-term project of taking the land, or revanchism, or territorial expansion, or ethnic cleansing. I mean, it's just pretty obvious, I think. Unless, I mean, the United States until Trump, never accepted this security rationale for the civilian settlements. I mean, I think that's a huge stretch. I mean, just look at public opinion there. They think Judea and Samaria is theirs, right? It's a democracy. Why wouldn't they reflect to some extent, the will of the Likud Knicks? Why wouldn't Netanyahu support the views of the people who brought him to power? You know, is Biden going to defy the overwhelming position of African Americans? Maybe he will once in a blue moon, but not systematically. So I really think that I understand you would disagree with it, but I think you're understanding the role of this illegal ethnic cleansing project in provoking the public. And part of the reason people talk about 48, there are two reasons. First of all, is, as I say, they're still refugees, the largest refugee community in the world. And second of all, because the ethnic cleansing project continues to this day with the settlements. So,
gotcha.
I don't even think we disagree on that much. We just disagree on political conclusions in '67 war. Like, what do we disagree on? Tell me what you think we disagree on. We don't share their values.
I think Egypt wanted to destroy Israel. I think there's enough statements by Nasser. I think that it's like pretty obvious.
Okay, that's definitely disagreement. I think we agree Israel doesn't share our values. The only disagreement is like some pedantic point about like maybe the Lebanese people do more, which I'm not even really wed to. Maybe they don't. We agree Israel does not share. Your position is Israel is the closest in the region, but they don't share our values. Is that correct?
I think they probably would if they weren't in a sea of enemies. I think that
okay,
they
but
probably...
that's like a counterfactual claim. But they don't, as it stands right now, whatever the cause.
Correct. Right now, where every nation around them wants to destroy them, they don't seem to. Correct.
Well, every nation doesn't want to destroy them around them.
Well,
like
they did. Historically, they have. Egypt and Jordan today seem to be more chill. Yes.
Egypt and Jordan do not want to destroy Israel.
Correct. That's why I just said today, now, Egypt and Jordan seem to be more chill. Yes.
Yeah.
But aside from those two countries, I think besides from Oman, no other country in the Middle East have even no other countries even I think recognize Israel as an actual state.
UAE recognizes them because of Trump's meme.
Did the UAE do it? I thought it was just Oman that had done it, but it was the majority of them still don't. Yeah.
UAE does. Yeah. Look, and I think you've read enough about the news, just even if you haven't researched this question in detail, to know that the Gulf states take the Gulf Arab states take a very different view and a less intense view of this conflict than the Levantine Arab states, right? So, like,
yeah, probably.
Look, one point I'll make to you, because it's a fair point, is I will say this is an important point. So, like, and I know this just because of my maternal background, the anti-Semitism in in the Levant region is like extremely widespread. So this is I can't find a more recent poll than this. This is 2006, which is old, but nevertheless, you can see I just sent this to you. Other than Israeli Arabs, so like Israeli citizens, right? Who basically everybody doesn't like Jews in the Levant and Egypt, right? This is a problem on the Arab side. I'm not going to whitewash, and this includes Christians too. It's like 3% of Lebanese Christians like Jews and 97% don't like. It's like you'd never find that kind of that kind of negative response rate for anything in a poll, maybe other than like, do you favor or oppose like people who eat babies alive, right? Than this, yeah. So you can check it. So the anti-Semitism in the region, that is a big problem, and it can't be underestimated. Now, I think that the hatred of I haven't seen data on this, but like, do you like the Jews or whatever? Which is this bizarre question that was asked by Pew in 2006. as I just sent to you in Discord. But if you look at the Khalij, the Gulf, my very strong, and this is supported by news articles and so on. I wish we had polling data, but my very strong impression, anecdotally and also through policy, it being exercised by guys like MBS, is that they do not have this intense emotional involvement or hatred of Israel the way Jordanians do, Syrians do, Lebanese do, Egyptians do in Saudi Arabia or Kuwait or. I mean, I'm sure they're much more sympathetic to Palestine than Israel, but I think the intensity is much lower, and that's why that's why this policy, which I'm sure you've read about if you follow the news, of normalization with Saudi Arabia was quite plausible. I don't know if it'll happen now, but
Well, I'm pretty sure, isn't there an objection that the Palestinian people don't want Israel to communicate directly with Saudi Arabia before settling relationships with them?
Well, I mean, no, of course Palestinians don't want that, but they didn't want that to happen in Jordan either. And yet, the king of Jordan, a dictatorship, Abdullah normalized relations with Israel in the 1990s with Clinton as the chief moderator. But I think like if you're talking about the Gulf states, there's less anti-Semitism. I'm not saying there isn't anti-Semitism. I'm sure it's way worse than in the United States or whatever. But like, I'm talking about like compared to Jordan, Lebanon, Egypt, Syria, right? Where I think there is a lot of Jew. I mean, the data I just sent you, if you had a chance to look at it, is really striking, really. But here is the one point that I find fascinating, and I think and I'm turning this into back to our argument. So Israeli Arabs are the only population. And so this poll, it's just shocking. I'll just read some of it. It's all 2006, but I cannot find for the life of me a newer poll that asks, do you like Jews of Arabs? But in this 2006, so the dating on it may undermine this point a bit, but nevertheless, I'll make it. Egypt, 2% like Jews. Jordan, 3% like Jews. Lebanon, 2%, including 1% of Shia, 1% of Sunni, 3% of Christian like Jews. 97% don't like. So basically everybody in these countries is anti-Semitic, right? They don't like Jews. It's not about don't like Israel, it's don't like Jews. Then you go to Israel, and the vast majority of Arabs have a favorable view of Jews. Now, we're not talking about in Gaza or the West Bank, obviously. They're again all negative. But Israeli Arabs with Israeli passports and rights under the law are much less likely to be anti-Semitic. By far the least anti-Semitic population in the region. So my inference from that is that the brutal mistreatment of the people of Gaza and the West Bank, checkpoints, massive poverty, deprivation, indignity, is the cause of this hatred. And the example is the Arabs in Israel, who are mostly Palestinian, mostly like Jews. I mean, they mostly like Jews. That's weird. Why are they mostly like Jews? Because they're not living in these apartheid conditions with no passport, no civil rights, nothing. So that's really a foundation of my argument that the Israeli treatment is what causes the hatred, without justifying the fruits of the hatred, obviously.
Okay.
I mean, isn't that weird to you that like the least anti-Semitic population is the Israeli Arab population? I mean, these people still favor the Palestinians politically. It's not like they're like patriotic Israelis. They usually don't serve in the military, but nevertheless, they haven't been mistreated in anything like that way, right? They have rights. No one would care if the situation were just about the Arab Israelis. You'd have human rights groups talking about it, but regular people wouldn't care, right? Because it's obviously not apartheid or anything like that for the Arab Israeli citizens. They don't have nearly as much of an anti-Semitism problem. Most like Jews. So
I don't know what is the I don't know what is the I don't know what the point we're trying to make here is.
No, I'm saying that the hatred is caused by the mistreatment because you have the same people.
Okay, can you explain to me why the entire Arab world was trying to kill or pogrom Jews after every single Arab Israeli war? If the only issue was Arabs being oppressed by Jewish people?
I think that's tribalism and anti-Semitism and so on. And I think you have this problem today.
Okay, so then what you just said about the only people that are anti-Semitic are people that are being mistreated by the Jews, or that it's because they're being mistreated, that's clearly not the case then, right?
There can be other causes of it. But the point is that the Arabs who were not ethnically cleansed, so that about the majority were, and then these people were forced into refugee camps, or they're still in Gaza and whatever. the majority were ethnically cleansed. A lot weren't, right? A lot stayed and became citizens of Israel. And maybe they're discriminated against. Maybe we should talk about it. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe it doesn't matter.
You know that Israel
But
has
they're
offered
not- they're
citizenship. When Israel offers citizenship to Arabs in like territories like that they refuse, right? That after the 6-Day War,
did.
no, the vast majority did. That after the 6-Day War, Israel offered citizenship to, I believe, everybody in East Jerusalem.
You're not changing from 48 to 67. It's not very helpful. I mean, they wanted to annex the land, clearly.
Hold
That
on,
was
I'm
part
sorry.
of why they-
It was the exact same in 48 and 67. In 48,
No. They
when-
did not offer citizenship to the people they kicked out, which was the majority.
Well,
they took their land and said you can't come back. That's
after all of them,
1950
yes.
law.
Well, but initially, Israel did accept a partition plan that would have had.
Yeah, sure, we agree on that.
Okay, so
that's a different issue.
What?
We agree on that. Yeah, that happened.
Okay.
The Arabs.
So we did agree.
Yeah,
So
the
Israel would have lived in a
Arabs
state that would have
also-
been 55% Jews and 45% Arab Palestinians. So they did accept that initially until everybody went to war with them.
Because it gave them the majority of the land, despite being
Like most of the land was the
relatively
Negev
limited.
desert. Most of it was the huge swath of desert to the south.
Whatever. If you think that the Arabs were to blame for 47, that's not a insane view.
I'm not saying that the Arabs weren't to blame. I'm just saying that Jewish people did seem willing to offer Arab Palestinians equal rights, equal citizenship, and over and over and over and over again, Arab Palestinians have rejected it.
If you want to know what I think the vision was, going back to guys like frickin' Herzl, it was to treat people who are Muslim who are living in the area with equal rights under the law. However, to get rid of as many as possible. Initially through legal means. That's what
fine.
Herzl
Listen,
says.
Herzl died in 1904. I don't care about Herzl. Okay.
He's the founder of Zionism.
That's great.
Okay, you care about Ben Gurion?
I do. Yes, Ben Gurion would be somebody I cared about. Yes.
During the 48 war, Ben Gurion was clearly happy to see as many go as possible.
You might say that, but when Israel declared
I don't see compulsion.
You don't see what?
Look, they have to play with the West. They're relying on the United Nations. They couldn't just exercise a blatant ethnic cleansing. There's some real politics
Hold on.
too.
When Ben Gurion, when Ben Gurion, first of all, there was no real politic in the 40s. Okay, Ben Gurion, when they what?
I mean, we're of Bismarck. Like real politic existed in the 1940s
for the Middle East.
Yes,
from 44 to
by the way,
48.
Ben Gurion's a European, essentially.
That's fine, but from
You
44
don't
to
think Ben Gurion had any political savvy?
They literally, one of the largest fucking terror attacks at the time was blowing up that King David Hotel to cover up crimes that the. Yeah, so to say that like the Jewish people weren't trying to win the favor of Britain at that point, they fucking hated Britain because Britain was literally limiting Jewish immigration to the area.
Right, with the white paper in '39, you're talking about. Yeah, so they were they committed terrorism against Britain. And
Yes.
They also committed terrorism against like British.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that the idea that like Ben Gurion was trying to like play to the favor of the British, it doesn't really make any sense.
He was a smart political actor. He had these kind of thuggish elements in the Yishuv militias, but he also knew how to play the Western statesman. Right? He was not a fool.
Sure, I'm not saying that he's
just because the militias that came to form the IDF,
bro, the rambling is like
I can't. And Haganah, that they engaged in terrorism doesn't mean that Ben Gurion was an unsophisticated political actor. And by the way, the history of terrorism by these groups, shouldn't that? I mean, you condemned the PLO for their history of terrorism. I mean, the groups that formed the IDF were engaged in terrorism.
I don't know if that's 100% true. What?
No. The Irgun didn't engage in terrorism.
Hold on. They did. That was one of. Hold on.
They were one of the groups.
When you
that
cut me off,
formed
it's
the
because
IDF.
you know you're wrong. You
IDF
understand
didn't
that?
just pop out of the
Okay,
the
hold on.
sky.
Stop. Hold on. Wait. Stop cutting me off every single time I go to talk because you know you're saying it's correct. Okay. So there were groups that formed the IDF, some of which were incredibly radical. The Irgun was one of them. Yes. Okay. My understanding is the Haganah was not one of them. And I'm pretty sure that was the one that Ben Gurion was part of. I'm pretty sure he was highly critical of the attacks, I believe, in that King David camp, and that there was a lot of disunity among the three initial different forces before the IDF was formed about the use of terrorism or whatever. Yes. So some of it was aspects or elements of terrorism. To say that all of them were terrorists is not necessarily true, and there were huge divides among those three different groups that went on to form the IDF over whether terrorism is acceptable.
As there were in the PLO, of course.
Okay, that's fine.
There were a lot of Christian secular elements in the PLO.
I don't know why we're talking about the PLO right now.
No, I'm just saying that I think there is an analogy to be made between the the Yishuv and the IDF, frankly, because these terrorist groups form the IDF and the PLO. And I wouldn't say today there's no difference between the IDF and like a terrorist group. I wouldn't say that. But
You
I
think
would also
today
say
there's
that
no difference between the IDF and a terrorist group? Is that what you
no,
said?
no. I didn't say that.
Oh,
I said
okay. I don't know
the
what. Hold on.
history of the-
I don't even know what we're hopping around between like so many different points in history. I don't know what the point we were trying to make.
Trying to relax. Like you seem very agitated. I'm
No,
not.
no, yeah, wait. I am
Will
agitated.
will you at least accept the possibility that I'm trying? I should let you talk more. I'll agree with that. Will you accept the possibility that I'm trying? That sure, I may have a bias. We all have biases. But
It's
I'm
not
trying
about biases.
to be-
You're hopping
let me
around.
finish. Within the scope of my bias, I'm trying to be honest and express my understanding of the history and the moral issues. And you're just saying, "Oh no, you're trying to interrupt to win" or some rubbish.
I don't know what we're talking about when we keep hopping between like all these different periods in history. I don't even know what the point we're trying to make is. I'm not even sure.
Okay, you made a point about Ben Gurion. He doesn't do realpolitik. I tried to mention how he navigated between like military that was comprised of a lot, substantially of former terrorist groups.
Yes.
And a Western statesman. Yeah, that's
my
that's
point.
realpolitik.
My initial point was that I don't believe the early state of Israel was trying to win favor with Western nations because it seems like they essentially have been abandoned by them. So to say that they were like playing like on realpolitik or whatever, that doesn't make sense to me because it seems like
that's not correct.
What part of that is not correct?
So by the abandonment, are you referring to the 39 white paper which restricted immigration and ended up being during the Holocaust? Is that what you're referring to?
Part of it, yes.
Okay. That is absolutely true that the British abandoned Zionism in 1939. They imposed these restrictions on immigration. They didn't know that the Nazis were going to exterminate the Jews, of course. It doesn't happen until 41.
I don't have no idea. Hold on, wait. I don't know why you're bringing up the Holocaust or any of that. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
Well, it's relevant to the white paper because, look, from the Jewish perspective, the white paper prevented them from going to Palestine during the Holocaust, right? Because the British said you cannot immigrate to Palestine over, like, I don't know, was it 5,000 a year? Very small figure. And then after 45, the British said there's not going to be any immigration. So obviously that led to Jewish death because if more Jews had gone from Europe to Palestine, they wouldn't have been liquidated in the gas chambers. That's my point. So I thought that was what you were alluding to when you said Europe abandoned the Jews.
Yes. And then when they left after the mandate, they just said whatever. Yes.
Okay. Well, but that's not quite true though. So first of all, the 39 break was a change in British policy, but prior to that, starting with the Force of Balfour Declaration, the British had been very supportive of Zionism and an essential patronage of it because they facilitated and allowed the immigration. Moreover, American and Soviet lobbying was key to the acceptance of the partition plan in 47. So no, they've always been, got more, you may have read, and that's correct, that the relationship with the United States became much closer after 67. That is correct. But nevertheless, Israel always was reliant on Western
After 1940, what did the British or the West do to help Israel?
Again, in 47, the United States and the Soviet Union, they're not really the West Soviet Union, but they aggressively lobbied other nations to vote for the partition plan.
And the partition plan was rejected, so nothing came from that.
Right, but it gave their state legal legitimacy.
No, it didn't.
It gave their state legal legitimacy.
No,
Yes,
it didn't. It didn't.
How did it not?
Because because the only way they got legitimacy was through war. You think they just declared independence and they magically had a state because of a partition plan that nobody agreed to? That the Arabs there didn't agree to?
Absolutely. You don't think the partition plan triggered the war?
No.
Israel was saying we have a state on the basis of this partition plan.
Okay, I totally disagree, but okay.
That was a core foundation. Now they had ideological.
I'm sure they cited to it, yeah. But are you telling me that if no partition plan was there, you don't think they would have tried to fight for independence in that land?
That seems quite plausible they would have, but I think the partition plan was the proximate cause, and it gave them legitimacy. Yes, I mean they need it. Look, they're a small country; they need international recognition.
But they had no international support. What does the recognition matter without any support?
In the war, they didn't. Well, they didn't have military support, but they had political support.
What does political support matter with no military support if it's a war?
Look, if you want to be a nation, you need to be recognized. You need to have trade. You need to have relations, foreign relations. You can't just be LARPing and say, "Oh, here's our country," and no one recognizes you.
But that was essentially what was happening. Wasn't there literally embargoes on like delivering arms to that area? I'm pretty sure the only way Israel got weapons in that area was like covert flights from Czechoslovakia. They weren't even supposed to have weapons down there.
I really don't think. Look, I really don't think that this is. Is your view really that vote did not confer legitimacy to the state of Israel?
No,
That
I think it was
important?
I think it was them fighting that conferred legitimacy to them. The recognition
Okay.
doesn't mean anything. Here's the question. Okay, we can solve super easily. Let's say that they would have lost the war in 48. Do you think Britain or the United States would have stepped in to ensure their having territory there?
Look, the United States recognized Israel during the war.
Are you going to answer that question or not at all?
I don't think the United States. Look, I don't believe in this Jewish conspiracy.
I'm asking if you're going to answer. You're going to answer that question, or?
No, I come on, Destiny. You're really in like this mode where I'm an adversary. And I don't think we have
Because
to
you're
have a
not
conversation.
answering. Because you're not engaging with anything I'm saying. You're just like rambling on random shit. You're telling me that in 48 the political support for them was incredibly important. I feel like with the embargo,
47, yeah.
Yeah, with the embargo, with the restriction of Jewish immigration, I feel like the political support probably didn't matter that much, because if they would have
The
lost,
restriction of Jewish immigration was abolished.
sure,
after
well,
the war.
eventually, but when they lost the war, I'm sorry, if they lost the war, I'm asking if you think
This is a counterfactual. It seems plausible that had they lost the war, there would be some new partition plan that was more favorable to Arabs in 47, or that Israel wouldn't have been a state. I don't know. It didn't happen. Nevertheless, it seems very unlikely to me that the partition plan didn't benefit Israel. It just seems silly. I mean, like, look.
you keep saying those words, it seems silly, but you're giving me zero evidence to
Why
believe.
do you think? Okay, but why do you think so many countries recognize Israel, like officially recognize the state of Israel shortly after the partition plan, right?
I don't know if they
Is it nothing to do with it?
Hold on. Okay, because I don't remember.
United States.
I don't remember. Did they recognize
Israel
Israel?
declared independence.
Can I hold on?
But they declared
You're not letting me
independence.
finish because you know you're wrong. So actually now I'm just going to assume I'm correct.
My God,
I was going
dude,
to ask
you're
you
just-
I was going to ask you the question, but now I'm probably right. Did they recognize them after the partition plan, or was it after they declared independence? Sounds like it was probably.
They declared independence.
There you go.
They
okay,
they
there you go.
declared
So then it
independence.
wasn't the partition plan; it was them declaring independence. So
Bro,
you're okay.
bro,
Yeah, okay.
bro.
Yeah.
Bro. Okay. They declared independence along the lines established by the partition plan. So? Their declaration of independence was a response to the partition plan.
No, that's not true. Hold on. Why do you think that?
Because they cited the partition plan. as
Where
their
do you
borders.
think the borders for the partition plan came from?
Okay, what are we talking about now?
I'm sorry. I'll tell you.
The partition plan
The
was
partition
before
plan.
the Declaration-
The partition.
No, it was before
the
the
par-
Declaration
the
of Independence.
partition plan borders were drawn up around the areas that had all of the Jewish majority people living there. So of course, when they declare independence, these are going to be the borders that they're going to try to defend. It's not because the partition plan said it. The partition plan said it because that's where the Jews were. So of course, when they declare independence, those are the territories they're going to fight for. Obviously.
Yeah, okay. Here's an example of how the petition plan informed the Declaration of Independence. So they were trying to figure out what are we going to call our new state, right? That was one thing they were trying to figure out, okay? And one of the big candidates was Judea, and another was Zion. And Israel decided not to call themselves Judea or Zion because, according to the partition plan, the territory of Zion, namely Jerusalem, as well as most of the Judean mountains, were outside of what was lauded them by the UN. So they were very scrupulously abiding to the partition plan in their Declaration of Independence because they realized that abiding by the partition plan was important for their legitimacy and for their prospect of being recognized. They definitely wanted to expand further, but they weren't going to do it consummate with the Declaration of Independence. I'm getting frustrated here because I don't understand why you think I'm arguing in bad faith when these are totally reasonable arguments. But
I mean, I can't present another argument because you told me we can't even consider a counterfactual. So, I mean, I think it's pretty. I think it's really obvious that if
the guy said did the fact that in terms of the literal name of the state, they're like, gosh, we can't use a name that implies we're not going to respect the partition plan. That doesn't show a
they're
level
not respect.
of
The
fidelity.
partition plan is already gone. The partition plan was not agreed to, so it doesn't matter. The Arab
but
states
they're at least-
rejected the partition plan. I don't know what, like, past
Their
40.
Declaration of Independence is carefully tailored to conform to the borders of the partition plan. The point is not that they want to follow it. The point is that they recognize their legitimacy internationally comes from it.
I don't disagree that the borders were similar. But that's because the borders were drawn where all of the Jewish populations
that's not-
already were.
that's not-
The partition plan was not just randomly drawing lines.
They were going to take I get that. They were going to take more territory. They're going to win the war and take more territory. They knew that. Nevertheless, they didn't want to be explicit about that in their Declaration of Independence because they got their international legitimacy from this partition plan. Recognize too, this was like the heyday of the UN. Nowadays, the UN does a revolution.
Okay, so you're telling
right
so
after
then
World War II.
Sure. So you agree.
It was
So
right
then
after World
you're
War
saying
II.
well, don't jump so far ahead. You're telling me, okay, that if the partition plan didn't exist when Mandate Palestine ended and the British left, that the Jews would have just been like, fuck us, and they would have just like been absorbed into some larger Palestinian nation. You think that would have happened?
That could have happened. That was the plan under the white paper. The white paper 39.
I'm not asking you about. I'm asking you what do you think would have happened? You think that
it's a counterfactual question. I think.
Okay, so hold on. So Israel, well, not Israel, but the pre-Israel that already had the Yishuv, they already had their government, they already had their 3 fighting forces, okay, and they already had their all of their like encampments and
It's
cities.
not funny that you call them fighting forces, but the PLO are terrorists. But go ahead.
No, some of them this engaged in terrorism. I'm not denying that. You think that these people would have disbanded everything and just been absorbed into some proper, larger Palestinian nation?
I think they definitely wanted a nation of their own. Whether they would have been able to achieve that is a question.
And you think
really
whether they achieved it or not came down to that 47 partition plan?
They knew they needed international legitimacy. They knew they needed that. I mean, why don't you think they declared? So you don't think the coincidence of? Okay, you're saying it's a product of. Look, my view is that here's my view. The Israel's legitimacy, the notion of Israel being a legitimate state causes the war, and Israel claiming statehood causes the war, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the first part of it. The second, but what causes that? That's a 47 partition plan. That's the proximate cause, right?
I disagree on that, but I guess. I don't know.
We disagree on that, but I don't really understand the intensity because it doesn't. I don't think I'm making like crazier, false assertions. I mean, the Declaration of Independence clearly is tailored to conform with the partition plan, and it's not that they're going to follow it, but they want to act like they're following it so they can get recognition. I mean, they're going to win the war and take more territory. That's what nations have done in history, right? It's not saying they're uniquely evil for doing that, but nevertheless, they knew that they needed international legitimacy, and to do that, they were going in line with the UN. Also, the UN, as I was saying before, we kind of see UN resolutions as a joke nowadays, which is kind of sad when you think about it, but that is the situation. Right after World War II, there were much more puffed up ideas about the United Nations, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. So I think the partition plan is very important for the Declaration of Independence, and of course for the war, which you don't disagree with. The Arab rejection caused the war, so
Okay. Well, anything else?
No, I think those are the two. Again, the funny thing is, like, you're like, oh, you're bullshitting all this. I think we actually agree. We disagree with the moral and political implications to draw from this, but I think, with the exception of the 6-Day War, we basically agree with what's going on. Again, my main points have been, one, this history and ongoing practice of ethnic cleansing. I don't think you disagree with it. You emphasize the ethnic cleansing of the Jews, which is totally legitimate on the Mizrahim side. My response to that was that it doesn't matter as much because they have a home. The Palestinians, for the most part, don't. I think you agreed Israel doesn't share our values despite some quibbling on the margins. You agree on the settlements. I don't know actually if you agreed that you agree the settlements are bad, but I don't know if you agreed that they're part of a project to take the land. I think you did, but I'm not sure. Is that what you agreed on or no?
I'm not even sure at this point. What
you're
year
not
are we
sure
talking about?
Now. Like settlements now.
I'm not sure. I don't.
Civilian settlements.
Yeah, probably not good.
Yeah. Okay. So, what do you think? Before we wrap, what do you think we disagree on? What is so awful about me? Because you seem pretty exasperated in this conversation.
I just the inconsistent arguments, the jumping around from year to year, the different like standards of evaluating like what the intentions of people were, what was going on. Like, none of it just makes sense to me. I guess I'm not sure.
All right. Well, take care.
Do you think? I'm just curious. Like just one question. We don't have to go back for this for a minute. Do you think that initially? Do you think that Israel would have lived in peace with the Arab Palestinians on their land if everybody would have agreed to that territory initially? Do you think they would have, or do you think they would have expelled them anyway?
So one state. So like, if the Yeshuv's position had been, we will accept a one-state solution, provided that don't have like Islamic law imposed on us. If that had been the position, would they have lived in peace?
I didn't
Is that
talk
the
about.
question?
I said that when Israel declared independence, okay, if everybody around the area would have just been like, okay, fine, that's your territory, fuck up, chill. Do you think that they would have been okay with all the Arab Palestinians living on their land, or do you think they would have expelled them anyway?
It's a really difficult question. I don't know, actually. I mean, they wanted them to leave in 48. We know that. I don't
so
agree
if
with
I say that, like, because you keep saying over and over again that in the Declaration of Independence they call out the that UN partition, right? They also explicitly say in their Declaration of Independence that they want the Arabs to stay and to work and build a country with them. So you believe one thing but not the other. Can you tell me why you believe one and not the other?
Well, this is all a counterfactual, so it just is interesting.
It's not counterfactual. Hold on, no. Wait, the counterfactual doesn't mean anything here. Okay, I'm just because you said that because something was said in the Declaration of Independence, it must be true, right? Which is they at the end of giving their like natural and historic right to the land, they also reference that resolution. They also say explicitly in their Declaration of Independence that they are inviting Palestinians to stay there and build a country with them. So do you believe one and not the other, or?
I don't believe. I think that the idea of conformity. Okay, I understand the question now. No, I don't think they ever intended. When the Declaration of Independence was written, they definitely didn't intend to conform to the 47 partition plan. They were merely invoking it because that was the source of their legitimacy in the United States and so on. Like they needed that legitimacy, so the UN had a lot of legitimacy back then. So they imply that they're going to abide by the partition plan, the UN resolution. When in fact,
I'm asking if you think they would have been okay with all of the Arab Palestinians living in their country.
I think they would have been okay with what happened, which is a minority with a large Jewish majority.
Well, wasn't the majority of the original partition plan like 55% Jews, 45% Arabs?
Yeah.
So that's not a large majority. That's.
Well, I mean, look, sometimes you have to take half a loaf to get if you can't get a full loaf. I think they'd rather have had that than no state, because remember the policy in 39 was no state, right? So they accepted it.
So you think that if everybody would have accepted the territory there, do you think that the Jewish people in their newly formed state of Israel, would they have lived in peace with the Arab Palestinians there, or do you think they would have still tried to expel them?
I think they wouldn't have tried to expel them like the way it happened through like ethnic cleansing. I think they would have continued to do what they had been doing, which is buying within the realm of property rights, buying land and expelling people through that means. And I think they would have tried to give people money or incentives to leave. I don't think they actually would have carried out what we would call ethnic cleansing, which is what happened. But I think they would have. I think they would have tried to incentivize Arabs to leave. Definitely. I think that there would have been an Arab minority there that stayed, as we have today. But I think they would have tried to incentivize the Arabs to leave because they wanted a robust Jewish majority in their state. But they were willing to have an Arab minority. So that's what my best guess is.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, anything else, or?
I think I'm good.
All right. Thanks for the scraping match. It's fun to argue with people. I do appreciate you coming on. It's been fun. Okay.
Yeah. Hope we can do it again. Bye bye.
All right. Have fun. Bye. I think when I do, after I finish, I'm running out of days. I don't have the time. I think after I do all of my reading, we're gonna have like strict rules for conversations. The like hopping around to so many different things and not just like settling a single point before moving on drives me fucking insane. Okay. Jesus. We need more structure, yeah. Introducing a path for... Oh, I'm just trying to find this speech. I would be curious. This speech that Nasser gave before the Six-Day War. I wish I could find this full speech. In a speech to Arab trade unionists on May 26, Nasser announced if Israel embarks on an aggression against Syria and Egypt, the battle will be a general one, and our basic objective will be to destroy Israel. I wish I could find this whole speech. It would be interesting, but... Nasser said, "We knew that closing the Gulf of Aqaba meant war. The objective will be Israel's destruction." There's like a ... here, though. So, like, what's being said in between? I wonder if the phrase here is being changed. I wish I had access to that full speech. The Six-Day War thing is interesting. In my independent research, I've stumbled upon the minority opinion with historians that Israel was the instigator. I mean, it depends on whether you consider the closure of that strait to be instigation or not. I feel like most people internationally agree that closing access to waterways is almost like a cause for war. That people will go to war over stuff like that. And it seemed like Israel knew they were going to go to war over it. They had already had one war over it. So, I mean, like, it seems like they knew it was happening, but yeah. Go to this and skip to rejected Egyptian. The rejected Egyptian plan to attack Israel on May 27th. The Egyptian field formed the plan for initiating an attack on Israel in late May. It was rejected by Nasser, who felt that despite the rising tensions, Egypt should not attack Israel unless Israel attacked first. Nasser's awareness of the plan prior to its resignation or rejection of it is debated by other historians. Oren states that Amir told one of his generals, This time we will be the ones to start the war. This was counter to Nasser's strategy of pushing Israel to start the war. Oren states the Egyptian sources are divided over why Nasser did not veto Amir's plan. Oren suggests that Nasser was apprised of the plan but lacked the political strength to override Amir's order. Also, the preparation of an Egyptian invasion of Israel had certain advantages to Nasser. What do you think he meant when he said it's a contentious issue? When you said there seemed to be consensus? I believe that it's consensus that, like, Egypt closed the straits. Egypt wanted to eliminate Israel. I don't think any of these is debated. The contentious issue will be whether or not, like, a preemptive attack is, like, ever okay. That's going to be the contentious issue. Not over whether or not Egypt was, like, clearly trying to provoke war. Or if there is debate over that, I just haven't stumbled into those historians. I haven't seen that yet. Link to the full speech here. Did you see the UN article and the 90% number that he kept citing? I have not.
What you call love was invented by guys like me. Sure.
Let's see. You're providing... Okay, so this is a speech that he's giving, right? Later, the Yemeni revolution broke out. We considered it our duty to rescue our brothers simply because of the principles and ideals which we advocated and still advocate. We were waiting for the day when we would be fully prepared and confident of being able to adopt strong measures if we were to enter the battle with Israel. I say nothing aimlessly. One day, 2 years ago, I stood up to say that we had no plan to liberate Palestine and that revolutionary action was our only course to liberate Palestine. I spoke at the summit conferences. The summit conferences were meant to prepare the Arab states to defend themselves. Recently, we felt we are strong enough that if we were to enter a battle with Israel with God's help, we could triumph. On this basis, we decided to take actual steps. A great deal has been said in the past about the UN emergency force. Many people blamed us for the UNEF's presence. We were not strong enough. Should we have listened to them, or rather built and trained our army while the UNEF still existed? I said once that we could tell the UNEF to leave within half an hour. Once we were fully prepared, we could ask UNEF to leave, and this is what actually happened. The same thing happened with regard to Sharm el-Sheikh, We were attacked on this score by some Arabs. Taking Sharm el-Sheikh meant confrontation with Israel. Taking such action also meant that we were ready to enter a general war with Israel. It was not a separate operation. Therefore, we had to take this fact in consideration when moving to Sharm el-Sheikh. The present operation was mounted on this basis. Actually, I was authorized by the Arab Socialist Union's Supreme Executive Committee to implement this plan at the right time. The right time came when Syria was threatened with aggression. We sent reconnaissance aircraft over Israel. Not a single brigade was stationed opposite us to the Israeli side of the border. All Israeli brigades were confronting Syria. All but 4 brigades have now moved south to confront Egypt. Those 4 are still on the border with Syria. We are confident that once we have entered the battle, we will triumph, God willing. With regard to military plans, there is complete coordination of military action between us and Syria. We will operate as one army fighting a single battle for the sake of a common objective, the objective of the Arab nation. The problem today is not just Israel, but also those behind it. If Israel embarks on an aggression against Syria or Egypt, the battle against Israel will be a general one and not confined to one spot on the Syrian or Egyptian borders. The battle will be a general one, and our basic objective will be to destroy Israel. I probably could not have said such things 5 or even 3 years ago. If I had said such things and had been unable to carry them out, my words would have been empty and worthless. Today, some 11 years after 1956, I say such things because I am confident. I know that we have here in Egypt and what Syria has. I know what we have here in Egypt and what Syria has. I also know that other states, Iraq, for instance, has sent its troops to Syria. Algeria will send troops. Kuwait will send troops. They will send armored and infantry units. This is Arab power. This is the true resurrection of the Arab nation, which at one time was probably in despair. Today, people must know the reality of the Arab world. What is Israel? Israel today is the United States. The United States is the chief defender of Israel. As for Britain, I consider it America's lackey. Britain does not have an independent policy. Wilson always follows Johnson's steps and says what he wants him to say. All Western countries take Israel's view. The Gulf of Aqaba was a closed waterway prior to 1956. We used to search British, US, French, and other ships. After the tripartite aggression, as we all know, is the tripartite plot. We left the area to UNEF, which came here under a UN resolution to make possible the withdrawal of Britain, France, and Israel. The Israelis say they opened the maritime route. I say they told lies and believed their own lies. We withdrew because the British and French attacked us. The battle was never between us and Israel alone. I have recently been with the armed forces. All the armed forces are ready for a battle face-to-face between the Arabs and Israel. Those behind Israel are also welcome. We must know and learn a big lesson today. We must actually see that in its hypocrisy and in its talks with the Arabs, the United States sides with Israel 100% and is partial in favor of Israel. Why is Britain biased towards Israel? The West is on Israel's side. General de Gaulle's personality caused him to remain impartial on this question and not to toe the US or the British line. France, therefore, did not take sides with Israel. The Soviet Union's attitude was great and splendid. It supported the Arabs and the Arab nation. It went to the extent of stating that, together with the Arabs and the Arab nation, it would not resist any interference or aggression. The question is not one of international law. Why all this uproar? Because of the closure of the Gulf of Aqaba. When Eshkol was the prime minister of Israel, and Rabin, I think this is their general military leader guy, threatened Syria, nobody spoke about peace or threats to peace. What was the threat to Syria here? What are they referencing here? Does anybody know? Whether true or not, I'm just curious what the... Rabin was the assassinated prime minister? Yeah, but that came later, I think, didn't it? Soviet intel that Israel was massing near Syria. Oh, is that just the bad Soviet intel? Really? Was it? This speech was given on the 26th of May, so... The United States, Britain, in reaction, which is the friend of... do not favor the national progressive regime in Syria. Israel, of course, shares their feelings. Israel and all the United States and Britain. We shall not relinquish our rights. We shall not concede our rights to the Gulf of Aqaba. Today, the people of Egypt, the Syrian army, and the Egyptian army comprise one front. We want the entire front surrounding Israel to become one front. We want this. Naturally, there are obstacles at present, of course, Wasfi al-Tal is a spy for the Americans and the British. We cannot cooperate with these spies in any form because the battle is one of destiny and spies have no place on this battle. We want the front to become one united front around Israel. We will not relinquish the rights of the people of Palestine, as I've said before. I was told at the time that I might have to wait 70 years. During the Crusaders' occupation, the Arabs waited 70 years before a suitable opportunity arose and they drove away the Crusaders. Some people commented that Abdel Nasser said we should shelve the Palestinian question for 70 years, but I say that as a people with an ancient civilization, as an Arab people, we are determined that the Palestine question will not be liquidated or forgotten. The whole question, then, is the proper time to achieve our aims. We are preparing ourselves constantly. We are the hope of the Arab nation and its vanguard. As workers, you are actually building the Arab nation. The quicker we build, the quicker we will be able to achieve our aim. I thank you for your visit and wish you every success. Please convey my greetings and best wishes to the Arab workers in every country. I don't know, man. You seem pretty... He kept saying that in a one-state solution, Jews wouldn't be targeted and they wouldn't be under Islamic law, but also pointed out that Levantine Arabs absolutely hate Jews, which is it kind of about... Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay. What are these targeted ads? Bro, listen, I just want to go scuba diving, okay? The reality is that if you want to goon successfully, if you want to goon so much that you can levitate, you have to cut off the flow of oxygen to your body. And I find that it's easiest to do this with scuba-related gear, okay? You fill up a tank, put half the oxygen necessary, and then you use that as your breathing apparatus, and then you begin gooning, and soon you'll have powers you never knew, okay? Here's the new poll he cites on 50% Israelis supporting expulsion of Arabs. Control F status of Arabs. Wait, hold on. Views of the Jewish state in the diaspora. What did you tell me to Control F? Status of Arabs. Jewish public opinion is divided on the status of Arabs. Jewish public opinion divided on the status of Arabs in Israel. Nearly half of Israeli Jews say Arabs should be expelled. Oh. Isn't that edging? The, don't ever compare gooning to edging. Comparing gooning to edging is like saying people that, climb in parks are the same as people that climb Mount Everest, okay? It's not even remotely the same thing, okay? It's not even close, okay? Gooning's on another level, all right? People that edged wish they could goon. Okay. Nearly half of Israeli Jews say Arabs should be expelled. Percentage of Israeli Jews who agrees to the statement, Arabs should be expelled or transferred from Israel. 48% seem to agree, 46% seem to disagree. Some big differences and disagreements between like the Dati and the Hiloni. These are different types of, I don't know if these are ethnic things or religious divides, I have no idea. Damn, 53, or do a large number of Jewish people speak Russian at home? Oh, I think is Yiddish related to Russian? Dati equals religious, Hiloni equals secular. Ah, makes sense, okay. Yiddish is German. Oh, okay, never mind. Dati use scuba gear. Hiloni use gimp masks. Look at the other way. Palestinians on Israel. Why don't you let me the actual article instead of like a fucking screenshot? The majority support no end to the conflict. At the same time, popularity shows that some crucial long-term questions are similarly out of sync with official PA positions. Majorities in Gaza, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem increasingly say that a two-state solution should not mean the end of the conflict with Israel. Rather, around 60% would opt to continue the struggle to liberate all of historic Palestine. Reinforcing this point, around the same proportion now also say that any compromise with Israel should only be temporary. From 2014 to 2020? I don't know what all of historic Palestine is liberated means. Does that mean like not even a one-state solution, but just like an Arab state? The Palestinian leadership is able to negotiate a two-state solution with Israel. Do you think that this should be the end of the conflict, or that resistance should continue until all of historic Palestine is liberated? Resistance should continue. I wonder what that means, but... boom, 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 boom. Okay. We got so sidetracked on that debate. And now I have to do fucking kick or keep. Fuck me, dude. Boom, boom, boom. This is the country that shares our values more than Israel, by the way. LGBT rights in Lebanon. No protections against LGBT discrimination. No protections against housing discrimination. No adoption for married gay couples. Militaries don't ask, don't tell. Donating blood from gay people is banned. Gay marriage is unrecognized. Conversion therapy is not banned. Public opinion. The justifiability of homosexuality. They're ranked 71 out of 88 regions. Jesus. %80 of people in Lebanon support Hamas. Yeah, I don't know why you brought up Lebanon. I don't know. Yeah, like even with my limited knowledge of Lebanon, that seems like a wild comparison. Whatever. Whatever. Don't care. Okay. Okay. Should check out this book with information. Oh. What is the LGBTQ record of Israel? I don't know. Let's check. Does Israel recognize gay marriage? Same-sex marriage is not legal in Israel either. The Israeli government has registered same-sex marriages performed abroad since 2006. However, prior to July 2022, marriages performed in Israel were only available from one of the 15 religious marriage courts, none of which permit same-sex marriage under their respective auspices. What is this? In July 2022, the Central District Court ruled that marriages performed under an online civil marriage service established by the U.S. state of Utah are legal in Israel, thereby no longer requiring couples previously unable to marry in Israel to leave the country. So if you're gay in Israel and you want to get married, if you get married by the state of Utah from Israel, it's... Okay. Interesting. Oh, this was the other site. Okay, sorry. Marriage is pretty much the only thing they're missing because of religious definitions of marriage, but they have everything else. Oh, do they? Support of same-sex marriage is only 36%. Should society accept homosexuality is 47 to 45. Support for same-sex marriage. Perceptions of local areas a good place for gay people is only 38%. But they can join the military. It's illegal to discriminate against them. They're allowed to adopt. That's kind of surprising. They can adopt but not get married. The gay marriage is recognized. The state just doesn't sponsor the marriage itself for religious reasons. I wonder what rights you get in Israel if you're married. If that's like significantly different than anything else. Yeah. LGBT Kaaba soon. Oh, hold up. Saudi Arabia says it welcomes LGBTQ visitors. Could you imagine if they had like rainbow lights on the Kaaba cube? Bro. That shit cray. We haven't made much progress here. Okay, I'm just gonna start reading more. Jesus. Oh, this was the one thing we were looking at. The Egyptians dispute the Israeli account of this battle, but they never did provide their own version of what happened. and then Anwar Sadat's half-brother got killed in this battle too. This is unbelievable. Egypt launched a massive surprise attack on Israel that included over 200 Egyptian aircraft participating in an opening airstrike. The Israeli Air Force base Afir at Sharm el-Sheikh came under attack by 20 Egyptian Air Force MiG-17s and their 8 MiG-21 escorts. Not realizing the extent of the attack, Israel quickly scrambled 2 F-4E Phantom II fighter jets. The Israeli pilots proceeded to jettison their external fuel tanks and engage all 28 MiGs in aerial combat. In just under 6 minutes, 7 Egyptian MiGs had been shot down, and then the remaining Egyptian planes disengaged and returned to Egypt. I don't know. Egypt, what are you doing? Let's see. Simultaneously, 14 Egyptians, two Tupolev Tu-16 bombers attacked Israel targets in the Sinai with Kelt missiles, while another 2 Egyptians... What the fuck is this shit? Okay. Can you expound on your Warrior Gene take yesterday versus Philly? No. Okay. Attacked Israeli targets on the Sinai with Kelt missiles. Another 2 Egyptian Topolevs fired 2 Kelt missiles at a radar station in central Israel. 1 missile was shot down by a patrolling Israeli Mirage fighter, and the second fell into the sea. You could shoot down missiles? The attack was an attempt to warn Israel that Egypt could retaliate if it bombed targets deep within Egyptian territory. Destiny skipped a critical point from the Egyptian side that led them to blocking the Suez Canal. We're really going back here. The Lavon Affair was a failed Israeli covert operation, codenamed Operation Sasuna, conducted in Egypt in the summer of 1954. As part of a false flag operation, a group of Egyptian Jews were recruited by Israeli military intelligence to plant bombs inside Egyptian, American, and British-owned civilian targets, cinemas, libraries, and American educational centers. The bombs were timed to detonate several hours after closing time. The attacks would be blamed on the Muslim Brotherhood, Egyptian communists, unspecified malcontents, or local nationalists with the aim of creating a climate of sufficient violence and instability to induce the British government to retain its occupying troops in Egypt's Suez Canal zone. The operation caused no casualties among the population, but led to the deaths of four operatives, 2 cell members who committed suicide after being captured, and 2 operatives who were tried, convicted, and executed by the Egyptian authorities. The operation ultimately became known as the Lavon Affair after the Israeli Defense Minister Pinhas Lavon was forced to resign as a consequence of the incident. Before Lavon's resignation, the incident had been euphemistically referred to in Israel as the unfortunate affair or the bad business. Israel publicly denied any involvement in the incident until 2005, when the surviving agents were awarded certificates of appreciation by Israeli President Moshe Katsav. There you go. Under cover of the initial artillery barrage, the Egyptian assault force of 32,000 infantry began crossing the canal in 12 waves at 5 separate crossing areas from 1405 to 1730. I'm not reading a whole fucking paper too. Please stop. Holy shit. I don't have time to read about every single conflict, every single massacre, every single paper, every single thing. I'm still like 50 years behind. Jesus. Okay. All right. The Egyptians prevented Israeli forces from reinforcing the Bar-Lev line and proceeded to attack the Israeli fortifications. Meanwhile, engineers crossed over to breach the sand wall. The Israeli Air Force conducted air interdiction operations to try to prevent the bridges from being erected, but took losses from Egyptian SAM batteries. The air attacks were ineffective overall at the sectional design of the bridges, enabled quick repairs when hit. Despite fierce resistance, the Israeli Reserve Brigade garrisoning the Bar-Lev forts was overwhelmed. Hold on. Okay. It's my Twitch cooldown appeal refreshed. Nope. I don't even know what this is referencing. If you've been indefinitely suspended from Twitch and at least 6 months have passed, click here for more information about applying for reinstatement. Click this. Oh, I still have to wait a month or whatever. This is the exact same appeals thing that was here before. I don't think anything has changed. I don't know what they said have changed, or what they've said have changed, or what, but everything looks exactly the same. Jesus Christ. Is this quote out of context? Egyptian Prime Minister says country is ready to sacrifice millions of lives to defend territory. Amid rising pressure on Egypt to admit Palestinian refugees, the country's Prime Minister Mustafa Madbouly said it remained committed to protecting its land and sovereignty regardless of the cost. We are prepared to sacrifice millions of lives to ensure that no one encroaches upon our territory, Madbouly told a gathering in Sinai of military leaders, local tribal leaders, members of parliament, and other politicians. The Prime Minister said Egypt would never allow any imposed situation or the settlement of regional issues at its expense. Hopefully we'll get to the point to why Egypt doesn't like Palestinians coming in. I'm sure we'll get to that. Fortification. Okay, these are just like battle notes. I don't know if this matters as much. Egypt is also attempted to land several heli-borne commando units in various areas of the Sinai to hamper the arrival of Israeli reserves. This attempt met with disasters. The Israelis shot down up to 20 helicopters, inflicting... You've read Sadat saying the same thing about retaking the Sinai. Well, but that's about soldiers retaking land that they thought was theirs, not rejecting refugees. It's kind of different, right? Israeli Major General Chaim Herzog placed Egyptian helicopter losses at 14. Wait, was this guy the son of or related to the initial Zionist dude? Or do they just have the last fucking name? Is it Theodore? Fuck. Or no, it's Herzl. I'm sorry. It just looks the same. Never mind. Herzl. Fucking Jew names. Alright. The Sinai's with 2 armies. In the account of his war, noted that on the morning of the 7th night, the Egyptians lost 280 soldiers, 20 tanks. So this account is disputed. Many Israeli soldiers defending the Bar-Lev line became casualties, and some 200 were taken prisoner in 6 days. Some defenders of the Bar-Lev line managed to break through the Egyptian encirclement and return to their lines, or were extracted during later Israeli counterattacks. Wait, hold on. Okay. The current Israel president is Isaac Herzog. Gotcha. Egyptian forces then consolidated their initial positions. On the 7th of October, the bridgeheads were enlarged in additional blah, blah, blah. The fighting there was conducted at close quarters. Sometimes hand-to-hand, the Egyptians were forced to clear the town building by building. By evening, most of the town was in Egyptian hands. Meanwhile, the Egyptian commandos airdropped on the sky, countering Israeli reserves. Following morning, both sides suffered heavy losses. He was contradicted by other sources. According to Abraham Rabinovak, only the commandos near Baluza and those blocking the road to Fort Budapest had measurable success. With the 700 Egyptian commandos that started behind Israeli lines during the war, 740 were killed, many in downed helicopters. Failed Israeli counterattack. David Elazar visited Shmuel Gonen, commander of the Israeli Southern Command, who had only taken the position 3 months before the retirement of Ariel Sharon, and met with Israeli commanders. Israeli planned a cautious counterattack for the following day. 7 Egyptian air bases were damaged, loss of 284. Okay, hold on. I'm silently reading this. See if there's anything important here. The 14th of October, the Battle of the Sinai took place. Preparation for the attack, Egyptian helicopters sent on 100 commandos. Israeli recon unit subdued them. General Shazli strongly opposed any eastward advance that would leave his armor without adequate air cover. He was overruled by General Ismail Sadat, whose aims were to seize the strategic Mitla and Gidi passes on the Israel Nerve Center at Rephidim, which they hoped would relieve pressure on the Syrians, who were by now on the defensive, by forcing Israel to shift divisions from the Golan to the Sinai. I don't think we've read anything about the Syrian front yet. Egyptian units launched head-on attacks against the waiting Israeli defenses. At least 250 Egyptian tanks and some 200 army vehicles were destroyed. Egyptian casualties exceeded 1,000. Fewer than 40 Israeli tanks were hit, and all but 6 of them were repaired by Israeli maintenance crews and returned to service, while Israeli casualties numbered 665. Pollack credited a successful Israeli commando raid. What? Is this how you expect most of the pro-Palestine debates to go? I'm getting socialism arc vibes where literally everyone has no idea except for one or two literal academics. Maybe, I don't know. I'm sure we'll find like super educated people. The reality is there's going to be people that are more read on me in these issues, and they will have better arguments than I have. It's just a matter of like finding those people. But we'll see. It's probably not going to be any influencers or anybody that's on like YouTube or Twitch streams debating, but we'll see. Jesus. Okay. That guy made pretty comparable arguments to the ones Lonerbox will make. No, Lonerbox I think is capable of like remaining on a single track and having a much better discussion, I think. Or at least so far, that's what I've seen. At this point, General Sharon. Wow, hello, Lycan. Capturing the Egyptian, it starts while the Egyptian failed attack the 20th October, the multi-division counterattack, boom, boom, boom. 27 APCs. Okay, it's really jets. Do I care about this as much? So, frame protecting economic and strategic following is Egyptian threat to retaliate against Israeli cities with Scud missiles. Series of tactical ballistic missiles developed by the Soviet Union during the Cold War. The term comes from the NATO reporting name attached to the missile by Western intelligence agencies. Okay. I can probably note that. Israel refrained from attacking economic and strategic infrastructure in response to Egyptian threats to fire Scud missiles onto Israeli cities. What is the range of a Scud missile?
Do you like pickles on your burger?
Fuck no. 190 miles. Damn. Scud A is 110 miles. Okay. Does 110 take you all the way? I'm curious. Google Maps Cairo. What do you think is the distance from Cairo to Tel Aviv? If I had to guess, I want to guess 200 miles. I have no fucking idea. Might be more. I'll guess 250. Tel Aviv to Cairo. Right click. Directions from here? No. Measured distance. To Tel Aviv. Oh my god. 248 miles. Okay. So Scud missiles anywhere. Scud missiles. Wikipedia. 110 miles, 190 miles, 370 miles, and 430 miles. I wonder which ones they had. Remember that Iraq launched Scud missiles at Israel during the Gulf War. Not sure how far that is because where they launched from, so it is a viable threat. Yeah, but this was the first Gulf War, right? Which is 90. It's not 91, is it? Wait, when is the first Gulf War? I don't remember. Fuck me. Okay, yeah, 1990. So this is going to be much later. Yeah, I know it doesn't have to go from Cairo. I was just curious. Scuds are notoriously inaccurate and easy to shoot down. Okay. The heaviest air battles took place over the northern Nile, where the Israelis repeatedly attempted to destroy Egyptian air bases, although the Israelis tended to come out on top on aerial battles. One notable exception was the air battle of Mansoura, when an Israeli raid against the Egyptian air bases of Tanta and Mansoura was repulsed by Egyptian fighter aircraft. Let's see. 104th Air Wing, the Egyptian Air Force scrambled its fighters, receiving additional reinforcements on their bases. The battle began at 3:15, and lasted 53 minutes. The Egyptian commander was Hosni Mubarak. According to Egyptian sources, multiple Israeli fighters were shot down. This is disputed by Israeli sources. See if the page says when each litter of Scud was in service. If it's only possible to launch it from the Sinai, that would give you an argument regarding Israeli security, maybe. I mean, if that was true, if we say that they needed the Sinai Peninsula to prevent Scud missiles, couldn't you make an argument that Israeli expansion then needs to happen like 300 miles in all directions? I think that would be pretty extreme. I understand what you're saying, though. Securing the bridgehead, despite the success of Israel, surrounding the West Bank, Generals Bar-Lev and Elazar ordered Sharon to concentrate on securing the bridgehead on the East Bank. The bridgehead is, he's referring to, there must be like a main or big crossing on the Jordan River, right? Is it the Sheikh Hussein Bridge? Is that what we're talking about here? Fuck. The fuck is this bullshit? East-northeast, I guess, east of Jericho, maybe? I'm assuming that's where it is. It's ordered to clear the roads leading to the canal, as well as positions known as the Chinese Farm, just north of Deversor, the Israeli crossing point. Israeli High Command was insistent, believing that until the East Bank was secure, force on the West Bank could be cut off. Sharon was overruled by his superiors and relented. On the 16th of October, he dispatched Amnon's Rishas Brigade to attack the Chinese Farm. Other IDF forces attacked entrenched Egyptian forces. After 3 days of bitter fighting, close quarter fighting, the Israelis succeeded in dislodging the numerically superior Egyptian forces. They lost about 300 dead, 1,000 wounded, 56 tanks. The Egyptians suffered heavier casualties, including 118 tanks destroyed and 15 captured. What is the Chinese Farm? The fuck is this place? It was fought on the Sinai Peninsula, north of the Great Bitter Lake, and just east of the Suez Canal. Near... What? Oh, near an Egyptian agricultural research station. The area is known to the Israeli military as the Chinese Farm, a misnomer resulting from the research station's use of Japanese-made equipment with Japanese writing on the machinery mistaken by Israeli observers for Chinese characters. Duh. Okay. Egyptian response to the Israeli crossing. The Egyptians, meanwhile, failed to grasp the extent and magnitude of the Israeli crossing, nor did they appreciate its intent and purpose. This is partly due to attempts by Egyptian field commanders to obfuscate reports concerning the Israeli crossing, and partly due to a false assumption that the canal crossing was merely diversion for a major IDF offensive targeting the right flank of the Second Army. Consequently, on the 16th of October, General Shazli ordered the 21st Armored Division to attack southward and the T-62 equipped 25th Independent Armored Brigade to attack northward. The Egyptians failed to scout the area, and were unaware of that by now. Adan's 162nd Armored Division was in the vicinity. Moreover, all this bullshit. Showing like an Egyptian artillery shelled the Israeli bridge over the canal in the morning, scoring several hits, and launched some raids. They lost planes. The bridge was damaged. Israeli paratroop headquarters, which was near the bridge. Trickle of Israeli forces were able to cross. According to Chaim Herzog, the Egyptians continued attacking the bridgehead until the ceasefire. Fired tens of thousands of shells into the area of the crossing. Egyptian aircraft attempted to bomb the bridge every day. After the failure of the 7th of October counterattacks, the Egyptian general staff slowly began to realize the magnitude of the Israeli offensive. Early on the 18th of October, the Soviets showed Sadat satellite imagery of Israeli forces operating on the West Bank. Alarmed, Sadat dispatched Shazli to the front to assess the situation firsthand. He no longer trusted his field commanders to provide accurate reports. Shazli confirmed that the Israelis had at least one division on the West Bank and were widening their bridgehead. I'm sorry, hold on. I misunderstood everything earlier. I'm sorry. When they're talking about West Bank here, they're talking about West Bank of the Suez Canal. That's what they're talking about here. He advocated withdrawing most of Egypt's armor from the East Bank to confront the growing Israeli threat on the West Bank. Sadat rejected this recommendation outright and even threatened Shazli with a court-martial. Ismail Ali recommended that Sadat push for a ceasefire so as to prevent the Israelis from exploiting their successes. Israeli forces across the Suez. Israeli forces were by now pouring across the canal on 2 bridges, including one of Israeli design and motorized rafts. Israeli engineers under the Brigadier General Dan Yevin had worked under heavy Egyptian fire to set up the bridges, and over 100 were killed and hundreds more were wounded. The crossing was difficult because of Egyptian artillery fire, though by 4 a.m., 2 of Adan's bridges were on the west bank of the canal. On the morning of the 18th of October, Sharon's force on the west bank launched an offensive towards Ismailia, slowly pushing back the Egyptian paratrooper brigade. So now we're out of the Suez Canal, I think, into Egypt proper. Well, I mean, the Suez Canal is arguably part of Egypt, but I think onto the African continent. Is that where we're at? Yes. This would be the first time that I feel like Wikipedia puts too much emphasis on the actual battle itself. Maybe focus on the motives, the start of the fight, the end of it, and the aftermath would go quicker. Yeah, but there are like details that come up during these fights that I think are like, it's just important to get an idea of like the overall feeling. So like here, my guess is going to be that like Israel pushing past to the other end of the canal. I think this is probably for the first time. It's probably a big deal for Egyptian morale. Probably doesn't feel good that you launched an offensive, and a few days earlier, you were actually like conquering Israeli territory in the Sinai Peninsula. You probably felt on top of the world, but now all of a sudden they've pushed past the canal further than they ever have before, right? Which is like a direct shot then from there to Cairo, which is probably really scary, I would imagine. But, or maybe it doesn't matter, who knows? Slowly pushing back the Egyptian paratrooper brigade, some of his units attempted to move west, but were stopped at the crossroads in Nephalia. Adan's division rolled south towards Suez City, while Magin's division pushed west towards Cairo and south towards Adabia. On the 19th of October, one of Sharon's brigades continued to push the Egyptian paratroopers north. Sharon hoped to seize the city and thereby sever the logistical and supply lines. Sharon's 2nd Brigade began to move across the canal. I'm curious, like, what's the stop point for Egypt where they're like, holy shit, can we please stop? Well, the fall of Orca caused the collapse of the Egyptian defensive line, allowing more Israeli troops to get onto the sand rampart. There, they rolled a fire in support of Israeli troops facing Missouri Ridge, an Egyptian-occupied position on the Bar-Lev line. That could pose a threat to the Israeli crossing. On the same day, Israeli paratroopers participating in Sharon's drive pushed the Egyptians back far enough for the Israeli bridges to be out of sight of Egyptian artillery observers, though the Egyptians continued shelling the area. There's no J sound in Hebrew, so all G sounds are go. Gotcha. As the Israelis pushed towards Ismailia, the Egyptians fought a delaying battle, retreating into defensive positions further north as they came under increasing pressure from the Israeli ground offensive, coupled with airstrikes. Shmuel Gonen had demanded Sharon capture the position, and Sharon had reluctantly ordered the attack. Then attacked from the south, destroying 20 tanks and overrunning infantry positions who were being halted by Sagar missiles and minefields. One-third of Missouri Ridge. Why are they taking our names? Why are they taking our words? The Israelis continued to expand their holdings on the east bank. According to the Israelis, the IDF bridgehead was 25 miles wide. On the 22nd of October, Ismaili's Egyptians defenders were occupying their last line of defense. Israel renewed the attack. Fuck, it's 5 o'clock. Fuck me, I'm getting triggered. The paratrooper at Jebel, Miriam, became engaged in intense fighting, but with their advantageous position, were able to repel this. Attack ended after paratroopers were at the same time 2 tank companies mechanized their bullshit. Blah, blah, blah. Edgar O'Balance mentions a counterattack by the Saiga, which took place during the afternoon and pushed some of Sharon's troops back along the Sweetwater Canal. What is happening in I wonder what's happening like the Gaza Strip and everything during the Yom Kippur War, because this is just territory that's basically held by Israel, right? Are any of them fighting or trying to do anything, or are they just like, yeah, I'm not sure. Israeli forces failed to get behind Ismailia and circled the city. The Israeli advance on Ismailia was stopped 6 miles south of the city. They're busy digging tunnels. Shut the fuck up. The IDF failed to cut supplies for the Egyptian Second Army or to occupy Ismailia. The Egyptians registered a tactical and strategic victory in the defense of Ismailia, stopping an encirclement of their large forces on the east bank of the Suez Canal. You're ready for the debate today. Don't be nervous. It's not that I'm ready. It's just that now I'm like obsessively trying to like, I'm like in the final stages of like my autism game. It's like Factorio. I just want to like get caught up. I just want to be current. Yeah, but that's okay. We're just still going. Okay. Northern Front, Adan and Magen moved south, decisively defeating the Israeli series of engagements, though they often encountered determined Egyptian resistance at both sides suffered heavy casualties. What debate? Whatever the keeper kick showed on it. Okay, we'll keep showing tonight. Israeli slowly advanced, bypassing Egyptian position whenever possible. After being denied air support due to the presence of SAM batteries that have been brought forward, Adan sent 2 brigades to attack them. Brigades slipped past the dug-in Egyptian infantry, moving out from the green belt for more than 5 miles, fought off multiple Egyptian counterattacks. The Israelis clashed with an Egyptian armored unit at Midseneft and destroyed multiple SAM sites. Adan also captured Fayyid Airport, which is subsequently prepared by Israeli crews to serve as a supply base and to flight wounded soldiers. Here is something that is a little bit interesting to me, and maybe I've missed this. Maybe it's been said in the past and I've skipped these articles. I haven't seen them. One thing that's like kind of interesting to me is there not that much like from a national level, obviously, Israel is fighting to carve out its nation. These Arab countries are fighting it. Is there a lot of like hostility or vitriol from the actual soldiers themselves to like the other like enemy combatants? Because I feel like I haven't read as much about like crazy like war crimes, rapes, murderings of tons of prisoners of war from either side here, from the Arab side or from the Israeli side during a lot of these like Arab-Israeli wars. And I would have expected to, as opposed to like I'm pretty sure. No, I don't know that. I do know that like for instance, like the Soviet Union and the Nazis like fucking murdered, massacred, hated, destroyed like every fucking insane thing. I'm pretty sure these two sides like hated each other with a fiery fucking passion. It feels like I haven't read as much for the individual soldiers, but I could be missing like massacres or POWs being killed or whatever. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's mostly desert. I doubt there's that many civilians. Yeah, but even for like soldiers, like wasn't it the case after? Was it after the 6-Day War when? No, it was either that or the Suez Crisis. It might have been the 6-Day War, where I think Israel marched or told a ton of Egyptian troops to go walk back towards the south, and then I think that's when. And then I read that a lot of those soldiers were killed, but then the claim was that most of them were killed by Egypt because they wanted to kill them coming back because it was so humiliating or whatever, right? But there were also claims that some Israeli soldiers that march south for those Egyptian soldiers was also arguably tantamount to death too. So there were accusations on both sides. To be fair on that. Although the Egyptian one seemed a little bit more substantiated, but I could be wrong on that. But this will 100% come up during the debate during the Lebanese Civil War. Bro, this is 1982. I'm not even close to there yet. Okay. Yeah.
You like egg on your burger?
No, that's okay. Well, wait. If it's over hard, I will. Yeah. Okay. Israelis after being denied air support due to the presence of SAM batteries and brought forward. Okay. Oh wait. Fuck. Just realized. Let's see. Overhard is just fried. Overhard should be broken yolk, cooked through. Adan sent 2 brigades. Okay, boom, boom, boom. Adan's troops advanced to the Green Belt and fought their way to the Geneva Hills, clashing with scouted Egyptian, Kuwaiti, and Palestinian troops. The Israelis clashed with an Egyptian armored unit at Metzanev and destroyed multiple campsites. Iran also captured Fayed Airport, which was subsequently prepared by Israeli crews to serve as a supply base and to fly out wounded soldiers. Fayed Airport. Is that in the Sinai or is this in Egypt past the canal? Oof, okay, that's in Egypt again, okay. All right, the ceasefire and further battles. The United Nations Security Council passed 14-0 Resolution 338 calling for a ceasefire, largely negotiated between the U.S. and Soviet Union on the 22nd of October. Wait, did anybody try to call a ceasefire when Egypt was taking land in Sinai? Or maybe it's because they're taking it back, there wasn't as much. Maybe people didn't want to call a ceasefire as much. They wanted Egypt a chance to win their land back, maybe, I guess? I'm not sure. On October 22nd, this is going to be in 73, right? The UN Security Council passed a 14-0 resolution calling for a ceasefire, negotiated mainly between the US and the USSR. It called upon the belligerents to immediately cease all military activity. The ceasefire was to come into effect 12 hours later. Because this was after dark, it was impossible for satellite surveillance to determine where the front lines were when the fighting was supposed to stop. U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger intimated to Prime Minister Mayer that he would not object to offensive action during the night before the ceasefire was to come into effect. Okay. Several minutes before the ceasefire came into effect, 3 Scud missiles were fired at Israel targets by either Egyptian forces or Soviet personnel in Egypt. This was the first combat use of Scud missiles. One Scud targeted the port of Arish, and 2 targeted the Israeli bridgehead at the Suez Canal. One hit an Israeli supply convoy and killed 7 soldiers. When the time for the ceasefire arrived, Sharon's division had failed to capture Ismailia, and cut off the Second Army supply lines, but Israeli forces were just 300 meters short of their southern goal, the last road linking Cairo and the Suez. Is it a big... Arish, okay. Are Scud missiles, when we talk about, like, prior to this point, I guess in this region, are Scud missiles big deals because it's like a long range, like surface to surface missile that can come from one area, go to another country, hit an area that I think up to this point, I think in this region hadn't been used yet, I think. Or first time a Scud missile. For the first time, 3 Scud missiles were fired Israeli targets by either Egyptian forces or Soviet personnel in Egypt, which was the first combat use of Scud missiles. All 3 targets were in the Sinai. Personnel, right? Arish is a little port city near the Gaza Strip, right? West of the Gaza Strip, yes, and the Sinai, okay. Several minutes before when the time for the ceasefire arrived, Sharon's division failed to capture Cairo. Adan's drive south had left Israeli and Egyptian units scattered throughout the battlefield with no clear lines between them. As Egyptian and Israeli units tried to regroup, regular firefights broke out during the night. Elazar reported that Egyptians were attacking in an attempt to regain land at various locations and that 9 Israeli tanks had been destroyed. He asked permission from Dayan to respond to the attacks, and Dayan agreed. Israel then resumed its drive south. It is unclear which side fired first, but Israeli field commanders used the skirmishes as justification to resume the attacks. When Sadat protested alleged Israeli truce violations, Israel said the Egyptian troops had fired first. William B. Quant noted that regardless of who fired the first post-ceasefire shot, it was the Israeli army that was advancing beyond the 22nd of October ceasefire lines. Ceasefire claims to have been broken by both sides during the night. Israel capitalized on the ceasefire break to advance beyond the UNSC ceasefire lines. This is still 27 October. Adan resumed his attack on the 23rd of October. Israeli troops finished the drive south, capturing the last ancillary road south of the port of Suez and encircled the Egyptian Third Army east of the Suez Canal. The Israelis then transported enormous amounts of military equipment across the canal, which Egypt claimed was in violation of the ceasefire. Generally, I don't know how much this actually happens historically, but generally when you call a ceasefire, you're not supposed to be like reinforcing positions or like resupplying everybody to get geared up to fight again. But it seems like realistically, it feels like every time a ceasefire is called, this is essentially what happens. I don't know if that's the same case in all parts of the world or whatever, but yeah, it seems like the ceasefire memes are kind of trolly, I think. That's what it seems like, but I mean, you're not actually shooting at each other, but Egyptian aircraft launched repeated attacks in support of the Third Army, sometimes in groups of up to 30 planes, but took severe losses. Battle of Suez. Israeli armored paratroopers also entered Suez to capture the city, but failed after being confronted by Egyptian soldiers and hastily raised local militia forces. They were surrounded, and the armored column was ambushed and severely hit. While the paratroopers came under heavy fire, many of them became trapped inside a local building. They were evacuated during the day, while the main contingent of the paratrooper force eventually managed to dash out of the city and make their way back to Israeli lines. Israelis had lost 80 dead and 120 wounded, with minimal Egyptian casualties for no tactical gain. Israel made 2 more probes into Suez, one on the 25th, one on the 28th, but both were repulsed. The UN didn't say Simon Says. True. Egypt's trapped Third Army. Kissinger found out about the Third Army's encirclement shortly thereafter. Kissinger considered that the situation presented the United States with a tremendous opportunity and that Egypt was dependent on the United States to prevent Israel from destroying its trapped army. The position could be parlayed later into allowing the U.S. to mediate in the dispute and wean Egypt from Soviet influence. As a result, the United States exerted tremendous pressure. Here we go. Egypt's Third Army. Position can be parlayed. Okay. As well, the U.S. seeing an opportunity to bring Egypt closer to its sphere of influence, I guess. Exerted heavy pressure on Israel to refrain from destroying the trapped Third Army. As a result, how does the U.S. know about this? Is it, I imagine, our Israeli generals probably aren't communicating everything going to the U.S. It's probably like satellite surveillance and just us keeping track of everything. I would imagine it's probably we're figuring this out on our own with our own surveillance. Spies and spy planes and satellites, yeah. As a result, the United States exerted tremendous pressure on the Israelis to refrain from destroying the trapped army, even threatening to support a UN resolution demanding that the Israelis withdraw to their 22nd of October positions so they did not allow non-military supplies to reach the army. In a phone call with Israeli ambassador Simcha Dinitz, Kissinger told the ambassador that the destruction of the Egyptian Third Army is an option that does not exist. Okay, Jesus. The Israeli government also had its own motivations for not destroying the Third Army. These included the possibility of using the encircled Third Army as a bargaining chip for ending the Egyptian blockade of the Bab el-Mandeb Straits in the Red Sea and negotiating a repatriation of Israeli prisoners of war captured by Egypt. The exhausted state of the IDF, the possibility of humiliating Egypt by destroying the Third Army would make Sadat more bellicose and unwilling to cease hostilities, and Israel's intense fears that the Soviet Union would militarily intervene in the event the Third Army was destroyed were additional reasons for Israel ultimately deciding against destroying it. Despite being surrounded, the Third Army managed to maintain its combat integrity east of the canal and keep up its defensive positions to the surprise of many. According to Trevor and Dupuy, the Israelis, Soviets, and Americans overestimated the vulnerability of the Third Army at the time. It was not on the verge of collapse, and he wrote that while a renewed Israeli offensive would probably overcome it, this was not a certainty. Jesus. David T. Buckwalter agrees that despite the isolation of their army, it's unclear if the Israelis could have protected their forces on the West Bank, on the canal, from a determined Egyptian assault and still maintain sufficient strength along the rest of the front. The assessment was challenged by Patrick Seal, who said, okay, don't care about this. Herzog noted that given the army in terms of being cut off from Jerusalem, the destruction of the army was inevitable and could have been achieved within a very brief period. Shortly before the Israeli tank battalion advanced into Adabiyah and took it with support from the Israeli Navy. Some 1,500 Egyptian prisoners taken, and about 100 Egyptian soldiers assembled just south of Adabiyah, where they held out against the Israelis. The Israelis also conducted their third and final incursion of the Suez. They made some gains, but failed to break into the city center. As a result, the city was partitioned down the main street, with the Egyptians holding the city center and the Israelis controlling the outskirts, port installations, oil refinery, effectively surrounding the Egyptian defenders. It's Dupree. Oh, cringe. Post-war battles. On the morning of the 26th of October, the Egyptian Third Army violated the ceasefire by attempting to break through the surrounding Israeli force. Is this violating another ceasefire, or is this still like the same ceasefire? The attack was repulsed by Israeli airlines. Egypt also made minor gains. The Israelis reacted by bombing and shelling priority targets in Egypt, including command posts and water. It's probably the same ceasefire, but this is a different part of the battlefield, I guess. The most heavy fighting ended on the 20th of October. The fighting never stopped till the 18th of January 1974. The ceasefire existed on paper, but the continuing firing along the front was not the only characteristic of the situation. This intermediate period also on the ever-present... Okay, let's just have this, I guess. By either side... with the fighting not stopping until January 18th, 1974. Um... 56. Okay, just trying to remember these other dates. Okay. The IDF acknowledged the loss of 14 soldiers in the post-war period. Egyptian losses were higher, especially in the sector controlled by Ariel Sharon, who ordered his troops to respond with massive fire to any Egyptian provocation. Final situation on the Egyptian front. By the end of the war, the Israelis advanced to positions some 101 kilometers from Egypt's capital, Cairo, and occupied 600 square kilometers west of the Suez Canal. They had also cut the Cairo-Suez Road and encircled the bulk of Egypt's Third Army. The Israelis had also taken many prisoners after Egyptian soldiers, including many officers, began surrendering en masses towards the end of the war. The Egyptians held a narrow strip on the east bank of the canal, occupying some 1,200 square kilometers of the Sinai. One source estimated the Egyptians had 70,000 men, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Despite Israelis' tactical successes west of the canal, the Egyptian military was reformed and organized. Consequently, according to Gamazi, the Israeli military position became weak for different reasons. One, Israel now had a large force in a very limited area of land, surrounded from all sides, either by natural or man-made barriers or by the Egyptian forces. This put it in a weak position. Moreover, there were the difficulties in supplying this force and evacuating it, and the lengthy communication lines, and the daily attrition of many equipment. Two, to protect these troops, the Israeli command had to allocate other forces. Three, to mobilize the Egyptian bridgeheads in Sinai. The Israeli command had to allocate 10 brigades to face the Second and Third Army bridgeheads. In addition, it became necessary to keep the strategic reserves at their maximum state of alert. Thus, Israel was obliged to keep its armed force consequently the country mobilized for a long period, at least until the war came to an end, because the ceasefire did not signal the end of the war. There is no doubt that this was in total conflict with its military theories. Yeah, probably because thus far Israel's military success has usually been on the backs of like swift and violent and like quick, one might even say a blitzkrieg through enemy forces. So having huge swaths of land occupied in unfavorable terrain with huge supply lines over long periods of time doesn't seem to be historically how Israel prefers to do battle with neighboring countries. Egypt wished to end the war when it realized the idea of canal crossing offensive could result in a catastrophe. The Egyptians besieged Third Army could not hold on without supply. The Israeli army advanced to 100 kilometers from Cairo, which worried Egypt. Israeli army was 100 kilometers from Cairo after their advancement west from the West Bank, I guess. The Israeli army had open terrain and no opposition to advance further Cairo. Had they done so, Sadat's rule might have ended. Initial, okay. Oof, okay. So that was the Israeli, or the Egyptian part. Okay. Syrian attacks. Destiny, not from the West Bank. That doesn't make sense. Wait, what? Yes, it does, I think. Okay, let me ask yourself. Why are you sending me? Why do you always send me messages from ask yourself? The West Bank is in the east. It's the West Bank of the Suez Canal. That's where they were advancing from. Somniant, thanks for the invite, but two things. If this is a Destiny project, there's no way I'm welcome. I expect you to ask him. It's not a topic that I know enough about to enter debate. Oh, this is about him joining KKK. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Destiny, did you shift your opinion at all about religion's role in the conflict? Basically, every single time I study anything relating to any politics, religion seems to play a smaller and smaller and smaller role in most things. I don't know. Everything I've studied so far about this, like religion has played almost, maybe has played almost zero role or zero role at all on this. Maybe, but I don't know. You know, what do I know? Okay. Let's see. Okay. In the Golan Heights. It was a factor in deciding whether the Jewish state would be. Sure, if you want to go to like the very, very initial thing of the inception of the Jewish state in Zionism, maybe you could argue that, sure. The way you're looking at it doesn't leave room for the religious incentives to show. Okay. The Golan Heights, the Syrians attacked the 2 Israeli armored brigades, an infantry brigade, 2... Okay, what is the date for this? Onset about Israeli brigades, some 3,000 troops. The fight, the opening... It must be the same time as... It must be the exact same time that Egypt attacks, right? I imagine it would be coordinated. Let me see. I didn't actually write down when the very first It's October 6th. The core of the issue is not religious. Religion decides to fuel the fire. The foundation of Israel was initially supported by secular Jews, since it was thought of at the time to go against Jewish law by creating Israel ourselves rather than waiting for the Messiah. Weren't there conflicting views within early Zionist thinkers, though, about whether or not that was true? Weren't there arguments among Jewish people over that? I don't think it was like the, I don't think it was the prevailing Jewish view on that, right? That was the case. I could be wrong. I haven't studied that part intensely yet, but okay. Oh, okay. Fuck, wrong. The initial Syrian attacks. Okay. So So I'm assuming this is also like on October 6th or whatever. That would be my assumption, but. When the warning by King Hussein of an imminent Syrian attack was conveyed, El-Azhar at first only signed 2 additional tank companies for the 7th. We'll have 100 tanks against their 800. That ought to be enough. Jesus. Eventually, his deputy Israel Tal ordered the entire 7th Armored Brigade to be brought up. Efforts have been made to improve the Israeli defensive positions. The Purple Line ran along a series of low, dormant volcanic cones. Tells in the north and deep ravines in the south. It was covered by a continuous tank ditch, bunker complexities, and dense minefields directly west of this line. Okay. The Syrians began their attack at 1400 with an airstrike by about 100 aircraft and 50-minute artillery barrage. The 2 forward infantry brigades with an organic tank position. Positions in the Golan Heights. A small force dropped by 4 helicopters, simultaneously placed on the access road. Let's see, is there anything important here? It's 527. Direct operational command of the Golan had at first been given to the 188 AB commander Yitzhak Ben Shoham. The Armored School Centurion Tank Battalion was kept in General Reserve. (1600) Yitzhav Hofi. Whether secular or not, a battery of religious metaphors and references circumscribed the Zionist understanding of Palestinian ecology and how it ought to be modified. The biblical land of milk and honey / land of plenty stuff was extremely influential to the agricultural aims of settlers, and Israeli state building was conducted through those means. Kibbutz and labor Zionism. That's what Irk says. North would be responsible. First wave of the Syrian offensive had failed to penetrate, but at nightfall, a second larger wave was launched. Okay, defense of the Quneitra Gap. On the night of the 7th of 8th of October, tank brigades. After this fight, the Israeli brigade referred to this gap as the Valley of Tears. Syrian Brigadier General Omar Abrash, commander of the 7th Infantry Division, was killed on the 8th of October when his command tank was hit as he was preparing to an attempt by 121st Mechanized Brigade to bypass the gap through a more southern route. Having practiced on the Golan Heights numerous times, Israeli gunners made effective use of mobile artillery during night attacks over the Syrian tanks at the advantage of active illumination infrared night vision equipment, which was not a standard Israeli equipment. It's kind of interesting watching this war over the past like 30, 40 years to see like the evolution in technology, like the increased number of troops, the more sophisticated tanks and aircraft that are kind of like slowly like rolling into the war. It's interesting. Instead, some Israeli tanks were fitted with large xenon searchlights, which were useful in illuminating and locating enemy positions, troops, and vehicles. The close distances during night engagements negated the usual Israeli superiority in long-range duels. 77th Tank Battalion Commander Avigdor Kahalani in the Quneitra Gap generally managed to hold a second tank ramp line. Oh, sorry. The afternoon of the 9th of October, Syrian command committed the Republican Guard Independent 7th Armored Brigade, equipped with T-62s and BMP-1s, to hold the gap. The 7th AB could now only muster 24 tanks. Taking losses and hits by an intense artillery barrage, the Israeli Centurions withdrew from their tank ramps. Syrians break through in the southern Golan. The southern section, the Israeli Barak Armored Brigade, had to defend a much flatter terrain. It also faced 2/3 of the Syrian second wave, while fielding, at this time, less than 1/3 of the operational Israeli tanks. Beside these objective drawbacks, it suffered from ineffective command. Ben Shahom initially still had his headquarters in Nafah, far from his sector. He did not realize a full war was in progress and tended to spread the 53rd TB platoons along the entire line. to stop any Syrian incursion. Also, he failed to coordinate the deployment of the 82nd TB and 53rd TB. Okay, boom, 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 boom. The Valley of Tears is so fucking base, warrants its own wiki read. I'm not here to read your, okay, your Jewish propaganda. Israeli strategic response. Okay, around midnight, Hofi at Safed began to understand the magnitude of the Syrian breakthrough. He warned Chief of Staff Elazar that the entire Golan might be lost. Overhearing this message, an alarmed Dayan decided to personally visit the Northern Command headquarters in the late night. Hofi informed Dayan that an estimated 300 Syrian tanks had entered the southern Golan. Wait, it's Golan. Is it Golan or Golan Heights? I don't know how to pronounce this, actually.
The Golan Heights.
Oh, Golan Heights. Good. Yeah, fuck you. He shocked Peled by announcing the third temple was about to fall. Wait, what is the third temple? Third temple refers to a hypothetical rebuilt temple in Jerusalem. Yeah. Oh, is this just like a metaphor for like we're losing all of Israel, basically? The IAF had just made a successful start with Operation Tagar, a very complex plan to neutralize the Egyptian AA missile belt. Overruling objections by Peled, Dayan ordered to immediately carry out Operation Dugman 5 instead, the destruction of the Syrian Sam belt to allow the IAF to halt the Syrian advance. There was no time to obtain recent information about the location of the batteries. The attempt was a costly failure. The Israelis destroyed only one Syrian missile battery but lost 6 Phantom II aircraft. As a result, the IAF was unable to make significant contributions to the defensive battle on the Golan. Over both fronts together, on the 7th of October, over 129 bombardment sorties were flown. It also proved impossible to restart Tagar, curtailing IAF operations at the Sinai front for the duration of the war. Less pessimistic than Dayan, Elazar was not ready yet to abandon the Golan Heights. Israeli High Command of Strategic Reserve because the 146th Ugda that was earmarked for Central Command, controlling the eastern border with Jordan. In the evening of the 6th of October, Elazar... crisis. Okay. Vision would take some time to deploy. The smaller units could be quickly mobilized, bolster the defenses. The Syrians had expected it to take at least 24 hours for Israeli reserves to reach the front lines. In fact, they began to join the fight only 9 hours after the war began, 12 hours after the start of the mobilization. The Golan position had been at only 80% of its planned strength through the defensive phase of a full war with Syria. Northern Command had a headquarters reserve consisting of an unnumbered rapid deployment Centurion battle tank. Tank battalion, I'm sorry. Also, the 71st Mechanized Infantry. Ethan and Hila are addressing the Hila conspiracies live right now, but you need a membership to watch. Well, I can't watch it then, so. I just gifted you a membership? I gifted your mom a membership. Ethan is telling his child to go watch Hassan. Okay. They're still friends, my dude. Syrian first and second waves had it. So I'm curious, how does Israel get back the Golan Heights? Because it seems like they can't do it by air. I don't know how they would go back in by ground, but during the late evenings of this October, the NCTB attempting to seal the breakthrough point on but they listen on all attempts to breach. But the early morning of the 7th October, all attempts to patch the breach in the main defensive line of the southern sector became futile because also the center and right flank, the 188th AB, had started to collapse. The armored brigade. During that night, it had largely managed to hold its ground against continuous attack, inflicting severe losses on the Syrians with accurate cannon fire, hoping to buy time for reserve forces to reach the front lines. Some tank crews sacrificed themselves rather than voluntarily give up ground. Gradually, the fighting subsided. Dawn revealed that the Syrian 5th Infantry Division, under the cover of darkness, had at numerous points breached the tank ditch and cleared corridors through the minefield belt. The situation of the 188th Armored Brigade was rendered even more hazardous by the presence of its rear of the Syrian 9th Infantry Division. It was decided to abandon the southern Golan, and that night, many artillery and logistics units had already withdrawn, some slipping through the columns of the 9th Infantry Division, others being destroyed by them. Civilian Jewish settlements had been evacuated. The same now happened with most fortifications except Bunker Complex 116. Ben Shahom with his staff outflanked the Syrian penetration via western route and reached the north. The 82nd TB Company. Would you have done this research without your mom sucking my dick? No. The previous evening destroyed about 30 Syrian tanks. Jesus, okay. For the moment, he could do little more than personally halt retreating troops and vehicles on the more southern Arak Bridge and send them over the River Jordan again. Israeli command feared that the Syrians would quickly exploit the situation by advancing into Galilee. Dayan, in the morning of the 7th of October, called Shalchevet Freer, the Director General of the Israel Atomic Energy Commission, to a meeting with Golda Meir to discuss the possible arming of nuclear weapons. Of nuclear weapons in response to Syrian Meir rejected this option. The Syrian mechanized brigades in the area did not continue the offensive but began to entrench themselves in strong defensive positions. They had been forbidden by al-Assad to approach the River Jordan for fear of triggering an Israeli nuclear response. Syrian mechanized brigades did not advance into Israel, whatever that means, and feared an Israel nuclear response. The original Syrian... Okay, where are we at? Boom, boom, boom. Okay. The original Syrian offensive plan, Al-Auda, the return, devised by Major General Abdul Abisi. Envy, thanks for getting 5 memberships. Normally, there's cheating on fertilizer at any given moment. Just 33 tanks regarding the tank ditch. Infiltrations by commando teams armed with saggers plan to quickly isolate these 10 dark platoons. Helicopter borne attacks on Jordan bridges. Landing during conditions of dust to avoid the IAF would isolate the Golan Heights from strategic reinforces. Israeli Air Force. Light attacks by 3 Syrian infantry divisions would then fragment the weakly held forward Israeli defensive positions to conclude the operation to deter any Israeli attempt to reconquer the Golan. The Syrian 1st and 3rd Armored Divisions would advance onto the plateau. This way, it was hoped to take the Golan within 30 hours. Coordination with Egypt forced a change of plans. The Egyptians wanted hostilities to start at noon. In the end, they agreed to a compromise of 2. The Syrian helicopter attacks were canceled. Now, instead of successful outcomes, the Syrians became less committed to the attack. They decided to keep 1 armored division as a strategic reserve, together with the 2 Presidential Guard independent armored brigades, which fielded the most modern tank material. Okay, Israel retakes southern Golan in 2 paragraphs? Okay. The tide in the Golan begins to turn as arriving Israeli reserve forces were able to contain the Syrian advance. Beginning on the 8th of October, the Israelis began pushing the Syrians back towards the pre-war ceasefire lines, inflicting heavy tank losses. The Israelis, who had suffered heavy casualties in the first 3 days of fighting, also began relying more heavily on artillery to dislodge Syrians at long range. On the 9th of October, the Syrians launched a counterattack north of Kenitra. As part of the operation, they attempted to land heli-borne troops in the vicinity of El Ram. The counterattack was repulsed, and 4 Syrian helicopters were shot down with a total loss of life. Syrian Frog 7 artillery rockets struck the Israeli Air Force base of Ramat David, killing a pilot and injuring several soldiers. Additional missiles struck civilian settlements. In retaliation, 7 Israeli F-4 Phantoms flew into Syria and struck the Syrian General Staff headquarters in Damascus. 1 Israeli Phantom was shot down. The strike prompted the Syrians to transfer air defense units from the Golan Heights to the home front, allowing the IAF greater freedom of action. By the 10th of October, that's kind of important. Let's see. Missiles from Syrian offensive lines struck civilian settlements in Israel. And in retaliation, 7 Israeli F-4 Phantoms flew into Syria and attacked the Syrian General Staff headquarters in Damascus. Ethan from H3 saying Hassan's coverage of the conflict has been fucked up. I doubt that. Damascus is super close to the Golan Heights. You can see the city from up top. Super close from the Golan Heights? I mean, like, it's there, but there's like another major city. It's not super close, no? Damascus. Google Maps. I don't believe that Israeli forces have ever up to this point, I could be wrong, but I don't believe up to this point they've pushed into Damascus before. I don't think we've had like Israeli fighter planes bombing anything in Damascus. Let's see. I believe that I think the Golan Heights are, it's like this area here. So you're advancing to like through this road up here to get up here. They got within artillery range. I didn't think that, I thought they barely pushed past like this northern like Golan Heights area. I don't think they pushed much further past before, right? Damascus? Fuck you. By the 10th of October, the last Syrian unit in the central sector was pushed back across the Purple Line, the pre-war ceasefire line. After 4 days of intense and incessant combat, the Israelis succeeded in ejecting the Syrians from the entire Golan. Okay, I don't understand what happened here. I don't care enough to watch a fuck ton of videos, but like, holding the Golan Heights is supposed to be an incredibly like entrenched and easy to defend position. I don't understand how the Israelis just like retake it in like 2 paragraphs. Read it then. The Valley of Tears. Does this have to do with both back and forth? Bruh, I can't. Decades after the battle, analysts were still presenting differing reasons for the Syrian withdrawal. In 1990, Patrick Seal argued that the reason why the Syrians were stopped was the superiority of the IAF, which was free to devote all of its attention to the Syrian front. In 2002, Kenneth Pollack wrote that the Syrian forces did not look for an alternative axis of advance and rolled forward without defending their flanks. In 98, Martin van Creveld suggested the explanation that on October 8th, though the Syrians did not withdraw until more or less on October 9th, when Israel felt the battle was being lost, it threatened Syria with a nuclear strike. However, a historical review by Avnar Cohen and others found no evidence of a nuclear threat by Israel. Okay. Israeli advance towards Damascus. A decision now to be made whether to stop at the post-67 borders or to continue advancing into Syrian territory. The Israeli High Command spent all of 10th of December debating well into the night. Some favored disengagement, which would allow soldiers to be redeployed to the Sinai. Others favored continuing the attack into Syria towards Damascus, which would knock Syria out of the war. It would also restore Israel's image as the supreme military power in the Middle East and would give Israel a valuable bargaining chip once the war ended. Others countered that Syria had strong defenses, anti-tank ditches, minefields, and strong points, and that it would be better to fight from defensive positions of the Golan Heights rather than the flat terrain deeper in Syria, in the event of another war with Syria. However, Prime Minister Golda Meir realized the most crucial point of the whole debate. It would take 4 days to shift a division to the Sinai. If the war ended during this period, the war would end with a territorial loss for Israel in the Sinai and no gain in the north, an unmitigated defeat. This is a political matter, and her decision was unmitigating. To cross the purple line, the attack would be launched tomorrow, Thursday, on the 11th of October. Israeli advance towards Damascus. The 11th of October, Israeli forces pushed into Syria and advanced towards Damascus along the Quneitra-Damascus road until the 4th of October, encountering stiff resistance by Syrian reservists in prepared defenses. 3 Israeli divisions broke the 1st and 2nd defensive lines near Sasa and conquered a further 50 square kilometers of territory in the Bashan salient. From there, they were able to shell the outskirts of Damascus only 40 kilometers away using M107 heavy artillery. The Israeli army advanced within 30 kilometers of Damascus. On the 12th of October, Israeli paratroopers from the elite Sayeret Zanhanim reconnaissance unit launched Operation Gaon, infiltrating deep into Syria and destroying a bridge in the tri-border area of Syria, Iraq, and Jordan. The operation disrupted the flow of weapons to Syria. During the operation, the paratroopers destroyed a number of tank transports and killed several Syrian soldiers. There were no Israeli casualties. Jesus. Arab military intervention. I feel like the scariest part about pushing towards Damascus would be like the angering of other Arab states, that you would start pulling in more people into the war. Although I guess maybe Israel figures if they're going to join anyway, maybe? I'm not sure. Arab military intervention. Yeah, bringing the Soviets in. Actually, the scary part would actually be bringing the Soviets in. That's right. Okay. Okay, as the Syrian position deteriorated, Jordan sent an expeditionary force into Syria. King Hussein, who had come under intense pressure to end the war, told Israel of his intentions through U.S. intermediaries and the hope that Israel would accept that this was not a casus belli justifying an attack on Jordan. Expeditionary force into Syria. Okay. Jordan's trying to play both sides here. Israeli Defense Minister Moshe Dayan declined to offer any such assurance, but said that Israel had no intention of opening another front. Iraq also sent an expeditionary force to Syria, consisting of the 3rd and 6th Armored Division, some 30,000 men. Israeli jets attacked Iraqi forces as they arrived in Syria. The Iraqi divisions were a strategic surprise for the IDF, which had expected 24-hour plus advance intelligence of such moves. This turned into an operational surprise as the Iraqis attacked the exposed southern flank. The advanced Israeli armor, forcing its advanced units to retreat a few kilometers. Let's see. Arab military intervention. Syria and Iraq sent expeditionary forces into Syria to defend. Combined Syrian, Iraqi, and Jordanian counterattacks prevent any further Israeli gains. To defend from further Israeli military advancement. The Syrian Air Force attacked Israeli columns, but its operations were highly limited because of Israeli air superiority. It suffered heavy losses of dogfights with Israeli jets. On the 23rd of October, a large air battle took place near Damascus, during which the Israelis shot down 10 Syrian aircraft. The Syrians claimed a similar toll against Israel. The IDF also destroyed the Syrian missile battery, or missile defense system. The Israeli Air Force utilized its air superiority to attack strategic targets throughout Syria, including important power plants, patrol supplies. Okay. Israel was able to launch strikes all across Syria, attacking power plants, petrol supplies, bridges, and main roads. The strikes weakened the Syrian war effort and disrupted Soviet efforts to airlift military equipment into Syria and disrupted normal life inside the country. On the 22nd of October, the Golani Brigade and the Sayeret Metkal commandos recaptured the outpost on Mount Hermon after a hard-fought battle. That involved hand-to-hand combat and Syrian sniper attacks. An unsuccessful attack 2 weeks prior cost the Israelis 23 dead and 55 wounded. An IDF D9 bulldozer supported by infantry forced its way to the peak. Jesus. It's an armored bulldozer used by the Israeli Defense Forces. An Israeli paratrooper force landing by helicopter took the corresponding Syrian Hermon outpost on the mountain, killing more than a dozen Syrians while losing 1 dead and 4 wounded. 7 Syrian MiGs and 2 Syrian helicopters carrying reinforcements were shot down as they attempted to intercede. On the 22nd of October, UNSC Resolution 338 called for a ceasefire. The war would finally come to a close on the 26th of October. Israel and Egypt signed a formal ceasefire agreement. Formal ceasefire on the 11th of November. And the disengagement agreement happened on the 18th of January of 1970, what? 74 it must have been, right? Jordanian participation. The U.S. pressed King Hussein to keep Jordan out of the war. Though King Hussein initially refrained from entering the conflict on the night of the 13th October, Jordanian troops deployed to the Jordanian-Syrian front to buttress Syrian troops, and Jordanian forces joined Syrian and Iraqi assaults on Israeli positions. Hussein sent a 2nd Brigade to Golan on the 21st of October. According to historian Asif David, declassified U.S. documents show that Jordanian participation was only a token to preserve King Hussein's status in the Arab world. The documents show that Israel and Jordan had a tacit understanding that the Jordanian units would try to stay out of the fighting. Israel would not try not to attack them. Wow, secret alliance. Okay. Naval operations. Bruh. Does anybody really care? Do these matter? How far are we into this? How much longer? Oh, we're almost at the end. Egyptian atrocities. Jesus. Syrian atrocities. Where are my Israeli atrocities? Hello? Let me use the restroom real quick. Hold on. Jeez.
Honestly, your lips would never lie to me. I can taste your love approaching me. This feeling's too good. Lovely, I can't believe you love me. On a warm spring night, you stun me. This feeling's too good.
Okay. I love you all very much on YouTube, but I'm going to do my Kick or Keep show, so I have to move over to Kick. Okay, be careful. I'm shutting off my YouTube stream, okay? Be careful. I'm going to be on Kick.